Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing today? So my name is Francine, and this is my channel, The Hermetic Herald. After 9 months of providing celebrity tarot readings, I would like to do a compilation of all the celebrities, I should say, all of the celebrities I've done readings for on this channel. So we've had about 100, not about, exactly 144 celebrities that we've talked about, that I have addressed and spoken to with regards to their spirit team and getting insight from them. 144 people. And for me, the number 144 is significant. I feel like there's something beautiful about transitioning and looking at what you've done, you know, kind of like the Seven of Pentacles, looking at what you've done and persevered with. So I would like to touch base with these 144 people. And I'd like to ask the question, what do they think or how do they feel with regards to tarot readings? Are they spiritual? Are they inclined towards the mysticism of it? Are they interested in divination? Just kind of getting a feel for how they feel about this information out there on the internet for them. And then I would like to ask the question, how do they feel about moving forward, I should say, with a tarot reading, with me conducting a tarot reading for them? Because I want to make that clear. They may say yes to other people and say no to me. That is not personal in any way, shape, or form, but I always like to tune in with them. So let us see how they feel towards the end for each person and see how this goes, because this is all kind of a spur of the moment decision that I made and I want to commit to it. So let's get into it. So I'm going to get the list out really quick. Let's see. All right, and then we're just going to shuffle up these cards. We're going to use this for the energy of how they feel about the readings, and then we're going to use a different deck for the yes or no question, regarding whether I should continue to talk about them on my channel. Okay, so let's just shuffle these up together. We got the music, everything to help me in meditating on this information here. So let's see. If you guys are liking this idea, or you just like my channel and want to support me in what I do here, please feel free to like, share, and subscribe. Doing so will help people see this in the algorithm. A lot of people enjoy looking at videos, but they don't profess or share what they like about it or dislike. Just clicking a button is a huge, huge, huge help. Okay. I feel like people are going to be seeing this when they're winding down. I'm getting the energy of winding down happening here. All right. So we got our list on the screen. Okay, let's start off. Spirit team, please assist me in shuffling these cards and preparing these cards for the messages that are meant to come through. Please allow these to be all ordered for this reading ahead. Archangel Michael, please assist me by protecting the information and the energy exchange here. I ask that all energies be returned back to sender tenfold, whether that be love, curiosity, or disdain. Allow all of it to be returned to sender tenfold. Allow all of it to be returned, and all information to be for the highest good of all. Okay, let's get that. That's good to go. Let's move on to the next deck. Spirit team, Archangel Uriel, Archangel Raziel, Basago, all beings that are here to provide information and insight. All information and insight, please allow it to come through this reading and for us to get clear and accurate information. Only accurate information, not information that is biased or is coming from a place of bias. Let's throw that out, Spirit team. Do not allow it to affect this reading. Only allow the truth to come through and unfold before our eyes. Please allow only the information that's helpful, that pertains to all celebrities that I speak to, past, future, and present. Okay? All right, let's get it started. So the first person we have is Timothée Chalamet. How does he feel about tarot readings? We're going to do 3 cards for each of them. Okay, so we have the Four of Swords, the Nine of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles. So he has an openness to it. He would love to know how to do it if he ever did look at it. So I'm getting that he doesn't look at it, but how he feels is like, I would want to learn how to do it myself so I could learn how to get answers for myself. He's very grounded in this energy. It makes me feel like he is the kind of person who is more so individualistic. He's not interested in kind of hearing what other people have to say about him. So he would be more of like, I'm going to assess it as a student to see what people get out of it. I'd be open to learning about it as how he perceives it. And he would rather do it himself if he were to learn. Okay, so that's giving me the energy of like kind of neutrality. He has a neutral energy about these tarot readings or about just readings in general, okay? So, Spirit team, do you think that I should continue doing readings on Timothée Chalamet going forward? We have the Lovers. What's interesting is with the Lovers, right, it's about major decisions, right? Shared values. This could be, as you guys can see, probably is a yes or no. So it's really up to, of course, as per usual, my decision, but it can go either way. Let's get one card for clarity on that. Should I continue? Does Timothée Chalamet's spirit team, would they be open to talking? Okay, we got the Six of Cups. So there's a positivity in the room with regards to Timothée, so that is a yes. Okay. So that is a yes. Let's keep going to Channing Tatum. With regards to Channing Tatum, how does he feel about celebrity readings or just tarot readings in general? Let's just look at general readings here. So we have the Magician. Okay, he thinks it's all made up. We have the Four of Cups. He's apathetic to it, not really interested, doesn't really take it seriously. And we have the Five of Wands. He actually would combat it and challenge it. He would say like, well, how do we know that these people are actually seeing things like from a spirit team or spirit guide? How do we really know that? Like he would kind of challenge that thought process. He's like, to each his own. He would just be like in the energy of, yeah, it's all made up anyway. And you can't really trust it because it's something that's conjured up from like other people. If it helps you, that's great. That's the energy I'm getting from this so far. So yeah, we got the energy of someone that thinks it's made up for sure. And then someone who really would be challenging that and has conflicting ideals or ideologies surrounding it. So does Channing Tatum's spirit team, would they like to work with me in the future? There's an openness here, so there's a yes. There's an openness because he would rather, he likes the challenge. So he would be open if you guys could provide us in the collective that do readings, would provide information that would help him and confirm things for him that no one else would know. So he's a little like, he's trying to be very intellectual about it all, okay? So let's move on. How would Zoe Kravitz feel, or how does she feel about tarot readings? Oh, she does palmistry potentially. So let me know, Zoe, if you'd like to. But there's something about palmistry and being interested in the past, or being interested in how unique and individual people are. Something about fingerprints. So she feels, we have the Chariot. Okay. We have the Knight of, the Page of Swords. And the Five of Cups. She's been like kind of disappointed by it in the past, or she's gone to someone in the past actually, when she was really down or really low. But she feels like she gets disappointed a lot when she does do it. I don't know if she feels like her intuition when it comes to, for instance, pick a cards, or just her choice of people maybe has left her feeling disappointed in the past. So she's kind of like very hesitant, but she's open to it. It's just that she's had some experiences that were less than favorable, okay? Does Zoe Kravitz's spirit team want me to work with her? We have yes. So they would be open to working with me in the future. The Sun is a hell yes. So I'm going to take that in mind, and I'm going to literally write that down. I'm going to write it down. Number 2 is Channing Tatum. Is her, yes. All right, let's keep going. Next person we have is Zendaya. How is Zendaya, or how does she feel about tarot readings? Yeah, she actually does resonate with the idea. I think she's 10 of Cups is what we got. Let me just tell you, 10 of Cups, Ace of Swords, And we have the Ethers card, or the card that revolves around the inner spirit, inner power. I would definitely recommend looking at the Sacred Web Tarot yourself to get a better picture of it. But what I'm getting for this answer is a resounding yes, in that she would be open to tarot readings. She thinks it does have some clear things that you can't, it's undeniable, the information that you'd receive. So there's something about her seeing clarity in it and seeing how it's a lot of either fun or just really opens up your mind to something, opens up some part of you that people tend to not believe in, like the spiritual aspects. I think she's very open spiritually. So I feel like that is a yes, that she feels really good about tarot readings. She has no issue. It feels like she feels like she just wants to see what brings people together, and what she loves is the truth. When the truth is shared or shed, she has no issue with that. Okay, so would her spirit team like to work with me going forward? We have the King of Wands, yes. Okay, so I don't know if she's ever seen my readings, but there's this energy of leadership, or feeling like I have, for some reason with her specifically, feeling as though I have some information that has been helpful. That's good to know. So let's put it in. Let's put in yes. So moving forward, if there are questions or thoughts about her that I have in the future, her spirit team is open to that. Let's keep going. We have Beyonce. What's funny is she got a card that I've seen before for her in the music industry. So let's see. Oh yeah. So whenever she's indecisive, Beyonce does go to tarot readings. We have the Seer of Earth, which is the King of Pentacles. When it comes to her money and career like objectives, she likes to touch base with someone on it whenever she's split between two things. We have the Four of Wands, which is about celebration or family, like making decisions that are involving the family, and like it's about either the marriage or family. Something really important about that. She'll go for specific things. I'm hearing it is within her. So she has some insight already about how she should operate. So it's only when she feels like she's really split between two things, with the Two of Swords, that she'll go to someone else outside of herself to give her understanding. Something about earth signs as well. She is an earth sign. I don't know if she just has a tendency to attract earth signs, and that's another thing that's coming to pass. She may already have a reader that is an earth sign, that is so that's Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus, male specifically. I feel like that's significant here. Someone is already working with her, or there's someone that's being pointed out to me with her. Would she be open? No. With regards to working with her in the future, I think I understand why. If you guys have seen my readings, I feel like I give too much information out personally. I feel like sometimes there's information that comes through that's a bit... I feel like she is ready to do certain things that I've already mentioned to you guys. So I feel like the no is noted for going forward with her spirit team. There's something about sadness, loss, and grief here, and despair. So I don't know. It's something about it bringing out certain emotions within her. Yeah. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. Jay-Z. How does Jay-Z feel about tarot readings? We have the Page of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the Hanged Man. So we have the energy of someone who has yet to see it, is trying to see tarot readings from another perspective with the Hanged Man. With regards to the Knight of Pentacles, they're slow and steady. It took them a while to get into spirituality. I feel like there was kind of like, there might have been a like influence with regards to religion, but then that person, I think Jay-Z has some things or qualms about involving himself in this because of his religious background specifically. That's really strong in this reading. Six of Pentacles is that he feels like balanced towards it. He doesn't hate it. He doesn't like it necessarily a lot, but he sees that it helps balance people out. And the Hanged Man makes me feel like he's still trying to deliberate on how he feels about it. And likely he's learned a lot, given that Beyonce does have someone particularly. Keep in mind also with the reason why I want you guys to know there's no personal loss with regards to it being a no. I just feel like there's someone in particular that helps her already. So if there's someone that's helping her particularly, and the content of what I'm giving is going to be kind of bringing up things that they talk about, it might not be helpful to her. So keep that in mind. And I just want to let you guys know that's okay. We have for him, as far as being and working with him in the future, his spirit team would be open to that. So we have a yes with the World. So helping him transition out. And also with regards to career, I think he'd be open to that. And also with health, like certain things that'll be beneficial to him that he'll take into consideration. He seems like a balanced individual. He tries to balance himself out and take it in stride, okay? Next person we have is FK Twigs. How does she feel about tarot readings here? Let's look at that. Oh, she, okay, so it's like there's a love and hate about it, because there's this fear that comes with her. So she had the Hermit, so it helps her open up to her, I heard reclusive self, her reflection, her ability to see the big picture of something. She really loves it, meaning that she actually does quite a bit of tarot readings for herself, or looks at readings a lot, and has met people through them as well, like resonated with people that on YouTube. I feel like there's 3 big people that she listens to on YouTube a lot. And I feel as though there's one of them's a Pisces, one of them's an air sign, and one's a water sign, I feel like. But hey, the Pisces could be the water sign, but there's 2 water signs and 1 air sign that's significant here. And it almost helps her through. So there's something beautiful about that. But I feel like with this Devil card, it means that it could be really taxing on her, in the sense that she may take more time into it and invest so much into it that she ends up getting confused or conflicted, and it kind of can become like her worst enemy in a sense. So she has to have some moderation with that, but she does feel comfortable with it. Would her spirit team be open to me operating and providing readings for her? I have a 6 of Cups, so there's an energy of soul tribe, and also like nostalgia, playfulness with her and my spirit team. So I feel like that would be something they would like me to do going forward. So we're going to put a yes for FKA on moving forward with her. I feel like I'm doing an audit. It's really funny. Next thing we have here is Kylie Jenner. So how does Kylie Jenner feel about these readings, about tarot readings in general? We have the 8 of Cups, the King of Wands. Oh, I see. 10 of Swords. She does not like people being involved in her personal life with tarot readings, especially if they're about her. She gets really, really, really defensive. She has such a defensive energy. She would rather move on to something more fulfilling. She does not like people trying to cater to looking into her life. She is very much in control of her own destiny, and she doesn't think that anyone else has that place to tell her trajectory on what she should do, what she shouldn't do, and how she should do it. 10 of Swords is telling me it really pains her, and she feels crowded and tortured by it. So very negative energy about how she feels about tarot readings. That might be revealing a trigger, though, that she needs to address with how she sees people and their intentions. Not everyone is here to get you, girl. Not everyone is out here trying to get you. I just want to make that clear. So not everyone has an intention of trying to expose things so that they can get more notoriety. Some people actually just want to tell you, like every other human being on this planet, when you need help. And if you're not willing to listen to them, spirit and your spirit team will show you otherwise. Regardless of what you decide, you will end up getting that lesson 10 times over if you're not learning the lesson. So if you're not willing to be in a classroom and listen to the teacher, whoever that teacher is in your life, you will end up finding that out on your own in some way, shape, or form. They will teach you. So I just want to make that clear. I got really strong energy with her, which tells me that she might have either seen my reading or seen other readings, and it's okay. I understand, because I see it for what it is, and everyone's on their own trajectory here, okay? So as far as whether her spirit team would like to work with me, let's see what it is. It's a maybe, meaning that they'll let her, or they'll let me survey and look into certain aspects of her experience and give her a decision to make. She has 2 paths. She can either listen to what I have to say if she trusts my information and what my spirit team is telling her, because it's not just me, it's people around her as well that are telling her this, or she can leave and not learn anything. So I'm getting that energy from her. Her spirit team is saying maybe, if she's open. All right, so let's keep moving. So she's the first maybe I've gotten. Okay, so the next person is Kim Kardashian. How does she feel about tarot readings? Oh, okay. So we have the 9 of Swords. Okay, a lot of worry, anxiety makes her overthink things, and she's a Libra, right? So the indecisiveness is something that comes in as like more of a shadow attribute of Libras. It feels like it makes her even more tripped up and more chaotic, so it doesn't quite help her, it feels. So we have the Moon here. It kind of makes her feel like she doesn't know anything, or there's so much that she doesn't know, so many secrets. And she may be holding in some secrets as well, so she doesn't like it being exposed. and the Student of Water, or the Knight of Cups. She has like a love for it, an interest for it. She kind of finds herself looking into it and wanting to know more, but there's something about it worrying her and creating some indecisiveness within her. As far as whether her spirit team would like me to work with her, it's the Seven of Swords and a maybe, which is the same as her sister. Figures, right? It's not like to say anything negative, but it just is funny how spirit is with certain things. When a family does not feel comfortable with it, there's a deeper reason for that. It could just be they're not ready for it. It could just be that they're not ever going to be interested in it, which is totally fine. But there's something about having an interest in it and then also being combative. The Seven of Swords tells me there are secrets she would prefer not to be exposed. Some people are open to people finding out about certain things. They realize they can't hold on too long and they let go of some swords. She seems like she's trying to take away as much as she can from readings without letting or exposing something. There's some trickery or something she would prefer not to talk about right now, but there's certain things she would be open to in her experience, okay? And everyone has secrets, guys, so I'm not trying to like put her out and say that she's the only person, but definitely there's more than not of things that are not wanting to be addressed through me. And I tend to see certain things that are random, right? For her, it's going to be like she knows, but they're going to be random for me. So maybe I'm open. I love that. Thank you, guys. So those two are open. Kanye West. How does Kanye West feel about these readings, about tarot readings in general? Wow, he really, okay, he's impacted by it and appreciates it and enjoys the craft. We have the Queen of Air, which tells me he's very open to it, very communicative with tarot. I don't know if he does it or goes to someone. We have the Knight of Wands, which tells me he makes a beeline towards it because he feels like it's helpful in taking into account what your intuition is telling you about something, what your higher self is telling you, what your spirit team is telling you. I feel like he connects with his ancestors and his spirit team. And the Eight of Pentacles is why I'm saying that. He works with it, he studies it, he is a student with regards to tarot. So I don't know if he either does it or he knows someone that he refers to for insight. He sees it as something constructive for him. Cool. Would his spirit team, though, be willing or open to working with me in the future? We have the Knight of Wands in reverse. They're saying, so all of these should have been upright, but I'm going to take it as a yes because it's still a yes card, but they want me to tell you what that means. In reverse, it's arrogant, reckless, hyperactive, daredevil, or overly confident, loud, show off. One who promises much but does not deliver. They're trying to give me a heads up about his energy or just about not being in this energy when I do readings. So I'm going to take that into consideration here. I'm going to say yes, but if it's about his energy, like about him being this Knight of Wands, they want me to play it out, let it play out in the media. But if I ever notice this energy coming through for him, they want me to know that's kind of a part of his energy, and not to look into it too deeply. There's something about that. Also, not to be too reckless with this information, for sure. Yeah, he's a daredevil. He takes chances, but he's also very calculated, very confident, and cocky in some respects. So they're just telling me something about his attributes when those shine through, letting him show you guys what he wants to say, because he'll say it to you guys. But otherwise, if it's quiet, tapping in, seeing what's going on. For some reason, I heard Abercrombie and Fitch. I don't know if he has an issue with Abercrombie and Fitch, but that is random. Or someone else likes to go there. There's something about him not liking it, though. Something like that. All right, let's move on. Next person is Bianca Sensori. How does Bianca Sensori feel about tarot? Oh, okay. Not the best energy. Okay. I heard reclusive, very defensive. So the Ten of Wands is feeling like it's a burden to deal with. I feel like she feels like it's something that kind of messes with her creative process. We also have the Eight of Swords, makes her feel stuck in her head. And I'm hearing comb. So I don't know if it makes her like kind of feel like it either soothes something about her, like if she feels a certain way and she goes for a reading, she feels like it'll only tell her what she wants to hear. So sometimes she feels like it's not true because it's just going off of what she wants or something like that. It placates her. Sometimes she feels like she can get wrapped up in it and think it's all positive, and it's like, oh, that's what I want to hear. That's not true. Or something like that. Air energy is significant, and fire. Air and fire in her chart is significant. And we have the 9 of Wands. That's the energy of defensiveness or holding your ground and being resilient. So she kind of stands her ground on it. I don't know if it would be helpful for her. With regards to her spirit team, in light of that, would they like me to work with her or to address... Would they be willing to work with me? We have yes. They'd be willing to work with me on it. I feel like we would likely only bring up certain things about her accomplishments specifically. Like, for instance, with regards to her career and her trajectory, seeing how fulfilled she's going to be very soon. I feel like 9 is significant. And today's the 9th that I'm doing this. So something about her confidence, helping to boost her confidence. They might bring messages to her. And we will see what those messages are. But something encouraging is coming through this. They're kind of encouraging her about her whole idea and perspective on it. Fulfillment is here. So let's keep going. So we have a yes for her. And we have Doja Cat. How does she feel about tarot? How does she feel? She tends to see it when she is in a place of huge transitions, because I see here the Emperor. When she's feeling in her power and feeling confident, feeling focused. When she's feeling resolute and knowing that she needs to make a change with the world. I feel like she tends to watch them, and she's also pretty good at, there's something like a fiery energy about her when it comes to tarot. So she feels like it only helps her when she feels like she wants to be encouraged and to push for something. When she wants to accomplish some desire, she loves it. Okay. With regards to whether they would like to work with me, we have maybe. The reason why, it seems as though it's about divine timing, specifically for her. Keep in mind, it's always divine timing, but for her, there's certain times where I'll feel like drawn to touch base with her, and that's when it's the right time. So it's all about the time alignment as well with regards to Jupiter. Something about Jupiter is significant here. The fact that she had 2 fire placements or fire cards tells me it's Jupiter and Sagittarius, or when there's a lot of luck surrounding her, they would be open to speaking with me about it. Specific time frames, maybe 2 specific time frames for her. So let's keep moving. We have yes for her, specific times. The Virgo in me is keeping track. Okay, let's keep going. Josephine Langford, how does she feel about tarot? So we have the Ace of Pentacles, we have the 8 of Wands, and we have the Knight of Pentacles. Okay, one moment, please. She takes it into consideration. So there's times where she'll take it in as an opportunity, but it feels almost like it's once in a while. She'll have like a moment where she takes an opportunity. If it's about her career path, she'll take it into consideration and see what other people have to say about it. And she typically goes with it. Like she'll act on it when she feels really strongly about something. She'll take that opportunity and be like, this is a sign, and then she'll move towards something steadily. She's pretty steady, which I really love about her energy, is that she would take the information if it resonates, and then she would move forward steadily. She wouldn't desire to look elsewhere to confirm that. She would kind of take it in stride and go with it. She doesn't need a lot of confirmations to know when something is meant for her. With regards to working with her spirit team, how would they feel about working with me? I'm getting a lot of yeses. I was not expecting that. I was expecting some of them to be like, no, you talked about it enough, let's move on. But I'm getting yes. Queen of Swords. There's some really important things that we need to talk about with her. Decisions she's going to be making. Something about her mental space is specific here. So we have yes. Yeah, she's going to have some information that comes through that's going to help her be clear on what she wants and desires, or has already gotten information and will have, with the readings I've done, receive information that is going to help her stand up for herself and to know what she wants in the future. Okay. All right, let's keep going. What else can we look into? What is Hero? How does Hero feel about tarot readings? Oh, okay. So he has the 10 of Pentacles. He feels like there's, 1 second. 10 of Pentacles, the Temperance card, Major Arcana here, and the 6 of Swords. Let's tap in, 1 second. He feels like there's an abundance of information or a lot of people out there that can do it. I feel like he has a close connection to his ancestors. His ancestry is coming up here for me when I see the Ten of Pentacles primarily. But there's something about him meeting with or feeling strongly about ancestor messages more than he may feel about or celebrity tarot readings just for the sake of sharing tea or gossip. He would be open to more of the grounded readings about like his character, his, his goals and ambitions. I feel like there's a grounded energy that comes through with this. I feel like it would help him balance, so I think he's open to it. I think he's open to his ancestors primarily. And so we're going to ask about whether his ancestors would be open to working with me, because I feel like the ancestors are coming through stronger. Six of Swords tells me he's moving on to calmer waters with this information. So he gets a peace when he watches certain tarot readings. They help him have a peace to transition into a new section or a new season. Someone else got that. Was that Josephine? Yeah, Josephine also has a similar energy. She takes it and she runs with it and she goes with it. With regards to whether his ancestors would be open to working with me more in the future, we have, wow, the Six of Wands. Wow, success, recognition for sure. Wow, his spirit team and mine feel very similar to each other. I feel like his ancestors and mine are very similar. I haven't said that or felt that as deeply yet. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. So yes, and then we're gonna move into, just a second, we're gonna move into BTS. How does BTS Jungkook feel, JK feel about tarot readings here? Wow, he loves them, guys. Just know he loves readings, okay? He actually really loves seeing people do readings. I'd like to get clarity for him because it's so positive. I just would like to know if he's seen any readings. Like, not for me specifically, but does he watch celebrity tarot readings specifically? Oh, wow. So he does watch celebrity tarot readings, but here's the thing. He gets a little in his head and anxious because there's some information that's correct and some that's incorrect. This is not like specifically for mine. He just feels like there's some information you guys have found out that he feels like he's been trying to hold in or hide. And he feels like it's just a matter of time. Like he feels like some of the people that have been tapping in for him really loved his readings or love his energy. And he really resonates with some of the readers. But he feels like the information is kind of scary because he's like, whoa, you guys got that really accurate. Okay, so we have the Nine of Cups for him, which is why I'm saying all of this. Nine of Cups is like fulfillment. He has a lot of gratitude for people that do his readings, that get things right, of course. But like he has just a lot of appreciation for people that do this type of stuff. We have the Two of Cups. He feels an alignment with tarot or feels like an interest in tarot. And Six of Wands, guys. That's feeling like it's successful and it's usually right. Has he seen, how would he feel about my readings out of curiosity moving forward? Just him specifically. How would he feel about my readings specifically, Spirit Team? Please help me get accurate information on how he would feel about specifically my readings. Wow, Three of Wands. So, wow, Three of Wands, Three of Swords, and the High Priestess. There's something about moving out of indecisiveness or sadness. Moving out of sadness here. And we have at the bottom here, the King of Wands, the Magician, and the Ace of Cups. So he feels like it helps him see past certain love relationships. So if you guys feel like drawn to my love relationships or readings for Jungkook with love specifically, he would actually use it as a means to moving out of some really karmic situations, because I've talked about some karmic situations he's had. Is that correct? Wow, okay, we have three cards. We have the Page of Swords. He might have seen it in passing, Two of Wands, and the Six of Wands. Yeah, it helped him move out of some situation, or it would help him move out of some situation into the Six of Wands. There's someone specific that needs to know that his reading, I feel like it's a specific one. He may have seen it or heard about it. That one was about an ex or someone that he used to be with. Look at that, guys. Okay. Anyways, I feel like it specifically had to be confirmed for me. Page of Cups, Knight of Cups, and the Nine of Pentacles. He has a lot of love for that reading. Okay. Interesting. Wow. Would his spirit team, though, despite and including, taking into consideration all this, would they still like to work with me, though, in the future? The King of Cups. Yes. Okay. So they feel like they would like to still talk to me more about certain things going forward for him as well. Wow. Wow. So there's something about, yeah, love for Jungkook being clarified in one of the readings or all of the readings. Okay, yes. Let's move on into Jimin here. We have the Seven of Pentacles. All this stuff needs to be organized. We have the Student of Air, which is the Knight of Swords, and we have the Star. One second, guys. This one's interesting. This one's specific here. What is Jimin healing? That'll help me understand how he feels better about tarot readings. Struggle. He's had a lot of struggles with his growth process and his ascension, guys. So there's something about these readings making him look back on his past a lot. So he has seen tarot readings. He does see them. There's something about him like being there's something about when he hears something that resonates for him, leaving the video right away and then going into this place of seeing his healing process in some way. This is either about seeing his healing process, gathering information, and then moving into healing it. So there's something about him never getting to really the end of a reading most of the time. He kind of starts or looks into it. He looks at it. He has something where he's looked at a number of readings before, and then he just goes and withdraws to heal. What else is he healing? Mostly struggle and teaching, so he's learning lessons through these readings. So he looks at it, he tries to see like the good in it. He also is very discerning as a person, very discerning. So I feel like what he does is he looks at the information, and if it resonates for him, he'll go hastily out of the video and then click into or tap into what his mind is telling him about his healing process. Why is the Star here? Oh wow, this is needing to come out. Transition, or about starting new chapters with people. So there's something about the relationship aspect. Jimin has seen readings with regards to relationships, and it helps him transition out of old like energies with people specifically. They want to mention that to you guys. So yeah, he's learning how to heal and to tap into more of his authoritative side with regards to relationships, and I feel like it kind of triggers him, and he kind of runs away. He starts getting like kind of conflicted mentally, but he knows that he has to heal something or address something here. Look at that Knight of Swords coming out again, guys. We have two Knight of Swords. Yeah, so he moves out of energies like really quickly when he feels conflicted or feels triggered by the information in the readings. But he does look at it from time to time when he's at rest. He's taking a rest from it now. He's defensive of it, okay? Okay, so with regards to moving forward with his spirit team, because we change our minds or we decide to do something and look back at these readings later when we can handle it. And with that in mind, would his spirit team be open to me working with him? No, it would cause more restriction or cause him to feel trapped into a decision that he may not be ready to make. So there's something about him needing to make decisions on his own. So no for Jimin. Okay, guys. And from there, you can decide if you want to stay with me as a reader, because I'm not going to force people to stay here. Okay. All right. So Taehyung, how does Taehyung feel about readings here? We have the Two of Pentacles, the King of Cups, and the Knight of Cups. Very sweet energy. He's open to it. He has a loving and open energy with regards to tarot readings. Two of Pentacles, though, he would want to make sure that he's in balance. He would have to he tends to juggle the information. So he feels like he has to recalibrate when he hears readings, because I feel like he's a bit naive in the sense where he kind of hears something in a reading and he's like, what? It's got to be right. Yeah, he has this connection, a love and openness to readings, guys. So he has an openness to it. I feel like, though, it can kind of weigh him down if it's the wrong information, or like information that kind of gets him confused. He feels like it must be right, but is it? You know, he starts confusing or feeling concerned because he's like, man, is that true? Maybe my subconscious isn't telling me something and they're telling me. Maybe they know more than I know. So there's something about him needing to balance himself out when it comes to his peers, okay? His peers and people that do tarot readings telling him something about it. But he's open, really, really open, guys, really open. With regards to all of this information considered, would his spirit team be open to working with me? We have the Three of Cups. Wow, they see me as a friend. They see that it would be a positive experience. That's always good, because not everyone's ancestors. We all have ancestors that like us and don't, and don't want to help us or want to help us. So of his spirit team members, they do feel like I'd be helpful to them. So we're going to continue and keep him on the list. Now, with regards to Louis Tomlinson, how does he feel? Here we go. How does he feel about these readings? About tarot readings. I want you guys to keep in mind this is about all tarot readings. This is not about me specifically unless I ask. Okay, how does he feel about tarot readings? We have the Two of Wands. Wow, okay. I heard they never get it right. He feels like they never get it right. All right, so we have the Two of Wands, the Empress, and the Five of Wands, or Five of Pentacles. Two of Wands is the energy of looking from afar. I think he surveyed and looked from afar at the community at large. And he feels like there's like a lot of women in the industry, or like in the celebrity tarot world. And he kind of looks at you guys. But there's a lot of abundance. Something about the Emperor is coming, or the Empress. I keep saying Emperor, Empress. So I don't know why that's tripping me up here. Why is the Empress here? With regards to how he feels about readings. Tower. He feels like you guys are a little crazy, or we're all pretty crazy. He feels like we're crazy. He feels like we all say like crazy stuff, or very like, I don't know, it's like we get so emotional. He feels like we're very emotional when he watches these readings. He feels like we're all in our emotions, because I'm going to include myself in that always. And collectively, he feels like he just wants to move out of that energy. The reason why I'm saying that is because of the Five of Pentacles. He feels left out or misunderstood within the tarot community, within the celebrity tarot world. Now, with regards to whether he's seen my readings, I don't know if he has. I'm very curious to know. I'm kind of scared, but I'm trusting my guides regardless, that what was said in there was meant for his highest good. We'll look into that in a second. But with regards to whether his spirit team would like to work with me, what is it? Oh, okay. We have a yes. So we have Temperance. He thinks I'm balanced. His spirit team thinks that I'm balanced, that I have some things to say, perspective, tranquility, harmonious, that I'm harmonious, and that I am at least accommodating to him. There's something about his spirit team thinking that I at least am balanced when I talk about him. Okay. Well, that's nice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. With regards to whether he's seen my readings, has he seen my readings specifically? Now, I don't want anyone in the comments asking me to ask about all people here. I really don't have the time to do that. So if you hear a couple of them saying yes, please know that I'll let you know in the future if something needs to be put down. So for instance, if I tell you guys, hey, I have to put down this artist's videos, they likely liked it and they responded or reached out to me, okay? If you don't hear that message, or you don't get like an inkling of some suspicion, I'll just kind of let my spirit guides guide them to me if they're meant to see my messages, okay? But I'm just really curious. I'd like to address my curiosity with regards to him. Has he seen my readings at all? Has Louis Tomlinson seen my readings at all? Wow, okay. You saw my cap. I hope you like it. If you don't, it's okay. We have the Ace of Pentacles and the Hanged Man in reverse. So he actually did see an opportunity or hear about it. Because when I see the Ace of Pentacles, that means that an opportunity came to him that he stood up for to look into. And we have the Queen of Wands, the Ten of Swords, and the Nine of Cups. That is a weird ass energy. So Queen of Wands tells me either that's in reference to me as the feminine energy here, going through a really difficult time. But look at that Temperance that we got earlier. How did he, if he did get an opportunity, did he watch it? All his cards are falling. I'm trying to reveal my hair. I'm trying to reveal my cat. That's funny. Strength in reverse though. That's about giving up or not taking the time to do it. That's also about having some like some guards up. Yeah, he had a guard up. He didn't watch it. He was like, no, I'm consented. I'm contented not seeing it right now. He's not interested in deliberating on whether it'll be helpful to him or not. Is that correct? Oh, Two of Swords. They're saying partially correct. We also have the Temperance and the Ten of Cups. No, he's happy right now. He's just really happy and he has love to give to people, including me. So he doesn't have any negative feelings towards watching it. But the Eight of Swords is here. He feels stuck in his head about watching it. So has he watched it? Any of my readings? Wow, when things fall like that. Yeah, Ace of Wands, he has watched it. So he's watched my readings, but he went back into reclusing and he kind of put the information that he got into the Seven of Pentacles here. So he basically got what he wanted from the reading and basically said, okay, it matches up with me, so that's good. He kind of took whatever was resonating for him out of the reading and then moved on. So he feels undecided about me, but his spirit team is balanced. Okay, so they feel like I come from both perspectives. That I listen to his fans and what they're saying, but I also look at what the cards are saying. So that's coming through. Okay, Five of Wands here. Yeah, there's some differing beliefs with how he sees people in the tarot community with Louis. Okay, so that's something to note. Moving on. All right, we have Harry Styles. How does Harry feel about tarot in general? Wow. He's very protective when it comes to tarot. So, okay, so let's see. We have the Tower, the Sun, and the Four of Pentacles. He takes stuff in. It feels like he takes it in. He feels like there's like opportunities to take in this information that's enlightening for him. So he's like, hell yeah. Like when he hears like a reading that comes out of nowhere, he's like, there's something big about this and there's a reason why I'm hearing about it. My voice is starting to go, so it's tapering off. So I want to see why that is. I feel like there's something else coming through here. Why is the Tower here for Harry? I feel like it's a blessing to him almost. So I have here the Cracked Cup and Crib for why the Tower is here. Birth or conception of an enterprise and dissatisfaction with life. He feels like it stirs up encouragement for him when he hears about something at a point where he's at his lowest. When he's at his lowest, he might be open to that. And I feel like there's specific occurrences where he's been at his lowest, where he's heard someone tell him about something and it gave him the energy to move forward, or it kind of helped encourage him, something like that. And if it's not, let's keep going. Let's keep looking at what it could be. The Tower. Because I heard no, it's not. So I'm like, huh? What is it? You can tell me. Let's see. So let's look at this. We have good luck. So it gives him good luck. It makes him feel really like fortunate to hear what you guys say. I feel like he sees it as a gift. I keep getting that energy. He sees it as a gift, but he always takes it with a grain of salt because he doesn't want it to get in the way of something that he wants, and he also doesn't. He does take the warnings. So he wants you guys to know he takes in the warnings from readings, but he doesn't take in anything that kind of conflicts with what he wants to do. That feels very Aquarian. So he just feels like it's a very beneficial tool. He feels like it brings happiness when it's used correctly, and then he's very protective of his energy with it. With regards to his spirit team, how would they feel about working with me going forward? They said yes, but they're apathetic. So it's just the energy of like, they'll come to me and they'll tell me when to like, they'll basically ask and come to me at times when I won't expect it and give me some information. So it's kind of this energy of like, they might have tried to do it too, and I was distracted at some point. I'm just gonna call myself out. But there's something about like them coming to me at certain times that I'm not gonna expect it, and to be aware of that. So they might have already done that, and they will. Okay, thank you. Thank you guys. So yes. Okay, let's keep going. We have Zayn Malik. How does Zayn feel? Wow. About tarot readings. Wow. Okay, so for Zayn, we have the Seven of Swords, we have the King of Swords, and we have the Hierophant. Hell yeah. So his energy is, he feels like it's an elevated form of, he feels like the people that really are good at it are like coming from a place of an elevated form of consciousness, is what I'm hearing. Bigger words than I ever anticipate, but I always get like words distinctly from their spirit team. He feels like it's something that like, it shows kind of like your elevation or ascension. So he really appreciates it. He feels like he really appreciates the teachers in the community that come with this information for him. So he's very good at listening. He's very humble to come at a reading and to hear what people have to say about it. He's had readings before, I feel like, with regards to love, like people that have hurt him, about having to leave situations. He might have had a specific situation where someone told him about a relationship, like he went to get a reading, or he went online and looked up a reading about pick a cards or something about looking into a relationship or something like that. And he did either have a friend, he could have had a friend as well that was interested in tarot cards that could have given him a reading, because he was really feeling weighed down and oppressed in some way by a relationship or by some hurt and loss. And it gave him clarity. So he feels like it's a really great tool for giving you clarity on a situation, but he also recognizes his power in that he can determine his destiny, he can determine what he should do, the right things, but he does see that it's a way to see the truth in a situation that's deceitful or tricky. Okay, so yeah, it brings balance. It brings balance and clarity and peace to him. So peace of mind is what I'm hearing, and I feel like he protects that at all costs. So anything that gives him peace of mind, he's grateful for. I'm hearing eternally grateful. He looks at them from afar at sometimes, and he's grateful for the information. So that's really sweet. With regards to Zayn's, I was going to say background. Wow, I feel like there's something they want me to say. Has Zayn seen my reading, Spirit? Okay, it didn't come out. So we have a Two of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, Two of Swords, and the Eight of Wands. Indecisive about whether or not to look at it. Is that correct? Seven of Swords, no, that's not correct. So there's something else to this. Has he seen these readings before? My reading before? Has he seen? He has before. I feel like he didn't look at it, because I see like the Four of Cups is like someone that receives something but doesn't look at it and kind of holds on to it and says they're going to get to it. I don't know if he got to it. He was waiting for an opportunity to get to it, to look at it. Will he take a look at it at the reading or readings? We have one card that came in. Guys, we have the Wheel of Fortune coming through. So he will look at it at the appointed time, but he has not yet. All right. Yeah. He's focusing on his work right now, and he's split between communicating or moving forward and looking at the reading and working. He's focusing on his work. As you would expect with any artist, they're going to focus in on themselves and focus in on their joy. So if he does ever see it, I'd love to hear what he has to say. If he sees this message, I would love to hear what you think of it. But continuing on, I'm open to constructive criticism from any and everyone that comes on here, okay? All right, let's see what his spirit team would like to say. Would they like to work with me going forward? We have the Seven of Pentacles, longevity. They actually would like to work with me long term with him. So keeping that in mind, I will say yes, definitely. I'm open to working with you. His spirit team, my spirit team likes his, and I think his ancestors are similar to mine. Moving forward, Niall Horan, what does he feel about tarot readings? We have the Lovers, the Three of Wands, and the Magician. Damn, he really feels like it's a great opportunity. So he actually feels really, there's like this energy of love-hate too though. There's this energy of like it bridging a gap for him with the Lovers card. So it helps bridge a gap, but it's like it could be his own worst enemy if he lets it. He actually feels like right now, let me see, Three of Wands energy. He's had a relationship within the past that was a bit karmic, is what I'm getting though. He's had a relationship with it where it kind of bit him in the ass, or he had to move out of this energy of looking into tarot readings. But he does see it as what you make it. He kind of sees it as like, as a magician, like you manifest the information you want to see. So he kind of feels like a little jaded by it. It feels like he's jaded by it a bit. I'm not going to lie. But he feels like there was a relationship in time where he actually did love it or want to know more about it. What is his healing process with tarot? Let's get into that if we could. His relationship with it is it makes him, he has to emotionally release something. He has some pent-up feelings, and I'm hearing pent-up aggression with it. He has to forgive people that have told him things that were incorrect, or readings he's had that were incorrect. Slow but steady and transformation. He will transition into opening up to it, but it feels like it's given him grief. He's open to it, but he feels like it's still a tool of manifestation, is what I'm getting. Something like that. With regards to his spirit team, would they be open to working with me going forward? We have yes. Jeez, okay. I'm gonna have too many people on my list. No, just say no. Okay, Page of Cups is the energy of playfulness or sweetness, or there's like a sense of them seeing me as someone who they feel comfortable with, because when I see the Page of Cups, it means that they think I'm like sweet, or like it says psychic, emotional, dependent youth, someone interested in learning about emotional issues. So they see that I tend to focus on emotional things and issues, which is really fun. I love that. I love healing messages, so it seems like you might have healing messages in the future. All right, let's keep going. Or playful messages in the future. Little messages I feel here and there. But let's keep going with Liam Payne. How does Liam feel? Wow. Okay. Wow. Interesting energy with Liam. So we have the Seven of Cups, which is about delusions. When I saw that, I thought there's an energy of like, it's delusional, or it's like an energy of like it's a lie, you know, because it's kind of like the Hall of Mirrors type energy. But then I got the Queen of Wands, and I got the High Priestess. So we're getting the King of Wands to confirm the Queen of Wands. And then what is this card, Spirit? We have the Page of Cups. Why are these two cards here? Oh wow, High Priestess. Same as, who was it? Louis, that kept falling in one place. Alright, the High Priestess. It was in reverse, so he doesn't feel like it's actually, wow, High Priestess in reverse to clarify the High Priestess and the Queen of Wands. Wow. What is he healing with regards to this? Alright, it's all good. So he's healing in the sense of seeing the importance of it and the possibilities with it. I feel like he kind of is more cut and dry of an energy. I get a cut and dry vibe from him constantly, and I kind of am open to whatever comes through. So if he's fluid today, it would come up. But I just feel like he's consistently more of a laid back and also practical individual. And I feel like they're talking about the fact with tarot, he feels like it's something that fuels fire in people, like it helps encourage people, and he recognizes that. He feels like it's an intuitive tool, but there's something about it like being like something that is not organic. It's coming from somewhere. With the King of Wands and the Page of Cups, it feels like he feels like it's about man's will and force. I think of force and determination, and also like a childlike energy. So it almost feels immature, like an immature king. So it feels like an immature, he feels like people I was about to say industry, but in tarot, in the community, are people that go off of things quickly but are very immature and not very intuitive. So he feels like they're not very intuitive and they should be wary of that. And he feels like there are a lot of delusional people in that industry. That's what I'm getting. But he feels like there's a purpose for them as well. He looks and surveys the information, but he holds back because he feels like it only leads to death, or it only leads to something bad for some reason. Would his spirit team like to continue working with me? Hell no. Hell no. And I figured that because of his past readings. He has a very religious energy about him, and it's not personal because I feel like everyone goes through something, but he has a very, some qualms. He's not about it. So I'll be back for more, and I'll see you soon. The next one we have is Travis Scott. How does he feel about tarot in general? Let's keep these organized as much as we can here. All right, so we have Strength coming in for Travis Scott, the Three of Pentacles, and the Ace of Cups. Okay. He sees it as a beautiful thing. What I mean by that is I think he sees the people that are working together to help people out there. He really admires the work that you guys do as tarot readers. He wants to let you guys know that. He admires the strength that it takes to say things that are not very, like, people are not very keen on hearing. He likes how strong you guys are and how you guys are committed to the truth, committed to excellence, committed to working hard, getting in people's energies that are not very easy to work with. And he has like a united front with you guys. So with tarot readings in general, he has no issues. I feel like he's also a pretty interesting. It's like this energy with the three cards that I got. I felt guided to take the first three. It's the Knight of Pentacles, the Moon, and the Seven of Swords. He feels like he's very slow and steady, though, with what he hears. He doesn't want to ever kind of just take stuff in stride, so he's very intuitive. I feel like, I feel like he also has some things that he's holding on to. Something like that is coming through, because the Knight of Pentacles is also could be a personality trait of being slow and steady with people, but it's also Taurus energy. So Taurus energy is coming through, and I believe he's a Taurus. So it's just the energy of someone who has some secrets and is very careful and calculated with that. But at the bottom of the deck is the Four of Wands, the Chariot, and the Five of Pentacles. He likes to find out certain things about what people are hiding from him. He might do readings or hear about readings about what you don't know, what secrets are out there that you're not aware of, because he feels like it helps him not feel out of the dark or feel left out in the dark. Yeah, I feel like he feels like there's a lot of people that try to hide stuff from him, or he might feel like he needs to know about the secrets. There's something about the underworld and like darkness, seeing it as an opportunity. Tarot as an opportunity to look at the darkness or to look at the secrets. So something about the secret arts or something about the dark arts is significant here. Would Travis be open to, or his spirit team, would his spirit team be open to working with me in the future? We have the Seven of Cups, which is no. What I see from this with the Seven of Cups, with there being lots of options, I don't feel like he ever will end up in this area. I feel like he has a lot of other people he watches and choices that he makes. He might even watch Astro Queen. He has 3 people that he has as friends that he listens to. I feel like he doesn't listen to people that are new as often. So he probably wouldn't even be open to it. I feel like he would just think that it's wishful thinking to receive so much information from other people. I feel like he's happy. He's very contented with who he talks to or who he sees right now. I don't know why I'm getting like Astro Queen vibes, like he might watch her already. And there's someone that's also like has a more Muslim name specifically that he watches. I don't know why I'm getting it that way. And also I'm hearing Allah. He might just like maybe focus in on divine guidance from his spirit team directly, which is amazing. I'm not going to say no to that. I think that's better. I feel like he's very wary of like Piscean energy and getting into an augmented reality. So he doesn't want to listen to too many people in his ear. So something about him likely not needing any information from me because of that. He is good where he is. Ooh, my stomach. It's growling if you guys can hear it. I'm so hungry. All right, so that's a no for Travis. All right, let's keep going. So the next person is Jackson Wang. Jackson Wang. I had to say that 3 times. I feel like I have to get into his energy. 1 second. Spirit team, please assist me with Jackson Wang's energy. What does he have with regards, how does he feel with regards to tarot readings? We have the Seven of Pentacles, we have the Six of Cups, and we have the Wheel of Fortune. He's been looking at it for quite some time. I think he has an interest in it. I think he actually looks into certain things that resonate for him, and he keeps track of it. So he actually has like a record of looking at tarot videos, tarot readings, and he has like a past like relationship with it or something about the past. He looks back on like someone or something nostalgically here. Something karmic. I feel like there was he had a past experience with someone where he was looking into them a lot, and I feel like that's coming through. Or he just feels like he just usually is going through really pivotal moments when he has these readings come out. Or why did I say come out? When readings come out at certain times, like he might look at them, like solar eclipse readings, certain times of the year, certain things are significant for him. He finds like guidance from certain big aspects of his life. He might even have like a teacher, someone who teaches him or who helps him, guides him, kind of like this energy with the Hierophant. Or this is just about a Taurus. Something about Taurus, maybe not seeing them and then like looking from afar, because we have the Four of Cups. Or like trying to find peace with something that he's not aware of. So it's like the energy of looking into readings when he's not aware of something and he needs to know, or looking into people that he's not close to and not in proximity to, and also looking at specific events in time. So there's something about him looking at it and also having an impact on him in the past. I feel like he has run with certain things and persevered through them, or addressed something in the past with regards to tarot readings. That's coming through. So he has no negative energies whatsoever coming through with them if he were to look into tarot readings. I feel like oracle card readings are significant for him as well. So we also have one more question. Would his spirit team be open to working with me going forward in the future? Wow, they said yes. So they gave me the High Priestess. So that means that they feel like I have some information that would be very helpful and trustworthy for you guys to hear. And then I'm tapping in deeper with him that they like. They like that I am able to tap into something with him and his ancestors specifically. I feel like a connection to them. And I feel like that's why it's the High Priestess for the answer. So they do definitely feel like I have something to impart there, or I have already imparted something and they'd like to work with me again. Good. Okay, good. Cool. I'm just getting the sense like of a need to pause before I get into Diddy. Oh God. I don't know why. I just feel like for some reason my spirit team is like, you caught the essence of everything for everyone and now you need a second to pause. So I'm gonna get my little snack break. Water. You guys might need a snack break if you're watching this thoroughly. Okay. I'm hearing 5-finger discount. Does someone need to like grab something from a sibling or a friend that they didn't buy themselves or something? Stealing something? Okay. Alright, let's get into Diddy. Alright. How does Diddy feel about tarot readings? We have Judgment. Wow, we have Justice, and we have the Three of Swords. He feels like, he feels like it's too on the nose for him when it comes to tarot readings. He feels like it tells him certain things that aren't the best. And when I said it tells me, it feels like I've tapped into his energy, as I have with the reading, right? He's had readings with me. His spirit team has had readings with me. I feel like the information, if he were to hear it, would be very disappointing for him. He would be heartbroken. He'd feel like isolated if he heard what I said about him. I feel like it's karmic justice with the Justice card though, and I feel like Judgment is judgment on his character. I feel like he would find a lot of things that would resonate, but he would not like it. I feel like he's had readings like that a lot with people where they find out things and he doesn't like it. So I don't think he has it very often. If he does, you're very trusted, because I feel like he wouldn't want you guys to hear certain things that come through. Heartbreak. Okay. He's been disappointed in relationships and love, and I don't know if he's ever looked into like asking someone about it. But they always tell him he deserves it or something like that, because Judgment and Justice coming through tells me karmic retribution, meaning that he's going through karma or karmic ties, and his spirit team is very open with telling him like, you need to know this. And I don't know how he feels apart from the pain. I don't think he really likes it too much if it brings out all of these things that are painful for him. So keep that in mind. So I would say he overall just feels like it's too much to bear or too much to experience. With regards to whether his spirit team would work with me again in the future, it's the Knight of Pentacles. It's a yes. They actually would like to routinely check in with me, so that means that they likely have little things to give me here and there. Like I did with the readings, that was some of what they wanted to share. They have more. I feel like it's karmic justice and retribution for us to talk about some things, and that's why they're coming to me. I feel like people around the world are getting information from his spirit team because there's something about reckoning and justice here. All right. So that's a yes. Oh God, I'm just kidding. All right, with Justin Bieber, what is his feeling towards tarot readings? We have the Five of Swords. Okay, fried chicken is what I heard, and then my nose got like all congested, and death. So he does. He doesn't like it. He's very combative against tarot readings. He feels like he wants to do things his way and focus on how he does it. He's very free, light. He doesn't want to kind of feel like boxed in or closed in some way. If he has had readings in the past, it was to close off big karmic ties or big finales to certain relationships. So he feels like it always brings newness to his life, but he doesn't quite like the constriction. He likes to fight against it. He tends to fight against what people say in readings. The conflict. How you respond to it matters. Okay guys, so my camera died, but let's continue before we get cut off again. If we do, I'll continue from there. But the Fool energy makes me feel like he likes to feel free and weightless. He doesn't like to feel controlled or stagnant in some way. Feels like with the Five of Swords and the Fool, it feels like he is a fool in some respects with regards to the information that he gets. He doesn't listen to it. So he's a bit ignorant in that regard most of the time, because he combats it. He fights it. If you're fighting it, you're not going to receive it. But I feel like he just wants to be free and make his decisions as he should. Those lead to Tower moments. Those lead to the Death card. So it leads to the transformation he needs anyway. So that's what matters. But that's what I'm getting. Would his spirit team be open to me talking with them or doing any more readings with regards to him? I think that there's still hope in the sense that he might still go back or be open to prosperity through the abundance of knowledge people have in readings. I feel like there is a possibility of him seeing readings like this, and moving forward I will be open to readings for him. So I'm going to look back on this list in the future and be like, if you guys ask about someone, I'm going to revert back to this list here, okay? So that'll tell me, should I even open up to them? And it's still according to my will. I want you guys to know I still have free will. So I'm not going to do every and any person whenever anyone else feels like it, unless I feel guided to and I want to, okay? That will affect readings. If I feel forced, it will not happen. Okay, so I'm really happy to hear that they're open to a reading with me, and they will be open to working with me, their spirit team. I feel like we have similar spirit guides. There might be some spirit ascended masters and spirit guides that Justin has that I have, and so they're open to it. All right, we'll see. So next one we have is Mariah Carey. There's only one card, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue with these, okay? Spirit team, please guide me in this reading to continue on from where I left off for the rest of these artists that are coming up in our hearts, our minds. Please help me to understand what it is that I should touch on for them. So with regards to Mariah Carey, she's going to get the last Sacred Web tarot card. That's the Spout of Water. So that's the Page of Cups for how she sees tarot. We have the Ten of Wands, and we have the Moon. Wow. So, she feels like it's a childlike thing to do. She feels like it's immature a bit. I don't know. I heard below her pay grade. She feels like it's immature. It's what little girls do or little kids do at home. She feels like it's burdensome, and we have the Moon. She feels like it's all like kind of confusing, and it's kind of a mess is what I feel when I look at these cards. Oh, interesting. So she feels like it's just fleeting, like it comes in and it just kind of filters out her hands. So she might hear it and just be like, oh, in one ear, out the other ear. So in light of that, spirit team, do you think I should continue or do any readings on her? They said yes, because there's still an abundance of information, and I'm hearing afterlife. So I feel like there's so much information about her that will come through if I do tap in. So they're saying, hell yes. Okay, so we'll see what comes through for other people to understand her as well. It's not just for her, but for everyone else in the collective. Something about motherhood as well is coming through. So we'll see what comes through in the future. With Amanda Bynes, how does she feel about tarot? We have the Queen of Swords. Okay, she knows it's the truth. I was about to say that before I saw the last card, guys. Queen of Swords, Knight of Cups, and the Ace of Swords, guys. That's the energy of someone who knows it's clear. It's clear. It's helped her. It's been very helpful for her. They want you guys to know that. She actually has got a lot out of readings, and she feels like she likes the directness of it. When she feels confused, she feels like it helps her understand her blunders or mistakes. I feel like she currently uses it. When she feels angry, she gets encouragement from it so that she can feel joy. Look at these cards. Anger is what she's feeling, and joy is what she's feeling. In the back is what she's encountered. So it feels like she's dealing with some, like when she has to deal with some emotions that are really hard to experience or hard to really sink into, she goes out and looks for readings or gets a reading from someone that helps clear up things for her. So she likes it. Would Amanda's spirit team be open to readings with me in the future? I have no. I feel like she doesn't want the information or for me to tap into the information, her spirit team, because there's something about defeat or having to fight or have some united front. I feel like I would bring something to the table where it would actually bring about a lot of conflicts. This could be with her fans. Conflict with the Five of Swords. Conflict. I feel like this would also bring about energies that are very rough. I don't think it would do well with her energy, considering she wants to heal and address anger. I don't think she wants to deal with the conflict that would ensue with me. So nope, we're not doing readings on her. It could be with other people, like executives and such, with regards to her. But I feel like she's also like this in the collective. I feel like she's being quiet but contemplative, and she's really being like a war. I feel like she's fighting battles that you guys are not aware of, and fighting battles quietly, and she doesn't need help. So if I'm not, meant to help her, I think she's got it on her own. So something about that. What you got from the reading with regards to her is all that they want me to talk about. And they're going to transition her into fighting battles either on her own with her spirit team or with someone else. That's what they want to tell me. All right, I'm open to that. So let's keep going. With Selena Quintanilla, how does she feel, or how does she feel in her current energy? Because I feel as though Selena Quintanilla has passed away, of course, but there's something about what I mentioned in the reading about her transitioning into another life and being like a young woman or a man at this time. She's already had that transition, and so this is her energy, her higher self saying what she feels towards tarot. She feels the Ten of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Two of Swords. It helps her make a decision when she's split. So it's very similar to someone else that I got. The energy of, if I feel divisive in myself, if she feels divisive in herself, she looks to this information to help her make a decision. And it's usually with regards to her nurturing energy in her family, like her this could be like just family members and such, having harmony with them, and also about her personal happiness and pursuits with career. So love and career are coming through. She would use them for love and career as well in the past. So with regards to whether or not her spirit team would like me to work with them, it's a no. And we have the Eight of Cups. She's transitioned already, moved on to something more emotionally fulfilling, and I feel like that is the last that we'll talk with regards to her. Okay, so that's a no here. Wow, guys, we are on number 30 finally. So we are on Robert Pattinson. How does Robert Pattinson feel with regards to tarot? We have the King of Pentacles, the Five of Cups, and the Strength card. It takes guts, takes balls to listen to some of the readings. I feel like when he listens to it, he's either disappointed or he's like, he finds out disappointing things in readings, is what they're trying to say. Hold on one second, guys. So what I'm noticing here with the King of Pentacles, the Five of Cups, and the Strength card. Let's tap in 1 second. He feels like, almost like a lot of people that do this lose a lot of money. That's how he sees it. He sees it as something of an expense that takes a lot of money out of your account, or like out of your wallet, out of your finances. He feels like it's something that drains your resources and also drains your emotional healing or emotional health. So there's something interesting coming through, because this is his energy. This feels like he's all about like comfort, comfortability, practicality. He feels like it's kind of like a loss. He feels like it can be really detrimental, and you have to be really strong. You have to be very like controlling with it. You can't go too far, because if you go too far, you may end up in a position where you're losing your your mental health, your finances, everything. And that is very true. You have to be careful with who you trust with your information, and also who you align with. Like, you have to kind of know yourself, know your intuitive nudges, and know what's true in your life, or what feels right to you. You can't just kind of latch on, okay? So that's important to note. And then with regards to how his spirit team feels, would they like me to work with him again in the future? It's a no. Tower moment. So I'm not going to be touching base with Robert again, based off of this, out of respect for them, because I feel like there's a lot of things going on in his life, and I feel like he already encounters a lot of tower moments on his own. That's what they're trying to say. He's going to go through a major change and shift, and I feel like also we're going to hear about it. So they're telling me specifically with Rob, he's going to have a lot of incidences where we're going to hear about everything. We're going to hear about the nitty gritty on his life specifically. So I really hope I can continue. My baby is currently up, so let's see how this goes. If anything, I will pause, meditate, and spend time another time. So let's continue and see what happens. Next one we have is Suki. How does Suki feel about tarot readings? Okay, so we have the Nine of Swords, we have the Wheel of Fortune, and we have the Chariot. So for something about people who are privileged doing this, I don't know why. I got that energy from Rob a bit, and I forgot to say it. I'm feeling that energy a little bit with Suki. I feel like she thinks it's worrisome. She feels kind of more of a sporadic energy, like she would rather just kind of deal with things in the moment. I feel like she also doesn't quite get why people would ruminate on certain things when they can just talk to their partner about it. Like, why are you doing this reading if you can literally just talk to the person that you're dealing with and get it out in the open? She's being a little bit more practical, but not at the same time, because some people don't talk and convey what they're feeling to you, but she really expects that in her relationships. Fair enough, right? So I'm just getting the energy of like the Wheel of Fortune being like opportune timing, karmic fate, and destiny. I feel like she sees it as something that would be like a third, a fourth even confirmation for her. She goes to tarot. If she were to go to tarot, it'd be just to confirm something that she feels deeply already. I feel like that's when she would go and look into it. I feel like it's usually at a really, really good pivotal time in her life too, with career. Foresight. She has foresight, so I think she can kind of sense when something really good is going to come to her, and I think that's the time when she's open to it. With the Chariot, I feel like when she's traveling, maybe there might be like traveling mercies, or wanting to more so delve into like figuring out when is it a good time to do this or that for travels. I want to clarify that though, because that's what I'm getting. Let's see what else comes through. Okay, Goldfish, increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. Yeah, when she already has an idea for a venture out, that's when she'll go to it. When she feels like there's victory in some endeavor, that's when she'll like look into it. She feels like it's very, it works for her, meaning that she feels like she's not that hard to read and she's not that difficult. I feel like she really feels like a lot of people do get her, her energy and understand her. So I feel like she's pretty fortunate with readings. I feel like she hasn't had like a really big negative experience. But let's see what that Nine of Swords is all about as well. two-faced friend. So there's probably a two-faced person in her life temporarily that was really into it and affected her. It made her feel like it was gossip, or the person was a gossip. She may also not like the energy surrounding tarot because she feels like it is gossip. That is what she feels. I'm just going to share what I think she feels, or what I see in the cards here. So that's what I'm getting from Suki. Would her spirit team like for me to touch base with her? We have yes. She has her reservations, but yes. That's something that's coming through. Yeah. They would honestly ask for me to help in confirming something for like the umpteenth time for her if she ever were to look at readings. They're trying to say like they would be open to conveying something to me that would be repeated, meaning that it would be like the 10th person to say this. So something like that. Like this is like when something isn't cleared out for her or clarified, I'm the person at the end that might just be like say the same thing that helps her in some way down the road. So anyway, we'll see, right? Let's see what's next. So we got that one is a yes. So Suki's team is okay with me, and then Rob's is like, nah. He's going through it already. Okay. So next one we have here is Kate Middleton. Okay. How does she see tarot? All right. I feel like she's the first person that I'm going to use this with. So for her, we have the Hanged Man, we have Death, and we have the Ten of Swords. So she's still like framing her opinion on it, but she feels like it's really a dead end for a lot of people. She feels like it can really ruin relationships and such. So she's feeling like a little bit, I'm hearing the word caustic. I don't know why that word's coming through for her, but I'd like to tap into her energy a bit more and get more messages. So yeah, she just feels like it's like she feels like there's so many messages and there's only so many words you can say. So she feels like it's a once in a while she'll maybe hear something that resonates for her, but she feels like she doesn't quite relate. There's so many intuitive messages like the sea that you see here with the boat, and she feels like she's kind of just like every now and then she might get one message, but it's very generic, and so she doesn't feel like it really hits the nail on the head for her or really clarifies things for her. What else? Devil. So she feels like it's kind of like the devil in some regard as well. A temptation or something that she fears. Please confirm and clarify all that. Yeah. So we have affluent, AI, and perversion. She feels like the people that are involved in it are just in it for money. She feels like it's all just kind of like a bot type energy where people are just getting like a machine that just shoots out information. Like the readers are basically just telling you something that's very generic. She feels like the people that are into it are perverted in some way. They feel like they need to like have it feels like she feels like they have like this aversion to their own life and focusing on their own life. So for instance, she would look at me as a reader and she would think like, wow, this person has no life. She's really desperate, or like really all over someone else. She's really all about other people but not herself. That's how she would feel about a reader like me. I feel like she would see it as someone who she would see readers and tarot readings in general as like someone who has an itch that they want to scratch, like an obsession with somebody basically. Jeez Louise. So yeah, that's what she's getting. That's what I'm seeing here. And one more. River. Yeah, she feels like with the boat and river, isn't that interesting that the two bodies of water? She feels like it's so deep, and she doesn't feel like it's real. She feels like it's all like just a bunch of generic information, military, like it's just kind of like people just kind of spit out whatever sounds typical for a situation, but it's not actually personalized. That's what she's saying. So as far as whether or not her spirit team would want to work with me though, no. Ten of Swords. What's funny is the Ten of Swords came out just now. So moving forward, I will not be addressing her because I feel as though she has a lot of people that are on opposite ends with her, or like are against her. She feels really overwhelmed She feels like someone has backstabbed her 10 or more. It is crazy how bad it is right now. There are endings that are coming up, and so she's feeling defeated. She's feeling done. So her energy is not in a place to open up to this, and her spirit team is saying she needs to end a lot of cycles that are really difficult. So send good vibes, or just when you think of her, consider that as well. The information I did give in the reading prior is still relevant. It's just going forward. She is just going through so many things right now that I think a collapse, breakdown is imminent. Okay, so let's move on. So that's a no here. No. Let's go into someone interesting here. Let's go into Joe Biden. let's see how he feels about tarot readings here. We have the Seven of Pentacles, we have the King of Swords, and we have the Ace of Pentacles. He actually sees it as an opportunity. He has gotten readings before, and he feels like it has been helpful. Let's clarify that. He feels like it's been helpful to him. He feels like it's actually the more true of a number of things in this world. He feels like it actually is helpful. But he is very, in a sense, cerebral. So, yeah, look at that, guys. It's a gift to him. He actually pretty much just has like a positive experience with it. He thinks it's very helpful. Egotism, but he does use it just to hear more about himself. So anything that tells him how great he is, if it's true, or anything that he's done that's been great, the positives, it feels like readers that he's been exposed to have told him really great things along his career, and so he holds and latches onto that. He says, well, they told me I was really great, or I'm a really funny guy, or whatever, and he believes that because, believe it or not, we all have light and dark, so he does have positive traits. He holds on to those. He also does believe in intergalactic energy, or things that are beyond us. Like, people tend to think that that's out of this, you know, that's woo-woo, or that's kind of crazy, whatever. He doesn't feel that way. He actually has inside knowledge on that, and that's why that's coming through with the inside card, and also with intergalactic travel. So he's had experiences with astral projecting or something along those lines. I think when he was younger, he took psychedelics or something. That's what I'm getting. Surveillance, love, and bioweapon. He feels like it's a definite way to peep into certain affairs with people. I feel like he tends to ask in readings about himself for his ego, but then also ask about specific people, and it has been correct. So he's had some good information passed on to him. With regards to Joe Biden, though, would his spirit team like to work with me going forward? Yes. So judgment is here. So there's some judgment that's being reached for him, and they would like me to talk about that. And I heard, I almost wrote yas. I don't know why. I don't even say it like that. Y-A-S. So I guess that's a definite yes for him. I'm going to keep it that way. That's so weird. All right, let's continue. Let's see how far I can go before I have to take a break here, energetically. All right, so the next person we have is Eminem. Okay, how does Eminem feel about tarot? Okay, I feel like so I feel like people have offered to help him with it, or have offered to read for him, and he has said no. And he seems to see a lot of people in the community, a lot of celebrities ask for this type of stuff. So he's actually well aware. I just feel like he's not about it. When we have the Four of Cups, he's like, kind of like he's had offers, and he's like, no, I'm good. We're good. Three of Swords, I don't want to be disappointed. I don't want to be hurt. He might have been hurt by someone who said they were a reader, or he thinks that there's something about this energy where he's been hurt in the past. Why or how? Yeah, let's look at that. Drama. So there's someone that caused a lot of drama with him. Okay, with regards to tarot readings. There's some drama where he doesn't like the idea of drama in readings. So he's not about the drama. And there's been times where maybe someone offered to give him a reading, and he regretted it instantly. He regretted it instantly. Okay, we have trafficking. So he feels like it's a tactic to use people, or to abuse them, abuse them. So that's unfortunate. That's if not done correctly. He feels like it's just a new age thing. Like, it's kind of like just hip for now, and it's not really like rooted in something, grounded in something, that it's abusive, that it's for people that want to abuse you or neglect you. So he has a lot of healing that's coming for him, I feel like, with regards to trusting certain people. Maybe down the road that will shift, but right now this is what I'm getting. What is he feeling with regards to tarot and with regards to the abuse, neglect, the lies, the drama of the past with readings? Wow, we have home. So his mom might have been into it. His mom was into, I think he experienced drug abuse with a parent or both. But there's something here about him having like some sense of being displaced by fruitful attempts to make money or to do something like that in the spiritual community. So I feel like he didn't feel grounded. He felt like it was pretty like frivolous, and I feel like he's addressing his joy and not letting anything affect his joy. I feel like this has affected his joy. The way he looks at it is so negative that I feel like he has to heal some aspect of that. So that's coming through. But yeah, someone that abused him, neglected him, someone that was mistreating him or even trafficked or tried to attempt to do so when he was young, brought a lot of drama, and they had some connection to this era of tarot reading. So he doesn't quite have a positive look at that with home and joy. He had to really address his sense of self and then his joy as well. So in light of all of this, would his spirit team be open to doing readings as far as future events and talking about them? Yes, they would be willing to look at his career path and look at whatever comes through that's helpful for him in building his business. This is a way of opening him up to the community again, because I feel like he's closed off right now, but they'd be open to it. So I'm gonna put yes. All right, with Taylor Swift, let's see what through tarot can we learn with regards to her perspective on tarot. We have the nine of wands, the 2 of cups, and the hermit. So she feels like, okay, she's careful with it. She's very trepidatious about just talking or looking at it with anyone, but she does have a connection to someone that does tarot. And she also does have, yeah, she has one person. She has one specific person that she talks to with regards to tarot. Because she feels like a lot of the time there's a lot of regret with other readers. So she's very insightful, or at least very picky, choosy. I feel like this person could be a Virgo. Yeah, this person might have been involved. This person is very involved in the industry. I just want to say that. So this person could just be a reader and also be very organized, or just have a lot of information. So this person is well known to the people that are more so impactful in the community, in the industry. So I'm just getting that energy with her. Secret space program. This person is older, so I just feel like this person is an older person. She considers them very wise. They might be someone that like was in the sciences, was very involved with the environment in terms of environmental programs and stuff like that. So they might be a hippie type energy, but they also do have I feel like this person though has to deal with their anger. I'm not gonna lie. So the reader, that I'm talking to the reader. So if the reader sees this and like, let's say, goes out there and looks at readings to see how wrong people are, and then starts talking, starts talking about them and saying, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand how you're breaking down her information. I feel like this person literally watches tarot readings as well. So this is the reader. Her reader, the person she refers to for any information, is someone that not many people know. It's like you have to be a friend of a friend. And here's the thing, she looks in people that are well known, like Aphrodite, for instance, or certain people that are big in the industry. I feel like she watches those readings and she literally will like talk shit or say something really negative to you guys. So if you've got a really negative person that's consistent, you might want to look into that for Taylor videos, Taylor Swift, or anything relating to Taylor. If you notice like a trend with a specific person, that might be that person. Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Just want to confirm. Is that correct? Let's just look at 1 card or 2 cards about this person. What do you want to say about them? Yeah, forces working against you. With regards to this person, they like to work against people. They have like a really bad anger issue. They need a vacation. But yeah, she might need to like look into a new reader, because the anger can kind of like manifest in a way where it affects her readings. I said her, so I don't know, man or woman. Okay. In light of all of this, Spirit Team, would you like me to work with Taylor going forward in the future? No, of course not. If she has someone on her team, she already has someone to speak to, but I really do want her to look into that person and maybe have like a backup, because she's going through a lot of transformation at this time, Scorpio energy. She needs to be careful with who she lets into her circle, Taylor, with regards to her transitions. She's going to be going through a lot of transitions, and she needs appropriate people that are meant to stay with her. Some are not meant to stay with her. That's just a message for her, intuitively. Okay, moving on. I just felt that with her spirit team in the past. Someone in her spirit team, she literally has some kind of like, this is something that some people won't believe, but I'm gonna get into it. She has like someone on her team, that reader, that likely does work and prevents people from getting messages in a certain way so that they don't get the truth. And this is why I've had to take a break in the past where I haven't talked about her. Do you guys remember that? I had to take like a month or so off, and that literally was enough for me to get more information, but I couldn't go in there and tap in like that. It wasn't something that I could just tap into all the time. There were blockages, so there's blockages here. All right, moving on. So with the next person, we have Travis Kelce. How does Travis Kelce feel about tarot? He's a lot brighter of an energy, a lot more happy-go-lucky. All right, 9 of Cups, the Queen of Wands, and the 6 of Wands. He actually sees it as a way, oh wow, he sees it as like a badge of honor in a sense, because he's gotten good readings where people were telling him about how successful he would be. He might have even latched on to those readings. So there may have been people along his path that were psychic, even if they didn't do a tarot reading. They might have said to him, hey, I see you doing this and you're going to do great. And he really held on to that, and that really helped him move forward. He has a very independent energy around him. So there's something about, I'm getting his mom. So his mom might do readings. Is there anything you'd like to say about this Queen of Wands here? Yeah, no, a celebrity reader. He has a celebrity reader that he goes to, a Queen of Wands. This person could be a Sagittarius, but they're an Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Keep an eye out. If you guys know a very notable Aries, Leo, or Sag that's holding on to him as a reader, or holding on to him, it's a woman. So female at the bottom of the deck. And then we also have corruption. He has to be careful though. I feel like this person toots his horn. They might even be interested in him. I'm just gonna say it. Sorry, Travis, if you see this. We have female, top secret, and desert. It's kind of like a path that leads cold. It's like a cold, trying to find this person is not gonna be easy. So this person is actually pretty specific with their clients. They don't just take anybody, okay? But they are kind of like tooting his horn. I don't think, there's certain things that they say that I don't think is true, but they say because it's positive. They try to stay positive with him, and he really likes that, and he's very thankful for them. But what's the trajectory on this? Yeah, they're part of something. They're part of some society, and they probably got him through the door with Taylor. They might have talked about being with someone named, you know, when it comes to his interests, he had interest for power. He had interest for notoriety, and I feel like he latched on to someone in the industry, or someone in the industry latched on to him and told him they can make it happen, and kind of make it feel like an accident, like they just stumbled upon Taylor and her friend. But it wasn't an accident, guys. Love, look at that, guys. And weird science. Love is a weird science, isn't it? He fell in love, and I don't know if he expected to fall in love with Taylor before he met her. But let's just keep going. The trajectory of these two is very interesting. In light of all of this, Spirit Team, what would you like to tell me with regards to him? Should I work with him, or will you, Spirit Team of Travis, allow me to do that? They said yes. They consider me to be someone they would work with. 3 of Pentacles is usually about learning and studying. They would be open to teaching me more about him. And when I did his readings, I remembered them talking about his ancestry. So they really want me to know the ground level of who he is as a person, and not just like all the juicy whatever, the information people can acquire from him. I do have some information that I can acquire going forward, and I'm open to it. So I'm glad that they're okay with that. So we'll keep it as a yes. Energy is getting intense, especially with that person he works with. That person's totally corrupted, by the way. that reader, if you read this or watch this, Travis, that person is not going to tell you all the truth, and it's not going to be as honest as you want them to be. This Queen of Wands energy, fire sign, potentially. For Jack Galinsky, we have how he feels about tarot readings. We have the Four Swords, the Queen of Cups, and the Three of Cups. He sees it as a fun little thing. Like he feels like it's fun. It's like a fun experiment. Like, oh, if you feel this way about somebody, test it out, see if it's true. If you want to do it with a partner, see how it works. It's something that he's done with friends probably and does for fun. With the Four Swords, though, I don't really know how that factors in. I want to see if it means that he's at peace with it or if it means that he kind of takes a break from it. I'm getting it ringing in my ears, and it's 6:21. I don't know why that's significant for him. It seems as though I'm getting some interesting vibes with him. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Obstacles to overcome. So he has some money problems, guys. So he's having some money issues, and I wonder if maybe he's taking a break from it because he doesn't want to spend the money. He wants to focus on his issues, like with his work. He has something going on. Someone going out of your life or the end of a situation. So there's an ending coming to Jack Galinsky, and he's trying to take some time to rest, but I feel like someone's going to gift him a reading or gift him some insight. And they're talking about that here. They're going to give him a warning. So if you see this and someone gives you a warning about something with regards to money or financial promise, or I'm hearing promiscuity, or like just your choices with your finances, you're going to have some obstacles to overcome, but they're going to be resolved. And the person, I think someone's going to help you blot up the ink, maybe something in a contract that like is potentially like harmful or not beneficial to you, like addressing a contract and getting something in the fine print, or finding something, a loophole or something with regards to his work situation. They're talking about that. So they're saying that he's taking a rest from it. He finds rest and solace in himself rather than the readings. But when he's with people and he loves, like specifically a Queen of Cups, if there's a water sign in his life, they might be interested and he'll do it with them. So in light of that emotion that we're getting from him, would his spirit team be open to working with me? We have the Chariot, yes. So a definite yes here. Victory, overcoming obstacles. It would be very beneficial for him if he ever came across my content. I feel like there's messages that would come through for him. All right. There's just certain spirit teams you got to just be aware. Like some of them just have other plans for their peeps, their people, you know, like not everyone is meant for everybody. Okay. Moving on here. So let's put yes. Okay. Madison Beer. How is Madison Beer feeling about tarot? Wow. Got the Sun. Got the Magician. Got the Five of Wands. Okay. She goes to too many people. She needs to be very wary of going to too many readers, talking to too many readers, getting too many readings. She needs to not do that, but she really loves it and she really manifests well with it. So I get positive energy from her. It's just there's conflicting people in her life that maybe do it for her, and she needs to kind of settle on maybe a couple, and that'll be helpful to her. As far as whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, we have the Nine of Pentacles. She has a lot of wealth coming in for her career path. Promises. I'm hearing promises. Promising. There's a promising future ahead for her. Independence, success, financial abundance, stability is here for her. So definite yes. I felt like hers was very straight to the point. Very straight to the point, and I appreciate that too. So let's move on to Geneva Natalia. We have how she feels about tarot readings in the community. She sees it as the Eight of Wands, the Two of Pentacles, and the Two of Wands. So there's not two number twos here. I feel like she looks at it, she kind of like surveys it and is like, oh, that's nice, okay. I don't know how I feel about that. She kind of just takes all the information and looks at it. She's the person that doesn't really like the videos as much. She just looks at it. She's the kind of person to just kind of you know, like how there's a person on Twitter that just kind of stays frozen and just kind of watches. She kind of is just like that. She kind of watches and surveys it, and she goes to it, but she doesn't actually quite take it and actually do something about it. Justice. She doesn't actually do anything about it. She just kind of balances it out and it's like, oh, okay. I see what's going on here. All right. Very observant. I'll give her that, but she's not really about it as much. No. She just kind of says, no, thank you. It's like when someone tries to give you some information and communication, she just says no. Oh, you're fired. Your spirit team really wants you to hear some messages that have come to you for a reason. Maybe, oh, I heard something a little snarky. So I don't know for sure if I feel like someone's saying on your spirit team, this could be an ancestor. That's why you're going through what you're going through. Something about like them communicating to you and telling you something that you should have done and you didn't do it. And that's why you're going through it now. And it feels like a little like a feminine energy telling her that on her spirit team, like an older person that passed on, just telling her that's why you're dealing with something specific. Is there anything you'd like to say, ancestor? Yeah, there's someone in your life that's a distraction. Come on now. You're afraid, and they want you to know that this person is not for you. I'm getting Republican, so their ideals are being addressed here. They're a distraction to you. Come on now, is what they're saying. Leave them alone or leave them. As far as whether your spirit team would like me to work with you going forward, Geneva, they said no. I feel like it's because of some triggers or some feelings towards this whole thing. I feel like you look at it, but you don't actually really care for it. And if you don't care for it, it's not going to happen. So things are not what they seem. There's something that you're not seeing. That's all I'm going to leave you with there. Sorry. Next one is Nicki Minaj. I feel like I need to take a pause because my baby, I heard like something crashing, so I'll be right back. Hey everyone, so I am back and we're going to be continuing on into Nicki Minaj. Let's look at Nicki. How does she feel about tarot readings? We have the Page of Wands, the Ace of Cups, and the Ace of Wands. She's really inspired by it. She actually likes doing it when she's starting something or wants to get an understanding or like a spark for something. So she actually inquires about things that she's very passionate about, that she wants to pursue, and it's kind of like a gateway for her to get an understanding of how to move. So look at all the energy of like starting with the Page, the Ace, and the Ace, all about beginnings here. So she really sees it as an opportunity to open up doors for her. Would she be open or willing to, would her spirit team be open to having future readings with me? We have the Ten of Wands, and it's a no. There's something about a burden here, feeling overloaded. It could be either that there's going to be a lot of people touching base with Nicki. I feel really strongly there's going to be a lot of people talking about her, and they don't need me to help in that way. So I feel like, yeah, just the energy of weightiness with this. Wow, there's 3 cards. Let's see what they are. I really don't like how I have to keep bending over for these. Okay. Alright. We have Alive. Okay, Alive. I almost feel like when I saw that and it said, I'm still alive, it almost felt like, you know, he is still alive, he's risen. So something about the Christian faith is significant here. And then we have happy and we have meeting. So she is happy. She is alive, happy, well, and she is also focused on objectives. So there's nothing here that her spirit team wants for me to address. Good, good. Awesome. Let's keep going. So that's N, no. And then let's look at Sabrina Carpenter. How does Sabrina Carpenter feel about tarot readings? We have the 8 of Pentacles, we have the Page of Pentacles, and we have the 7 of Swords. Interesting. I feel like looking at the bottom of the deck. Okay. So, I don't know why. I see mind control and fired. So, I feel as though she feels like it's something as a means to helping you. Like it helps you get in the right direction or get a step in the right direction. But there's something about her, you know, feeling like it can be harmful, or she's seen it be harmful for people, so she's very wary of it. She's wary of it. She takes what she can from this experience with readings. I feel like she's open. Don't feel like she's like completely closed off, but I think she's just careful of how she builds based off of these readings. So I feel like I want to get clarification in some way. Let's do the bottom of the deck. Just feel like taking a stack here, and we're just going to see what messages come through. What would you like to say to help us understand this? Okay, we have 2 cards. We have fear, worry, intense situations, and temporary problems. So she feels like it's a little precarious for her. She feels like her career, she really wants to learn how to utilize it for her career. I feel like she's been doing it for quite some time as well. I feel like Sabrina might have tapped into that and done that. Yeah, she had a great passion for tarot, but I feel like she took some time away from it. And I feel like it was because it brought about, or she thought that it brought about some worries and tense situations, and she had problems with it. Maybe something happened, an experience that was not very savory, but she has some history with it for sure. Is there anything you'd like to say? Would Sabrina's spirit team like to work with me? We have the Queen of Wands, yes. So vibrancy. So they feel like I would have something to give and something to offer her with this information. So we will keep an eye out, and we'll see. I feel like it's going to be about her business sense, or her acumen is what I'm hearing, and also really exciting endeavors that are coming for her. So I look forward to talking about that when the time is right. We also have, next up is Barry Keoghan. How does he feel about tarot? We're also nearing the end almost of this deck, so I do want to make sure that I shuffle again and kind of get everything cleared. I likely will clear up the entire thing once this is done. So we have the Six of Swords, Page of Swords, and the Devil. He feels like it's a temptation. He feels like it with the Six of Swords and the Page of Swords, it feels like he ends up in a very precarious position where he also, I'm getting the word precarious twice for him and Sabrina. He feels like he's done a lot of spying. There was someone that he was really involved with, or someone he really had hopes for, or had some kind of codependent relationship with that's coming up. So with the Devil energy, that could just be Capricorn, right? Like he looks at it thanks to a Capricorn, or that he used to overly look into situations. I'm getting so many words for him. He found it beneficial to look into someone through readings, but I also feel like he kind of ignored certain signs because of the readings he's had. So it's kind of something he's transitioned out of. I feel like there was someone he thought was his like soulmate, or someone who he thought was meant to be with him long term. That was not. They ended up becoming alien to him, or someone that he doesn't recognize. I feel like he might resonate with aliens in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, he has like a very interesting side to him. He, with weird signs, water and greed, I feel like he is very in tune with his balance, or in tune with his emotions. I should not say that he is in balance. I don't feel the energy of someone that's balanced, but I feel like someone, like he has a lot of water elements that are coming through here. I feel like he had some interest in someone in the past. It was like a codependent relationship, or toxic, or there was like third party situations going on, and he's had readings on that. But now he kind of has walked away from that person. He's walked away and has kind of moved on. So I feel like the negative experiences he's had are closely linked with this person. But I do feel like he just feels kind of reserved about it. And I also feel like he's also moved on to calmer waters, and he feels more serene. He feels better where he's at. I'm not sure if he would go back to it. That's what I'm getting from these three cards. Now, would his spirit team be open to working with me in the future? I feel like it would cause him a lot of anxiety, and it would really cause him a lot of stress with the information. So they're giving me a no. So as far as him, I would not do another reading for him. Now Sabrina, she's open. So her spirit team has things to say. I feel like I said earlier, everyone has a person that they're looking to and towards. We come to and resonate with certain people for a reason. So there's something about me not needing to go any further with him. Now, with regards to Jacob Elordi down the road, maybe I'll do that, but I don't think I'm going to talk about him, Barry, with Jacob, okay? I'll get the information otherwise. So let's go on to Megan Thee Stallion. We have the Five of Pentacles, the Seven of Wands, and the Nine of Pentacles. She is so independent, it's unreal. She is not interested. She's defensive against it. She leaves it out in the dark. She doesn't feel like she wants anything to do with it. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, spirit team, with regards to Megan Thee Stallion? I'm getting the card cover up in my mind. I don't know why yet. So let's keep going and see why, if it comes up. We have home coming through. We have desert, and we have cult. So she feels like She doesn't feel at home with it. She feels like God is her focus. So there's this energy of like a religious type background. She doesn't want to collapse her belief in this God that she follows, and she's a Democrat. Somehow that's what's interesting is usually I get an interpretation for Democrat as it meaning something else, but I think literally she has certain ideals that align with Democrats, and I feel like she doesn't kind of take on this aspect of what people tend to generalize about a group of people. So she's not interested in it. She thinks it's culty. She thinks it's kind of weird and woo-woo. She feels like she doesn't quite resonate with it. Is there anything else, Spirit, for Megan Thee Stallion with regards to how she sees readings like this? We have bioweapon. She sees it as a problem. She sees it as like a solution, like a band-aid over an issue that's natural, that should only be solved with God or breaking it down. Something like that. Okay. So that's what I'm getting. So let's see. Would her spirit team be open to relaying information for me so that I can mention it, address it in the collective? Is her spirit team open to working with me? We have the Ace of Wands. Despite how she feels, there's some information they'd like to share with regards to her. So this could be just information that has to be out there and about, but it may not be for her personal development. It may just be information, so they're open to it. That's funny. With regards to Candace Owens, how does she see tarot? How does she see tarot readings? Damn, I did not expect that. So we have the Empress, Justice, and the Three of Pentacles. She thinks it has a place, is what I'm getting with these three cards. Now, I'm getting shivers, so I'm not sure. There's something that needs to be said here about these three cards. She is Taurus energy, so the Empress is known for being all about Taurus energy, luxury, abundance. So how does she feel? Can you give me an idea? So she thinks of it as something you can do. You feel free to do it if you want to, if you feel like you're interested in that, but she thinks it's a form of mind control though. So she feels like it's a very booming business. She thinks that it helps people in some way. So she sees it as something you should administer with caution. She feels like there's some fear that she has around it, and she feels like a lot of people get imprisoned from it. So she does think it's a disaster for some, helpful for others, but she, for some reason, is getting the energy of like, do with it what you will. She's kind of separate from it. It's a very distinct, separate energy here. What else would you like to say about the spirit team with regards to Candace Owens? Because I'm surprised to see those cards. Surprised as hell to see that. So we have omens. So she sees it as a sign of the times. And she sees it also as the reunion of souls. She thinks some people are just really... I feel like she still thinks that there's some people that are just good at it or just meant to do it. She feels like there's something about self-love that's addressed, and she sees it as a way of kind of taking your masculine energy, honing in on it to force yourself to understand something. So she feels like it's a method that likely will work. She trusts that it would work because she believes what's behind it, but I also feel like she doesn't believe in what's behind it. She just feels like, yeah, I'm hearing this phrase, and this is not for me, okay guys? It feels like she's saying when you do stupid things, you win stupid prizes. That's the kind of energy I'm getting here. Like, that's, what do you expect? You're gonna get the answer. Of course, someone's talking to you. A demon is talking to you. That's the energy I'm getting. So I just want you guys to know that. She thinks it works. Of course it works. There's a reason why it works. She's not, I'm not sure what this Empress is all about, apart from that. So... what would you like to say about that Empress? Anything you'd like to say about this Empress energy? What is she feeling with regards to the Empress? It's this card. Suicide. Wow, that came out twice. So she thinks it's like a dumb decision to make. It's kind of like, you know, falling into a trend. She thinks it's a trend. Okay, so that's what she means. So she feels like it's something that's like trending. All right, anyways. So spirit team, would her spirit team like to work with me going forward? No, I'm not surprised. Her and Liam are very similar in their energy. She's a more staunch one in comparison, but no. All right, no worries. There's conflict there, conflicts in belief systems. I mean, that figures, right? The people that are on her team and her ancestors are probably not interested in this type of thing. Fair enough. Let's move on to Sehun, Exo Sehun. I want to say it right, Sehun. All right, So we have Temperance, the Hierophant, and the Six of Pentacles. Okay, so the Temperance card gives me the energy of someone who likes it in moderation. He would be open to it as long as he's able to do it. It's like the energy of give and take, give and receive with both of these cards. The Six of Pentacles and the Temperance are all about balance and reciprocity. We have here that he likely either knows how to do it and maybe like does it for his close friends or just for close people to him, and then vice versa, so he feels like it's a back and forth thing. He's open to it. Is there anything you'd like to say about Sehun's? I'm hearing version of events or version, because I think he interprets it a lot. I think something about the interpretation matters to him. We have Motel Hotel. I heard Motel Hotel Holiday Inn for some reason from Pitbull. So he might just put some music on when he does it. There's something about maybe looking at when he wants vengeance or wants something to go in his favor due to yeah, he does it when he's angry. Whenever he feels vengeful or angry, he does it. And he does it like with either a person that's very cheap in comparison to most readers. He might go to like someone that's younger than him. He goes to someone else when he's feeling like really hurt, really angry with someone. He'll resort to doing it and looking into it. So that's something that you guys should know. So he's open to it, but it's just give and take. And I feel like with the Six of Pentacles, he isn't too generous with regards to how much he gives for this. So it might be someone he knows that's close to him, some fortune teller or something like that. I think he learned a lot. I think he learned a lot about it before he went out and got someone to help him with it. Yeah, that Motel Hotel is getting me. What the hell? Okay. He might do it when he's traveling, or has done it when he's traveling. Would his spirit team be willing to work with me? We have the Justice card, so yes, they would be willing to work with me. It would help balance out the information out online. I feel like it would really help based on the card Justice coming through. That's about legal disputes, truth, honesty, integrity, life lessons, contracts, settlements, just getting things in order here. So I'd be happy to do that going forward at some point. We have for the next person, which is Joe Burrow, the Four of Pentacles, the Four of Wands, 2 4s, and we have the Knight of Pentacles. Joe Burrow. Okay, let me tap in. If you're liking this reading so far, guys, I am so far on number 46. If you guys are liking this reading, please like, share, and subscribe. Doing so will help people see this in the algorithm and get the word out so people can see this content and see how they resonate based on what they know of their friends, of their celebrities that they look up to. Okay, I'm feeling like there's friends of celebrities that are going to see this. Okay, got it. So let's keep going. So with regards to Joe Burrow, I would say, or Burrows, he's protective of it. I think he's really happy and contented with where he's at with regards to tarot. I feel like he feels like he's really slow and steady about it. He's very careful about it, very calculated, and protective, very protective. I think he likes to like be happy for people that get it. I don't think he gets like negative about it when other people talk about their experience with it. So that's not bad. I just feel like he doesn't have quite an understanding of what it is. So these are 2 cards that came through. You can read those if you'd like. So I feel like what they're saying from this, because I take all of these cards by the depths of what it could mean. And I feel like it's usually exactly that, but this is something else, of course. So for this one, I feel like he just kind of pretends. I feel like, yeah, look at all this fake energy coming out, guys. So it's just the energy of like hearing people talk about it and being quiet or being like, oh, great, that's cool. But then not really being open to it himself. So he's not as open to it. He might have come from a background that was quite religious, but then kind of opened up to it. But he's not quite like all about it, if that makes sense. Anything else, Spirit? We have party. It feels like whenever he's partying or when he's having fun with his friends, he sees it happen, because we have witness. I feel like he sees people do it. And he sees militant people, like people that do it a lot. So he might have had a girlfriend that did it a lot, and he would watch and see it happen. So he would just celebrate with them when they're celebrating. He was kind of like happy for them when they would have something good happen or hear something good happen in a reading for them. Would his spirit team be open to working together again? We have the Magician, so yeah, they would. I think he has a lot of things coming for him. I'm getting the energy of partying though, for some reason for him, and I don't recall his message, but I feel like he could have a lot of things manifest to him that he may not like, things that he might like. It just depends on his addressing his blockages here. Something about his blockages, so that might be what we talk about in the future going forward with his reading. All right. With Olivia Holzmacher, with regards to how she feels about tarot, we have the 5 of Swords, the 10 of Pentacles, and the Judgment card. So she's had issues with her family and them not liking it, but her liking it and being very combative about it, feeling like she had to defend it at all costs, because she thought, you know, it's helped me, or she's seen how it works for people, or she just likes the contention, or maybe not likes it, but just ends up being the one that's contentious about it or defending it. She's a militant with that. I feel like she really takes it seriously. I think she takes it a lot, very seriously actually. Very seriously. We have collapse and money, so I feel like she spent a lot of money doing this. I feel like she really does take a lot of pride in. I feel like she actually really gets a lot out of it. I feel like a parental figure, since it's coming out, she might be a parental figure to someone in someone's life, even if she doesn't have kids, but she also may have someone in her family that does it. And I'm hearing gypsy, like a gypsy type energy with her. So she may have a gypsy as someone in her family, and she may have had to talk about or address some male that was jealous in her life, who was pretty power hungry, or someone who was not good for her. So she might have had incidences where she tried to help someone out of a situation like this, out of a jealous partner that someone had, an abusive partner. Something like that is coming through with tarot, but I feel like she's used it a lot. She actually would have, like, I think if she looked back on how much she spent, she probably has spent a good deal of money on it. All right, so with regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, it's a maybe. Okay, they're split on it, on whether or not they should or not. It could just be because they're sitting on the fence and kind of watching how things go with me. Maybe they're divided loyally as far as their loyalty. Maybe there's another person that they want to operate with primarily, but they're open to it. Okay, so let's keep going. With Tom Hiddleston, what are his feelings towards tarot? We have the 8 of Swords, the Knight of Wands, and the 8 of Cups. He doesn't find it emotionally fulfilling. He feels like it confuses him, and he is, I think, too fiery to listen, in a sense where I feel like, especially with partners, I don't feel like he listens. We have 2 8s on the outside, which tells me that he's constantly doing this. I feel like there's been opportunities for him to see readings and such, and I feel like it's really difficult with the Mountains card. We have ritual, treason, and struggle. He has a struggle with rituals, with magic, struggles with how it seems, maybe struggles with the new world or new age type stuff out there. I feel like he's kind of at odds with it. I feel like he thinks it's all maybe woo-woo in some way, new world order. Anything else, Spirit? I don't know why I'm getting a trafficking card in my mind, so it could be he feels like used. Yeah, he runs away from it. Look at that, guys. We have the 8 of Cups and run away. That's hilarious. So he runs away from it. When it comes to his intuition, he kind of goes with it. Or he kind of, when we have intuition, fire, and body double, what that tells me is that he goes with his mind, he goes with himself. He looks at himself in the mirror and says, I know what I need to do. I don't need anyone else telling me. So there's something about him running away from the solace of trusting other people with the information that he receives. With regards to whether they would like me to work with him in the future, it's a no. And the 3 of Swords, pain, heartbreak, betrayal. There's an energy of grief here. Why is there grief from the spirit team? I'd like to know, Spirit. Hidden. I can't make, wow, that's funny. Life insurance. There's a need for him to have certain things hidden that I'm not meant to disclose because it would cause insurmountable pain of some sort with the 3 of Swords there. And also we have life insurance, evil, and outer space. He has some contract with something, some entity. he has some life insurance policy with them. They're taking care of him. So he's a, oh wow, he's someone is working with him. Someone's protecting him. All right, got it. So that one reading I did of him is likely the only reading I'm going to do. And there's some male ancestor, some male entity working with him. I don't think this is an ancestor. I think this is actually like someone he's summoned. As weird as that sounds, guys, there's a lot of people in the industry that respond to, okay. Anyways, someone higher up there. That's an example of someone higher up at one point that relied on, that helps and assists with information and how it comes out. So there's someone in the mix here that helps him. It could be the same person that helped the person you just saw that I pulled up. Yeah, they're very powerful with natural disaster and power supply. Very powerful person. They are a Republican. Interesting. They might have some Republican ideals. Okay, you guys might not even know that they are Republican. All right, let's move on. Interesting. So, okay, we're gonna take a second here to reset, and I will be right back. Hey guys, so we are back. I took a second to take everything back. Okay, so you're gonna see that I have everything that I used kind of like separated. And I'm gonna see you, or let you guys see me shuffle it so that you guys know that I'm shuffling it. It's a lot of third chakra stuff here. Doing so many people at once. Okay. We're gonna shuffle it in with the rest. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's just put these here for when we need to get clarification here. There might be some fear with regards to this information. Okay, moving on. We're gonna reset these. Well, actually, this is what we had left over. Let's just shuffle these. Leave them to the side. And let's just shuffle these in. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Okay. Shuffle. Alright, and we shuffle these that we used in the beginning. We're going to continue with these cards, but I'm going to shuffle them up for the next round here. Alright. Alright, so okay. Spirit team, please assist me with the remainder that are going to be read today, and however long this takes. Please assist me today, April 9th, with this information on how to address this. Ooh. Okay. Alright, so the card that fell, we're going to not have this factored into the reading. This is the Two of Cups. Okay, it chose to leave itself out just because it's been revealed to me and I don't want to use it for this reading. Two of Cups is the energy of feeling in balance with oneself, unity. So that kind of feels like a confirmation for me. Let's move on. Alright, so Tower moment at the bottom here. Okay. Alright, next person we have, Blake Lively is next. Alright. For Blake, what are the three feelings that she has? We have the Student of Earth, we have, which is also translated as the Knight of Pentacles, the Magician, and the Page of Swords. She's looked at it before, she's viewed it, she's been interested in it, she's been open to it. There's the energy of her being open and seeing how cool it is I think she kind of remarks at it a bit. And she feels like it's something that shouldn't be rushed, like learning how to do it. Also, just being a student, something about her being very curious about it. She would be open to it. Okay, she'd be open to it. She feels like it's helpful. It's a tool that people have used to help them. And more power to them is what I'm hearing. Would her spirit team like to work with me? I see strength here, which is a yes. So it would help. I feel like I would be helpful in solidifying things for you guys. Being courageous with the information that comes through and just saying what it is, channeling it with a lot of gusto. I'm feeling like there's this energy of like, I don't know, there's people that are just really like, I'm hearing busty, either in her family, that are in her ancestry, something like that, but they're very like bold people, very big hearts. Okay, so that's significant. It could even be big hearts in the sense of like conditions as well, like literally enlarged hearts, but there's a lot of energetically a lot of strength coming from her ancestors. So good. So that's a yes for her. Let's go into Ryan Reynolds, her husband. How does he feel about tarot in general? He feels the devil energy, the page of pentacles, and the 9 of wands. He's very careful with it, very careful. Kind of looks at it and is kind of like, there's a distance here. More so like there's a sense of protectiveness. I think he's protective towards it. I feel like he would be willing to learn. I think he does have some lessons or experience with at least understanding some of the cards and understanding how it works. I heard proper channels, so maybe he's seen certain people who he thinks does it properly. But there's this energy of temptation or being kind of like hesitant about it. With regards to that, I feel like I could go into that. What would you like to say, Spirit team, with regards to why the devil is here and the 9 of wands? Specifically, those two cards are what tripped me up a little bit with Ryan Reynolds. He feels like it's kind of like foreign to him. He kind of feels out of place with it. We have neighborhood, but he's in the neighborhood. I feel like he totally would be okay with it. He would be good at it if he was open. It's not like he has to force it to happen. I feel like he likes to just kind of take things as they come in the moment. We have spouse partner. So Blake likely is more open to it, and he would be open to it through her, or is open to it through her, is what they want to tell you guys. Would he be open with working with me? His spirit team specifically, would they be open to me? I see the Knight of Cups, and that's a really sweet energy. That's someone who has an offer and proposal. So I feel like they have a proposal for Ryan, something that they want to tell me about him that would help clear up things for people if they have any questions. Anything that they would like, any insight, new ideas and stuff that they want him to present. I feel like they would be very good at helping me facilitate by sharing how intuitive those projects are. Something about his future projects and prospects. They would be cool. They would be really open to it and really sweet about it too. Really sweet ancestors and group. Okay, so next person I see here is Madonna. How would she feel, or how does she feel about tarot readings? Wow, she really gets a lot of joy out of it, or at least a lot of success. I feel like with the 10 of wands here though, I feel like she does get a lot of information, and it can be very weighty, almost burdensome in a sense. So she has to be wary of that. I feel like she sees a lot of the information at night. She tends to see the information at night, and she has a very like, I don't know why I'm getting like a bird's eye view. It must be because of the bat here. If you guys look at the bottom of the card, that's a bat upside down with the 10 wands. I feels like she kind of sees better in the dark. So she likes seeing the secrets behind something in the dark. She likes that a lot, and she likes to know when something's coming at her like flaming arrows, she likes to know how to dart and how to oppose or how to avoid them. So she looks into it for defensive tactics on how to protect herself from her enemies, how to avoid accidents from happening, how to even get revenge. So she uses magic in certain ways. She has magic, yeah, under her belt for sure. We have collapse for how to bring about the end or collapse of something. So she does a lot of like, I'm hearing regenerative magic, trying to regain stuff, clean up stuff that are shitty or things that she doesn't like in her bloodline. So she works with her ancestors, and she works with like healing certain generational traumas outside of herself as well, or like in her line, but then also things around her that are karmic. So she does have like, she does magic in general. It's more than tarot. More than tarot here. A lot of passion for it. They would be willing to work with me with the Two of Cups. Oh yeah. Yeah, Two of Cups is all about love, partnership. They feel like they resonate with me a lot, and I would be really happy to tap in if there were things that they wanted to address, to give her a heads up. I would do it free and paid, of course, for more specific information, but I just want to throw that out there. I'd be open to talking about certain ventures publicly if they were cool with that. Okay, moving forward, we have Tupac. How does Tupac feel about tarot? We have the Six of Pentacles, the Emperor, or the Empress and the Sun. Six of Pentacles, the Empress and the Sun. Wow. He felt like it was very exposing, very enlightening tarot. He feels like there's a lot of abundance that comes out of it, a lot of knowledge, and I feel like he's had a good reading, at least. I feel like people in his life have been really good at, yeah, people naturally on his path brought him to that place, or maybe not brought him, but opened him up to that, or he was like opening up at the time that he had met them. He was more so into enlightening information, new world information, new age information, to address certain natural disasters in the world that he felt like people had given him. You know, like when you're dealt a bad hand, Pizzagate, when you're dealt a bad hand, or you're being targeted. He felt like he was targeted in so many ways, and to get through the tunnel, he had to see the beauty of the beach, or see the beauty of the situations, like the friendships, the people that brought him to a lot of insight. A lot of enlightenment came through certain relationships. Yeah, he got a lot of insight on things that were going behind closed doors, really terrible things. I think he knew things, okay guys? So he was aware, and I think it helped him a little bit in how to move. I feel like his partner, one of his partners, was involved in readings, and it helped him a little bit. We have Motel, Hotel, Evil, and Outside. It helped him move differently outside of the gates. So outside of his own domicile, it helped him move when he would be out in the public eye, when he had to go to certain places and certain occasions, how to operate. He would tap in, and he would ask. And there was someone that would deliver that information to him, or he would find it. So it was really enlightening for him, very helpful. Would his spirit team be open to a mediumship reading, or for me talking about him? It would be a yes, with the Seven of Wands. That's standing your ground. So they want to address certain firmly held beliefs that they want to make sure people understand. Like, these are the pinnacles of who he was as an artist, and they would want to address that with me through maintaining a territorial energy. Like, don't mess with his name. This is why he is this person. So there's something about defensiveness, and I feel like it's his ancestors as well defending him. His spirit team too. Wow. Okay, so that's a yes. Alright. Okay, next we have is Sinead O'Connor. Sinead O'Connor. I didn't talk too much about her on my channel, but she did come up in the music industry reading, so I counted her as one person here. Wow, we have the Ether card, Death, and the Two of Swords. So that's the energy of... There were really big crossroads for Sinead O'Connor with regards to how she saw tarot. But I think it was really a part of her. It felt like it was intimate with her. Like, she felt like an intimate connection with it. But what I'm getting here with these two cards, what's interesting is Runaway and Happy. Let's get more clarity on that. We have greed. So she didn't like the greed of people that would manipulate people. Look at that. We have market manipulation, greed, and serial killers. So she felt like there were really big people that were greedy in the industry with like tarot. So she felt like it was something you had to be careful with, because I felt like she felt like the information was already inside of you, but she felt like a lot of people were going outside of themselves for the answers. So I feel like she was more introspective rather than looking outside of herself. I think she tried, but then she kind of felt like, you know what, I'm good. I can actually look into this stuff more on my own. We have Runaway and Happy again. Yeah, so she felt better tapping in herself, but she didn't have a problem with it. She kind of felt like, kind of split though about it. She didn't know how to feel about it at times. It was just the way it was executed. She felt like it was too like greedy. And I'm hearing greedy nowadays. Like, nowadays people are just so into like the money, what they can get out of it. And that made her sad. That made her disappointed. We also have fired. So yeah, she felt like people that were doing it were unemployed, or people that were doing it were not truly doing it for the right reasons. Excuse me, that was interesting. With regards to working with her in the future, I'm getting a no. It's because she's at rest. Her spirit is at rest. So I feel like it's not like in the middle, like in between worlds where she provides information and insight. I'm not getting that energy. I'm feeling like she is actually not here. Does that make sense? Someone please do a reading on her if they feel interested, to see if she's even like, if she's already reincarnated. She could have already reincarnated, honestly. And that's why it's a no. So moving on, let's put an N for her. And then let's go into Rod Wave. How does he feel about, wow, about tarot? We have the Hanged Man, the Ace of Swords. He sees it differently now in the Knight of Pentacles. He's come around to it. So someone, congratulations to whoever it was that convinced him, or at least like showed him how real it can be and how good it can be. I don't know if he saw like a reader that really resonated with him, but someone changed his mind. He sees it from a whole new light now. He sees it as an opportunity for truth and excavation is what I'm hearing. So like looking deeper into stuff. When he feels frozen, he feels like he can go into it and find out what's hidden. He feels like he has more power. You see that, guys? Power with it. So he actually, specifically with legal proceedings, he might have had like something going on with like a baby mama or like a person in the legal system. And that person gave him an answer and it was correct. A reader helped him out. So there's something about here feeling like it helped him against corruption. It helped him against liars and also helped him not feel as trapped. So it's really, really positive. He feels like this is no longer an issue because he has clarity because of it. So beautiful, slow and steady, he's gotten to that place. With regards to working with him, his spirit team would be open to that. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit further in the future, but I feel like they would be open to moving forward and seeing what lies ahead for him with me. All right, moving on to the last person before I take a break here. So that was a yes for Rod Wave. Bella Porch. So Bella Porch, TikTok star, and among other things, but I knew her primarily from TikTok initially. So with regards to Bella Porch and her position of how she sees tarot readings, we have the Four of Wands, the Nine of Cups, and the Ten of Pentacles. That's all positive. So she sees it as an opportunity for victory. She sees it as an outlet for information coming to her. Like she knows like, oh, this isn't just a coincidence. This is actually coming to me for a reason. The synchronicities, I feel like she sees 444. She sees certain synchronicities. The Nine of Cups tells me she's very happy. She feels like it brings like gratification to her soul or to her, and she feels like it's also something passed down. She feels like she has some relationship to either magic, to witchcraft, or something like that from her family line. So she feels a connection to it, and I feel like she also communicates with her ancestors through it. So that's really interesting, really, really cool. Let's see. Fear. So it helped dispel fears for her. I feel like there might be a reverence in a sense, a respect for it as well. We also have AI, so she feels like it's like the future, or it helps her see the future far in advance. So she feels like it's really helpful. Look at that, guys. Secret weapon. She feels like it's her freaking secret weapon. That's awesome. So she feels like it's almost like a meeting with her guides when she does it. She has a close relationship to it with dating. She might have helped it might have helped her, or tarot might have helped her in dating. With regards to false people and learning lessons, karmic lessons with people. I'm also feeling like it helped her move on past situations that were not beneficial for her. So I'm feeling, yeah, like a lot of secrets she found out and they were revealed to her through tarot. So she's appreciative. With regards to working with her, her spirit team is giving me the Ten of Cups, which is a huge yes. That's about happiness, family, long-term relationships. So I feel like they might want to give me a lot more information. Very sweet energy from her family, specifically her ancestry. Really sweet family there. All right, so that is where I'm going to leave you guys. That's number 55, and then I'll be back with Amber Heard. Let's look into that in a second. I'll see you soon. Okay, so we are continuing into the first night. I feel like this is going to go off into the second day, but we're going to keep going. I'm going to go with it. I feel like my intuition is telling me to do this, and I'm going to just continue on with Amber Heard. So let's keep going. My tiger's eyes right there. What is wow, I was gonna say anger heard. What the hell? Okay, so how does she feel about tarot readings? We have the Ten of Swords, the Student of Water, and the Three of Swords. Wow, anger indeed. She has some anger and some resentment, some pain with regards to tarot readings. I feel like she's gotten it from maybe an affluent person, or she hears about it quite often, but she just feels like it's a burden to her. It feels burdensome. It feels overwhelming. It feels like a yeah, it just feels frustrating. Feels very daunting is what I'm hearing. And with the, yeah, she talked or asked someone before in a reading about like a partner, a person she was interested in that was not really who they were meant, who she thought they were. And I think she might have misunderstood a reading, or the reading didn't come through accurately. Like the person didn't get the right answer, because this person was I don't know if she was interested in the military, or if there's like some history with the military in her family. So like there's this energy of the person she was interested in being militant or being controlling in some way, and getting a reading on them and them telling them something that was contrary to what was really needed for Amber. So there's some anger and resentment there, but there's also landfill. So there's a lot of things, a lot of emotions that she has with regards to tarot, with regards to false people in her life and hearing about them. She feels like they haven't given her a heads up on people that she should have known about. If she wishes that she had a heads up on some people, and it's been like a secret to her. She feels like she's out of the loop. And she also gets emotional, because I'm feeling the energy of feeling like as if someone's being attacked. She feels attacked. She feels like she's been through really abusive relationships with the Student of Water, so she feels emotive, like she feels very passionate about this dislike. So with regards to this all considered, would her spirit team be open to talking to me, giving me clarity on situations that will come moving forward? We have the Page of Pentacles, which is a yes. That's the yes card, and typically I just look at this response to get an answer. So that tells me they're open to kind of showing me more information about her career path, trajectory, and who knows what happens along the way, if she sees it or if she cares to invest in revenge is coming through. Revenge. I'm getting, wow, look at that anger card that I was seeing earlier in my mind's eye, or that I mentioned. I feel like it's something, there's something here about revenge, anger and revenge that she's looking for. Maybe there's some information and insight that I could provide that would give her something to learn, like as far as something she can learn from, and then something that she can count on with regards to her plans with someone. That's really specific. But let's keep going. So that's a yes. She's open. Her spirit team is open. With regards to Selena Gomez, we have the Three of Pentacles for how she feels about tarot, the Ace of Wands, no, the Magician, and the High Priestess. Yeah, she's very intuitive. I get that energy, which is her sign. I get the Cancer energy coming through. I get the Gemini, the mental acuity there, the ability to create something. This feels like the Ace of Wands as well. So I feel like she's very inspired. She's very creative. She feels like it helps her create, is what I'm getting with regards to her energy towards tarot readings. I think she finds, like, it helps. I'm hearing finding solace. It helps break things down for her with the Dismemberment card. So it helps her break things down, understand what the situation is. I feel like she has some friends that are very deeply involved with maybe readings for them. And they break down things really well, and I'm getting mental health here. It helps her kind of, with these three cards, it's interesting. It gives me the visual that she like sometimes will take a second to look at a tarot reading for her mental health when she feels like she's at a crossroads in her mental space and she needs to get back to source, or back to her roots, back to her mental, her groundedness. There's something about her getting really secretive information through tarot, through either someone doing it or her doing it herself. She's very intuitive. I feel like she could do it herself. And I feel like she knows a couple of people that are pretty well-rounded, or people that are very good at what they do that's close to her, and she would go to them. I feel that energy with the Three of Pentacles working together. Two people in particular are coming through here. They could just be psychic mediums, or they could just be people that are spiritual in some regard that do stuff like this. So as far as her spirit team, would they be open to, would her spirit team like to share any other messages regarding her with me? We have a Hierophant, which is maybe is coming through, which tells me that there's some things with regards to her relationships that they might be open to talking about. When I think of hierarchy, I think of the Hierophant. That's also about long-term relationships, marriage, religion. They might want to share some things with regards to her ascension process specifically, so that's good to know. With regards to Billy Blanco, how does he feel about tarot? We have the Nine of Pentacles, we have the Hermit, number 9 again, and then we have the Eight of Swords. Okay, so he gets stuck in his head with regards to it. He finds it better to be individualistic, or to focus on his individuality. I feel like he gets a little in his head, not in his head, but more so isolates from it. So yeah, he does get in his head, and he isolates from, interesting, he isolates from the use of tarot. And I'm feeling this card here, that's the King of Wands. He wants to feel more in control. And we have the Queen of Wands at the bottom. So I feel as though there's something here about his mother. I don't know if his mother is interested in spirituality, or has like some firmly held beliefs, but something about his firmly held beliefs as a kid, growing up under his mother's household, or in his mother's household. Something about his mom being significant here with regards to spirituality, tarot cards and such. He feels really stuck in his head. And we have this card that came out earlier, right? The one I said I was gonna take out. The Two of Cups. Yeah, something about relationships and the people he chooses. He tends to move out of relationships with people that tend to be interested in this. It feels like he tends to find that it controls the relationship, or there's some aspect of sorrow that he has with regards to it being involved in the relationship. So there's something about him having a history with tarot. All right. Yeah, egotism. So maybe he got up his own ass and he didn't like that. Or maybe he felt like with desert and egotism, maybe he felt like it wasn't true, like it was just trying to toot his horn, or that people weren't being honest with him. So he felt like it was just kind of a thing to toot his own horn. But look at this, we have healing, tunnel, and home. So it could be a means for healing, for sure, for him. Maybe he's just like, I'm feeling like this is a deeper message here. He feels like it's like a battle between good and evil in a way, with regards to like the messages that come through. I feel like he might be at a crossroads, or still trying to understand it all. There might be like a war inside of him with regards to this. And so I think he kind of abandons it at this time, because he feels like it's ego-driven in some way, or it's like maybe a facade, or it gives you what you want it to give, in the sense of just positivity all the time. I don't know, there's something about that. Anything else, Spirit, to help me understand what he feels about tarot specifically? This is just the card that tells you what the deck is all about. Gotta love that. Forgot to take it out. Bioweapon. So with regards to that, I feel like he sees it as something that is good under some control. I'm hearing under duress, or under like kind of like pressure with regards to people. It feels like it's something that you're gifted at, and that you should only do if you're gifted at it, or if you're like really training it. There is the ability of everyone to have this intuitive nudging, but not everyone can tap into a number of people, and to it takes some practice. Okay, you have to practice what you preach. So there's some energy of him feeling like it's something a lot of people do, but I feel this energy of him saying, you have to have some skill sets with it. People can get really caught up in the money, or the aspect of the money. Something about that is coming through. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that? He seems a little bit more complex than the others. He looks at it. He might look at it from time to time, but he has some conflicting beliefs with regards to it. It gets him stuck in his head, and we had the Eight of Swords come out, and lo and behold, the Eight of Swords is back out again. It keeps him stuck in his head. It's kind of like he feels like it sometimes is used as a weapon. I don't know if he feels like this with zodiacs, and maybe people tell him, oh, you're such a Pisces, and he feels like kind of offended by that. And he's like, what the hell does that mean? Something about like it correlating with zodiacs a bit, and that's the reason why. Now, in regards to whether his spirit team would be open to working with me, I feel like he is not. His spirit team is not open to it. I feel like I get a lot of sporadic messages with him. I still think that the readings I've gotten prior, as I've said with every single reading, was meant to be. So we're going to take what we had from the past, and that is going to be where I leave it. I feel like he's transitioning out of something that was confusing with regards to, it could be even his relationship with Selena. I feel like there's something about a transition from indecision to clarity. And I feel like he's making haste and moving forward. So I feel like he's on his way. So they just want to let me know big changes and opportunities are coming his way. Just keep your eye out for that. But it's a no for me, for my spirit team here. So let's keep going with Tom Holland. How does Tom Holland feel? How does he feel about tarot? We have the, according to the cards, I want to say that for him specifically. We have the Knight of Wands, the Two of Pentacles, and the King of Swords. Spirit team. I'm feeling the energy. Let me just see. He's very cerebral of an individual. I feel like he gets very cerebral when it comes to this type of stuff. It feels like he's communicative about it. His thoughts and how he feels about it, he's open to talking about it, but there's like something here. Let's keep going because that card is not enough for me. I need to like kind of look into this more. I feel like he has some frustrations with it. There's a fire under his ass about it, or he gets like kind of like frustrated about something. He has a gripe about it. It really makes him see red. Yeah, something about like how it affects people's decisions with their family, or how it affects the person themselves. They turn into somebody else. There's something about like people being fake around him with regards to spirituality and not liking that. I would understand why, you know. There's something about people being like very what is that word, gatekeepy about certain things. How people operate, having ulterior motives. There's something about that here. So he's thinking about how people can be so fake with regards to spirituality and tarot readings that he feels a little angry at that. He has some like gripes with that. Of course, not everyone is like that, and I think he understands, but I think he just wants, if this is correct, right? Because I feel like his spirit team is saying that to me, and I always love confirmation, but his is a little interesting. It feels as though his spirit team is saying like that he has to address some imbalances with regards to how he sees it, because I'm seeing underwater. He feels like it's all kind of confusing, or it's all kind of like something that he sees certain people tapping into in the community. Balance is needed. He needs to see the balance and not to see that people are just perverted and trying to obsess over him. I feel like he's seen like readings, and he thinks it's a crime, or he thinks it's like a big waste of time that people are trying to talk about him or trying to look into his personal life. He has some anger and fire with regards to that, and I think that's coming through in this reading. I think if anything, he tries to move away from it, or he tries to like recalibrate away from all the gossip. So he involves tarot readers in gossip. So he thinks that they likely are just, they tend to merge with people that gossip, or tend to be in similar circles as people that are gossipers. You know, when you think of tabloids, you'll see a lot of readers going, I'm hearing under the knife and addressing something before they know anything, or trying to take, wow, Emperor and Empress, guys. Trying to talk about him and his relationship with Zendaya, because when I see the Emperor and the Empress, I think of them. So he's trying to see it different desperately, because he feels like not everyone is like this, but he's feeling a little uncomfortable with it. Keep seeing deep fake, like, you know, conspiracy theories and such. So let's keep going. He might even have a conspiracy theory with some other cast member or someone else, and he gets annoyed by that. Wow, my voice cracked. He gets annoyed by that. So as far as Tom Holland's spirit team working with me, would they be open to doing so? I don't see that happening, so I gotta know. I think it's because it says I honor my spiritual self. He's on his own path of enlightenment, and I feel as though his information, even though I could get things here and there, I feel like they're trying to say, because I'm the hermit energy, I just feel like it's a no because he's already doing the reflection. There's something about it being enough. The Ten of Pentacles coming through with the Four of Wands. I think he has to go through some certain experiences and cycles energetically without the interference going forward. So that is noted. That is noted. Let's keep going. So that's a no. Let's keep going to Britney Spears. With regards to Britney Spears, we have the Three of Wands, we have the Wheel of Fortune, and we have the Fool. I feel like she really sees it as a really great opportunity. She feels that it helps her transition and move forward. It helps give her the push that she needs to do something. So yes, she actually likes tarot. She actually thinks it's pretty cool. I feel like people in her background growing up used to think that it was evil. And I feel like on the outside, I feel like she was like this dichotomy where she was kind of keeping up with everyone on the outside and looking sweet and kind, and she is. But there's something about her having some interests in darker aspects of life. I think she has significant Scorpio placements that are coming through. It's either Scorpio or water placements, but there's something about her depth. Or certain Capricorn placements. It's either Capricorn or it's a water. I feel like she likes when things are broken down through tarot. She likes that a lot. Okay. There were two cards that came out that I didn't see. We have Bloodline and Kidnapped. So she feels as though she gets an access or gets to see aspects of her experience. Like her, I think she's like, has some witches in her background, guys. And some people will think this is negative, but it's not intended to be negative. This is literally just what I'm getting. She has like there's something about her bloodline and like people, you know how there was a Salem witch trials, there are people that were attacking her family. I feel like she feels like that. She feels like she has to protect herself because there are people lurking in some way. And yeah, her grandparent is significant, a grandparent. She has Creole ancestry, doesn't she? Okay. Bloodline again and kidnapping. So there's something about something happening in her bloodline. I feel like she has been sacrificed in some way, but she is healing a lot of things in her line, and I feel like tarot helps that come to pass. Okay. Gotta get the energy out. So I'm just gonna use some selenite really quick. Okay, guys. I don't think any reader does stuff like this. Just because energetically it is a lot. So I had to prepare myself and my spirit team. Thank you guys for spirit just getting me through all of this so far. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Archangel Michael. Thank you, Archangel Uriel. I was going to say Azrael. Raziel. All of you guys. Thank you. Let's move on. Oh, let's look into whether she'd be open to working with me in the future. Her spirit team says yes. King of Pentacles, very grounded energy. Also, it's about status, so she might see this one specifically, or not this reading, but just see future readings I do for her. Yes. Alright, so next we have is Blackpink, okay? Blackpink's Lisa. What is Lisa's feelings towards tarot? We have the Justice card, the Two of Wands, and we have the Queen of Cups here. So she has a lot of emotional gratitude, fulfillment about it. She's very nurturing when it comes to tarot. I feel like she uses it to plan ahead. She sees it as an opportunity to kind of confirm things before she moves. And she also thinks it's like, it's balancing to her. It helps her when she feels stuck. Feels like when she's not balanced, it helps her move out of that quickly. So they're talking about just the times where she feels really stuck. It comes through like a beacon to help her through, even if it's disappointing. So let's keep going. It seems like she really does see it as something that, I'm hearing an initiative. So there might be friends that she knows that does this, because I saw the Three of Pentacles and the Three of Swords. She might have had failed friendships that were kind of revealed to her through tarot. Like maybe a reader told her about a friend that was not really true to her, and maybe that had to happen. So that's something that's coming through. People that were false in school as well. So during her time as a school, a student, yeah, when she felt like, I'm seeing water, so something about like tears that she's cried. Water is significant. It feels almost like it's physically water. So if something happened where someone may have tried to do something to her with water, wow. So the source of water here, she mastered something that people were trying to use against her. Someone was trying to use water in some way. I don't know if this is magic or if this is just like using her emotions against her, but we're getting wooded area, guys. It's starting to get creepy. So for her, she's getting something a little creepy. Yes. What I was thinking about it, they're saying yes, and she's healing. So there's something that happened to her. There might have been a thief or someone that tried to harm her, but thankfully, because of someone giving her advice on what to do about something, it was prevented. It was prevented, and she's healing from the experience of seeing how this came through for her. Justice is here, karmic retribution. Someone was trying to really do her dirty, and she got out of that situation. Guys, death. Okay. Someone tried to do something to her physically, and she got out of it, and she learned a lot, but it was painful. So just keep that in mind if she ever talks about that later on in like a memoir or something, or she talks about something later on about this. Queen of Cups is coming out again. So there's two Queen of Cups, something about, wow, I was going to say an air sign, but there's like a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio that was in her family, some water sign. It could have been a mother figure as well, guys. Someone that tried to control her, tried to control her career, that was very authoritarian over her when she was young. There's something about an energy here that tried to control her. And she really battled with this person here. So yeah, the cards are just saying there's something that went down with her. Keep that in mind. In her family. Yeah, slowly and steadily. It just kept hurting her like constantly. This is a karmic. Anyways, I'm getting too deep into her business here. So that's what you guys need to know about where she's coming from with tarot, how much of an impact it's had on her. Big impact. Her own life was at stake at one point. But as far as what her spirit team feels towards me, if they would like to work with me, we have maybe. So the Two of Pentacles, the energy of balance and resourcefulness. There might be some things that they're going to tell me. There might be financial readings, like career readings that they feel drawn to show me. As she's going through some imbalances, so that might be something in the future that they talk about. I'm seeing 16, so I don't know why. That's crazy. It's 11:16, so I don't know. The time has to be just right for them to talk to me about something particular, but they're open to it, so it's a maybe. Someone else got a maybe. I put a yes. Anyways, that is all that we have for Blackpink's Lisa. Let's move on into Rosé. How does Rosé feel towards tarot? We have the Moon, we have the King of Pentacles, and we have the Ten of Cups. Wow. She feels like it's very intriguing, very intriguing. She feels like there's a lot of information and insight in the dark, and she really wants to know what it is. She's very intrigued by it, very deep in her thought life and her emotions. She has a lot of abundance too in the secrets. So I feel like she gets a lot of information and insight about secret things, social media. So she gets information on people, networkers. Like something about networking is significant here with regards to tarot. It helps her learn how to move past the drama, past the potential issues that might arise. It would help her if she does tap into it more. I feel like she would get a lot of information and insight if she hasn't already. So she seems really happy with the idea of tarot. She doesn't have any negativity towards it. She likely looks at her birth chart and looks at the secret things within there. There's Cancer energy coming through heavily. With regards to her spirit team, would they be open to working with me? We have the Page of Wands. Yeah, they have an excitement and an enthusiasm about it. They would be really fun to work with, I feel like. getting this card. Yeah, Queen of Cups. Okay, so Cancer energy is coming through strong here. With regards to Jenny, Blackpink's Jenny, okay, how does she feel about tarot? We have the Eight of Pentacles, the Chariot, and the Four of Swords. Okay. Can I have clarity for the Eight of Pentacles, Spirit? I'm seeing yellow orbs in my eyes. I don't know if she just has yellow orbs surrounding her. But we have the Page of Wands, the Eight of Wands, and the Chariot. The Chariot twice, guys. So there's something about her feeling like excited about it, about tarot, finding opportunities to look into her situation. I'm getting Taurus, Capricorn. I'm also hearing Pisces. Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, and Pisces for some reason are significant. So there's something about her looking into her, like her lineage, and looking into like the promises that they have for her. They want to talk about that. So her ancestors are heavily in this reading. She uses that to help her move forward with her career. So this feels like she more so looks into astrology, okay? But tarot is something that she does find peace with or feels comfortable with. With the Four of Swords, that kind of gets me though. It makes me feel like it's not, yeah, there's a lot of options. I feel like with astrology and with modes of divination. But I feel like she's kind of up in the air about it sometimes. I feel like there's illusions and she wants to be very clear, so she might stay away from a lot of readings. But there's something about her using it, utilizing it, protecting the information that she learns with regards to love and with regards, yeah, especially love and career. So she uses what she can from it and she moves forward. So she does take in something with regards to tarot readings. Astrology is specific here. With regards to your spirit team, would they be open to working with me? We have the Four of Pentacles. That came out earlier, right, guys? So there's something about hidden information that she would like, her spirit team would like to share at some point. So we're going to keep her as a yes here. We have next Joe Alwyn. How does Joe Alwyn feel about tarot in general? Okay, let's kind of keep these organized. We have the Six of Cups, guys, the Four of Cups, and we have the Five of Wands. At one point, okay, there's something about the past coming up again, and I'm hearing coming to haunt him, or there's some aspect of the past here of having a negative experience. With the Four of Cups, he's apathetic to it. He would be conflicting in some regards with them, with tarot readings. So he feels a bit, I'm hearing ambivalent. He feels a bit apathetic to it. Let's see. One flipped out, drama. It brings a lot of drama. He's not about the drama as much. So he feels like he finds that the topics he hears about are full of drama. So he's kind of not about it. He feels like it's like kind of like a huge regurgitation of information that it makes him like uneasy, or it makes him feel overwhelmed, or feel like he doesn't quite understand what's going on. And he feels like it kind of gets you confused, which is the devil energy, like feeling stuck or tied down. We have blackmail, gift, and inside. He feels like people, if he were to get a reading, they would use it against him or try to tamper with his life in some way. He feels like it is an industry that people use to control people in some regard if they want to. And that's unfortunate in the industry. In his industry, like with film and acting and other things like that, with the music industry specifically, but there is a lot of it going on YouTube as well. People pretending or saying that they are able to do such and such, but they haven't put in the energy into learning and understanding it, and also in taking the time necessary to heal or to address traumas and triggers that correspond very closely with what they do on a daily basis. So there's like the triggers coming out and a reaction from the reader rather than the information from the cards. And this is something everyone has to deal with, which is a tendency or the seeing bias or seeing how you affect a reading. So there's something about him seeing a lot of people faking it, or not being real or true, or saying what's true, or just making stuff up and being very destructive. So he finds conflict with that, but he does have the Six of Cups here, and I feel like I should look into that. There might have been someone he loved dearly that did it, or that he cares for dearly that does it. What's the Six of Cups here for Spirit Team? Yeah, I'm feeling, okay, Four of Swords, King of Swords, Judgment. He felt like, what is the Six of Cups here, Spirit Team? Six of Cups. Yeah, he has a friend that he's at peace with. He goes to them, talks to them, and they may have a relationship with astrology or with tarot. So he doesn't have an issue with it. He would trust them with telling him some information. It just depends on where it's coming from and how it's filtered. Like if he trusts the person or not. Because the Three of Cups is what came through. That's what told me it was a friend or someone he finds solace in or drinks with or has a relationship with of some sort. So with regards to Joe Alwyn, would his spirit team be open to working with me? We have, wow, the Ace of Swords. That's a strong yes. There's clarity that we can learn and glean from him. And they're trying to say that with this reading. So, wow, yes, got it. A big yes. Okay, we have Taylor Russell. How does Taylor Russell feel about, wow, I was going to say karma. Whoa. So she's learned a lot of lessons with regards to karmic relationships. And so with tarot, with regards to tarot, we have the Four of Pentacles, the Hierophant, and the Source of Fire, or the Queen of Wands. So she does take it, I'm hearing take it as it resonates. I feel like she really takes that hold of that statement if she does ever see readings. I feel like work is coming through for a reason. She does work with it. She does work with tarot. It helps her with her career ventures. She does ask those questions. It's like she allows herself to open up to the idea of something completely different. Okay, so she kind of lets herself get into this tunnel where she looks at all the different opportunities and all the things that look back at her, all the opportunities that come across her path. She's open. She tries to be as open as she can be. So she tries to look at how people might try to take advantage of her, like in the industry. Like for instance, they may try to treat her as if she's ignorant to something. But I feel like she's aware of a lot of things that go on, shady things. And I think she finds comfort in knowing about this through tarot. So it feels as though she is empowered by it. She does move. I'm hearing move quickly on stuff that she hears. So specifically cult is coming through, which is interesting. It came through twice, which tells me that there's certain people around her that are quite oddities are around her. Of course you would think, oh yeah, everyone in Hollywood has something going on, but I feel like there's a specific history that she has that's coming through with cults. Maybe cults within the spiritual community that try to take advantage of you, abuse you, neglect you, and try to use you for their own selfish gain. I feel like she's very hesitant and careful with who she trusts with regards to work. But I do think that she holds on to certain things that she learns through tarot. Is that correct, Spirit? Wow, we have the Ace of Wands, the Strength card, and the Five of Wands. Yeah, she uses it to kind of help her in combat and in order for endings to begin or endings to come across her path. She has a lot of Scorpio energy coming through here. A lot of feminine energy. Wow, the Empress, divine feminine energy. She is a divine feminine is what I'm getting from this. Wow, that was not expected. She tries to find balance. When it comes to the queens, okay, you guys can see my hair. When it comes to the Queen of Swords energy, which fell out along with a couple others, she finds issues with that. Of the four queens, okay, she's the Queen of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles easily. Very nurturing, very humble, very sweet. When it comes to the Queen of Swords and standing her ground, she has to sometimes work on that a bit more. It helps give her the confidence that she needs in order to manifest. So the Queen of Swords energy is something significant that she finds. She seems to thrive with when tarot is involved, okay? So I want you guys to just kind of paint a picture. I just want to paint a picture for you guys. It helps her move quickly out of certain situations that were not beneficial for her. It helps her balance them out, reciprocity, seeing them differently, moving out of those energies, toxic energies, guys, karma. Like I said, guys, I'm not making that up. There's no way. There's no way I can make it up. Knight of Wands in the Tower. Just like moving out of really bad situations, guys. So yeah, so she seeks solace in it, and she does get help from it. It helps empower her. If she would be willing to work with me, her spirit team would be open to it. Her spirit team is guiding her, as they all are, right? But there's something about a hastiness, like they have some things to say, and there's a need for movement, forward movement. This is going to be coming out, I believe, a little later, so it will be out at the right time, the right appointed time. But there's a lot of energy in her spirit team, and I find some, like, I resonate with some of the people on her team. Does she have a Jamaican background? Because I have a Jamaican background, and I'm getting the sense that she has a Jamaican ancestor or Jamaican ancestors that I would resonate with. All right, moving on. So let's not do too long of a reading with everybody here. So it's a yes. Let's see what Cassie's energy is with regards to tarot readings. Oh my gosh. We have the Star, Major Arcana. We have the Five of Cups, and we have the Temperance, Major Arcana again. Beginning and end are major, but in between it is this sadness. I'm hearing dullness. There's an energy of her going through it. Her perspective of the, okay, I'm hearing the Tower moment. But what I was trying to say is her perspective towards tarot is that it helps her. Wow, it helps her a whole lot, guys. It helps her find balance. I feel like she goes through a lot of grief and sadness. We have timeline issues. So sometimes she deals with timeline issues where she feels like things aren't happening enough for her and she wants to go home. She wants to feel at home once more. Wow, this is really sad and deep energy. She feels alienated in some way. And yeah, we have female, so that confirms that for me. There might be a notable female that she goes to for readings that helps her. But there's this energy, a grandparent, so it could be an older person. She might have a significant grandparent that has helped her with her spirituality. We have God, so a grandparent that prays for her. We have someone that's been helping her through, and I'm seeing fish, so something about Jesus is significant. Intergalactic travel, affair, and cover-up. So she has had some interesting relationships with people. We have burial in reverse, which is what I would say is about Jesus, but there's something about Lazarus. She feels like Lazarus in a relationship right now, and she feels like there's some affair that she has to cover up. She had an affair. Something about her looking into traveling secretly under the watch of another person. So she was seeing someone in secret. She was seeing someone in secret, guys. Did you know that? She felt like she was going to die, or she felt like she had to get someone's help and assistance, and she might have met this person occasionally at hotels and tried to, I'm hearing max out. I don't know, why would you want to max out someone's card? I'm just getting the energy of her like planning and planning. Okay. There's a lot of things coming out for her. So a lot of news reports. I'm getting just images of news reports and ABC News specifically. And then I'm also getting the energy that she has used it as a lifeline, used tarot to help her find balance, because she really has she said, I owe a debt of gratitude to it. We have Operation Mockingbird, government controlled media. She's getting cards I've never seen, guys. I haven't seen these cards yet like that for anyone. I've only done a couple, but the fact that it hasn't even fallen out for anyone yet. She has a lot of specific things, inside information that she is holding on to, secret society. So she really feels stifled by this information, and she's at a crossroads. So this is helping her. She listens to someone or some readings here. She feels stuck and frozen, okay? Something happened by accident, and she's freaking out a little bit here energetically. It's making my head hurt. So With regards to her spirit team, would they like to work with me? Hell yes, because look how much information they gave me in 5 minutes or so. Beautiful. Community is what it says at the top right, community. So they feel like I'm a community, and I feel like they feel like a camaraderie with me. So I really appreciate that. I really do, and I really want to help. So we'll see what comes through in the coming months is what I'm hearing. Months is significant. A lot of healing for Cassie. Let's look at Sophie Taylor. With regards to her perspective on tarot readings, how does she see them? She actually really likes them. She feels like they're the truth. There's a lot of clarity that she finds in them with the Queen of Swords and the Three of Cups, and she feels like it's like a helpful little guide, or it helps her through. She might have some people that she really goes to. I feel like she has like a go-to group, or some people that resonate with that and resonate with the idea of tarot. We have 3 cards. Okay, so we have the Seven of Wands in reverse, so she doesn't have this sense of like defensiveness. The Tower, she tends to find solace in the fact that she can end things before the Tower moment comes in, because she can see it a mile away. So she actually regularly sees someone. She might even see them once every 3 months, or just pretty often. There's someone specific that she sees. Anything you would like to tell us about that person? We have the Nine of Cups that came out earlier, the King of Wands, and the Nine of Swords. So this person helps give her information about like her love life, or about a specific person, a fire sign that she has either had and been in a relationship with. It feels like Joe. Maybe gives her like an update on the energy between them when they're talking and communicating. Helps her figure out how to avoid conflict. There's something about that here. So it does help her quite a bit. You see how many people so far, guys, rely on tarot, or at least see it as helpful. It's pretty amazing. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, it's a maybe. 6 of Swords. It would have to be at a certain appointed time, because I'm getting that they would prefer when she's transitioned out of a situation and is like in calmer waters, that they would like to talk about certain things. It's a maybe. It's up in the air. She's transitioning right now, so I don't think this is a favorable time. Okay. All right, let's get some Florida water up in here, clear out the energy. All right, we have Joe Jonas. So Joe Jonas, how does he feel about, I was going to say sovereignty. How does he feel about sovereignty? So he might be getting some rights or something later on. I feel like they've already come to an agreement, so I'm not exactly sure why that's coming up, but there's some sovereignty that he has in the relationship that's significant. So with regards to Joe Jonas, we have the 7 of Pentacles, we have the 5 of Swords, and we have that Page of Cups. Very flirty, very immature energy with regards to tarot. I feel like he doesn't quite have like a strong feeling towards it, a strong inclination towards it. I feel like he's combative against it, and I feel like he gets impatient about it. I don't know if he gets impatient watching readings, or he feels impatient. Yeah, it's about readings. I'm getting the energy like he just looks at it and he's like, come on, just tell me what it is already. Why are you guys talking so much? Something about that. Impatience. He does see it for breakups. So like we have love, cleanup, and breakups. So when like a breakup occurs, I feel like he finds solace in that information. Yeah, when he's at a crossroads. But there's this immature energy coming through here. Like when he wants to get the upper hand, he tries to get it. He tries to like find information that'll help him. And I'm getting outside trafficking, so I don't know why that's coming through. I'm hearing outfit. I feel like he finds out like whether a relationship is worth it, or if he's being used or abused, so that he can run away from the situation. I feel like that's really important to him. I feel like he also tries to look at like people that might try to harm him or his child, mental health and such. Legal proceedings are here as well. So we have a number of things coming through, like as far as guidance for his child growing. There's something about him just looking for like overall guidance and that being helpful when he's frozen. Okay, so that's what we have there. Page of Cups is giving me the energy of someone who's quite immature though. Someone who maybe doesn't use it for as deep of a reason. I mean, your family is very important to you, right? So that's not what I'm saying. It's just there's a playful energy to the Page of Cups. I feel like it helps his inner child a bit when he has a struggle. So that's significant here. So it looks like I only have 4 more minutes of data on my on my camera. So let's keep going. It's a no with regards to his spirit team working with me. They feel either trapped by my spirit team. It's too much, because I'm feeling the energy of someone who still doesn't have it figured out or is unsure about this whole exchange. They're trying to release something. I don't know what that is. Anything you'd like to say about that? Yeah, Queen of Wands. Something about Taylor Swift. I did a reading with Taylor and Sophie, and I don't know if they feel like I'm on Sophie's side or Taylor's side. Maybe there's something that they want to communicate through someone else as well. There's someone else that they're working with as well. But it's just the energy of finding balance and trying to find it elsewhere. Finding balance and seeing things from a different perspective. So that's a no for him. Last but not least, let's go to Justin Timberlake before we close. We have Judgment for how he feels about tarot, these readings. We have the Ace of Pentacles, and we have the Emperor. He finds it as something that tells him what he needs to know. I don't feel like a religious in the sense of constricted energy with him. I feel like he feels like it gives him the opportunity to see things clearly and to move forward. So he actually feels quite strong when he reads or sees readings that really confirm things for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he would go to a psychic medium, like Tyler Henry type vibes. With regards to whether his spirit team would want to work with me, we have the Queen of Cups, which is a very sweet, nurturing energy, which tells me there's a lot of energies with regards to his healing process and his emotions that they'd like to talk to me about as well. So that is what I have for him. I'm going to stop here, and that's going to be that's 69. So we have almost half of it done. So I will see you guys at the end. We're going to continue on, of course, from 69, but I will see you guys soon. Okay, so hello everyone. If you guys are still with me and are excited for this second part, this is going to be a continuation of what we started. It's going to be something that is a little bit different. So let me know in the comments, as I said earlier, how you feel about this reading, because I love doing it regardless. I love taking over and just doing what comes to me instead of all these premeditated things. So I'm excited to see what comes through for the rest of the people in here. So with the list that I had earlier, let me pull it up. We're going to continue on with Jessica Biel. Tapping into Jessica Biel. Continuing on from where we were last time, Spirit wants to share what she thinks about and what the tarot has to say about her and how she feels about tarot readings. So what we have here is the Ace of Cups, we have the Seven of Pentacles, and the Seven of Swords. We have 2 sevens, so 7 significant. This means that she could be pretty set in her ways with regards to how she feels. We have the Seven of Pentacles, which tells me that she's had a history with tarot. There's a history here, but I think she feels like it was deceitful in some way, because the Seven of Swords is someone who runs away with all of what they can get, which tells me that there was a point where she in the past used to enjoy it greatly. So maybe earlier on in her career or earlier on in her life, she was more invested in it. Yeah, look at that, marriage, wedding. So she had a really close relationship with it, or her husband, partner was interested in it and she had like a closer relationship at the time with it. But look at that, revenge. So okay, why is revenge here? There's revenge here, Spirit team. Yeah, dismemberment. It really broke her down. It really made her feel vengeful. And it also made her fear for her life in some capacity with life insurance coming through. So she felt like she was losing herself or losing her life. Something about like her being affected by these readings. Bottom of the deck though says good. Pizzagate and secrets. So she felt like she was getting secrets, which was good, but it, yeah, definitely. But she felt like it was something that was affecting her. She was opening up portals, and I don't think she was either trained in how to do things appropriately, safely. And it might have messed with her mental health, because I'm feeling a mental health like issue with regards to not like something DSM necessarily, but it really choking like the life out of her, making her feel different or making her feel out of sorts. So there's something about that here. So I just want you guys to know that. Yeah, that's what we have with regards to how she feels about it. Would she be able, or would her spirit team be willing to work with me? We have the Queen of Pentacles. Yes, they're very nurturing. They're willing to give information freely with regards to her specifically, especially with regards to her abundance and also her nurturing energy as a mother. Something about that is significant, being a mother and a businesswoman. So there's a lot of either feminine energies on her team too that want to work with me, or there's just like a energy of giving, opening up to people. So that's really cool. Okay, so we'll put a yes and move forward on to Cameron Diaz. Okay, Cameron Diaz, how does she feel? We have, wow, the Lovers. We have the Eight of Cups. And we have the Six of Swords. She moved on. So she initially loved it. She was very uniquely or intimately acquainted with it. I feel like she had a connection with it, definitely. This was something earlier on in her life, but I feel like she wasn't as faithful to it. So she was interested in it, but she didn't continue to kind of like learn. So she transitioned quite quickly. But she, look at that guy's Ace of Cups, had quite a love for it. She had quite an honest love is what I'm hearing for it. Okay. So that's beautiful. I mean, that's something that in the past was really important to her. It really brought her a lot of joy. Maybe she had like someone that she was really close to in family that was interested in it. We have a Tower moment. It produced a lot of Tower moments for her as well. And look at that Seven of Pentacles. It feels like a Seven of Pentacles energy with her. Like she surveyed it, looked at what it brought her and how it brought her balance and helped her out. But she moved on. She moved on to calmer waters. This could be just a change in her lifestyle and just kind of going away from it, kind of drawing away from it. So that's what we have for her, Queen of Cups, though. With regards to working with her spirit team, would they be open to it? We have the Page of Swords, yes. They would be open to it. There's something about key dates or information that they would be able to and would be open to sharing with me. Very quick information too, it feels like. All right, so that's good to know. Very cool. Very subtle is what I'm hearing as well, information. With regards to Sarah Stennett, I spoke about her in her reading with Zayn back in the day. That is the extent of what I've done. Just a quick question and answer for her. But what we have for how she feels about tarot is the Seven of Cups, the Strength card, and the Nine of Swords. She's had delusions with regards to it, and I'm hearing delusions of grandeur. So she felt like she was getting things that are a little crazy, or she felt like it was kind of something about her feeling like she was controlled by it in some way. She didn't like that. She felt like she had to control it and temper it. And she had conflict with it. So she just had some conflicts. Maybe she would get multiple messages and it wasn't as clear as she wanted it to be. Not clear to her. It wasn't clear to her is what I'm getting. And I'm getting the card strangulation in my mind's eye. So it strangled her passions. It strangled her drive in some way, and she didn't like that either. So there's something about her kind of weaning off of it is what I'm hearing. Weaning. That's very significant. Because of the worry and anxiety it produced. Okay, so that's how she feels. Anything else that you'd like to say with regards to how she feels about Tarot Spirit Team? So love, there's still love there for it. There's still love there. I'm hearing copy and paste or copy pasta for some reason. Those two things came to mind. So reptilian, so she still believes in something with regards to it feels like star seeds. I think she has some, she feels like there's some aspects of the experience that she's at crossroads with. So she has some spiritual beliefs that coincide with this, with regards to how people are being either used or abused in the system, with regards to like working, with regards to reptilians. For some reason that's coming through. So if you guys know anything about something she said about like spirituality with regards to like certain groups of people that come from certain star systems, there's something about that here. She could be a reptilian and she could be abusive. So I'm not gonna count that out, we did talk about her and Zayn in the past. So there's something about the effects. She gets the desired effect at times, but I don't know if she does it anymore. It's something that I think she might talk about or tap into for love reasons, or when she feels like her money is low with debt. Okay, so that's what I have here for her. Love and debt, love and debt. Somehow those two things, yeah, they're very, she's very, of course, secretive with her information, so she doesn't go to just anybody. And she also is very wary of fraud, so she just wants to get information when it comes to love and also with her money, her career. As per, those two things are fairly common for people that work. They care about their family and their home and their work life. With regards to whether her spirit team would want to work with me, we have the Emperor. Wow, a resounding yes. Most definitely. So they most definitely would like to work with me going forward. If I were to do a video, there would be an openness to it. Practicality, fearlessness, focus, and discipline. They appreciate the focus and discipline on this channel specifically, and stability about the information. I feel like that's something that's coming through. The Emperor. Okay. Page of Wands. Yeah. Yeah, we've only just started on her. That's true. So when it comes to Kristen Stewart, what is her feeling towards tarot? We have the Eight of Wands. We have the World, and we have the Tower. Wow. She usually has had readings. Okay, so she thinks and feels that tarot is communication that helps usher her into a huge moment in life. So I feel like she has had readings, or she does readings when at a time where things are shifting a lot. So with regards to that Tower moment and with regards to the World, two major arcana coming up in this reading, it feels like it's hugely pivotal moments in her life that she does hear about things. And she hears, she actually does rituals. There's something about rituals here. She has some form of a ritual. It could be as simple as her doing something to honor her family, to honor, I'm getting death ritual, so like honoring her family, her ancestry. There might be things that she does to honor them. We have secret society. So there's something secretive about this. It's like a group thing here. Crossroads. So I feel like she does have something that she does secretly, but it's because it's precious to her. It's something that helps her transition out of huge cycles, or it causes huge upheaval. So there's some ritual she does. She could just be a witch. Okay, and that's why it's coming through this way. She could just do rituals that are very impactful for her career, that help her on her trajectory, and that's why they're coming through. She's very good and accurate with it. With the military, she's accurate as hell with her abilities if she does tap into those more, whether it be as simple as meditation. Yeah, she definitely does. We got yes as a response here. Crime of passion. She's like, yeah, I'm guilty about that one. I definitely... like, it's not like she's truly guilty. It's just like a metaphor, or not a metaphor, but just a way of saying she loves it. Passion. She has passion for doing these rituals. It helps her. So tarot is a form of a ritual. I feel like she does have her foot tapped into it in some form. She's definitely used it in transforming or transitioning. And when I look at these two, it usually could mean like big partnerships, using it to make decisions on big partnerships and on figuring out what to do when something is going really quickly with the Eight of Wands. So that's what we have for Kristen. Now, I think she has a huge overarching, she has like this overarching, she's intimidating energetically for people, because I'm getting the energy that when she goes into battle with certain things, she is overwhelmingly protected and also overwhelmingly strong compared to the person she fights. And this doesn't have to be a specific person, this could just be spiritual. But yeah, she fights those battles real well. She has like a good tell-all, or like she has a good secret that she can really, wow, she could capitalize on if she wanted to, but I feel like this is something that works for her, and therefore it remains her own thing, or a group of people, their own thing. Spirit team, would she be open to working with me in the future? We have, wow, Aquarius energy, the star, yes, definitely. She has a lot of things coming in for her. So they're saying yes, most definitely, and they do recognize this channel as well. When I see the star, something as beautiful like that, feels very healing. So there's a lot of healing energy coming through with regards to what they feel towards Kristen and how they feel about this channel. All right, moving on, we'll go into Dylan Meyer. How does Dylan Meyer feel about tarot in general? We have the Five of Pentacles, we have the Knight of Swords, and we have finally, wow, the King of Cups. The Five of Pentacles is what gets me. The Five of Pentacles feels like she feels like she's left out in the dark, or she feels out of the loop with regards to tarot, or feels like it's kind of like a foreign thing for her a little bit. Or the Five of Pentacles just could mean that she feels like when she tries to ask questions, she feels left out in the dark, so it just makes her feel frustrated. I feel like she's a little hasty. She might have a lot of like drive to do things, and that makes her feel like very impatient. So she might feel like it's something that really frustrates her. It could also just be that she has, I'm hearing a resounding yes. So there's something about her using tarot. She has used tarot in the past to help her with something, and they don't want to tell us exactly what it is, but she feels very, wow, maybe there was some crime that was committed and she got to see maybe some aspects of a relationship as well. She might have had questions, big questions to ask, okay, where she felt left out in the dark and she felt abandoned by the information. She felt like she didn't understand what the hell was going on with her situation, and she's asked and inquired. Hi, very quickly. So here's my baby. I'll be right back, guys. Hey everyone, so continuing on from what we were talking about last time, today is April 11th, 2024. We were talking about Dylan, and so I cleansed the space, and I am also putting on some cleansing music to kind of clear out the energy because we had so many things come through. So with Dylan, we had what we mentioned earlier, but I want to see if there's any final messages for how she feels with regards to tarot. With Portal, it feels like she has such like something about her eyes. It's like a portal for all of us, but something about her eyes is significant. You can see right into her, like a portal into her life, into her soul. That's significant here. I'm hearing seep. So I feel like she takes in things and she sees it for what it is, what it truly is. Is there anything else, Spirit, with regards to how she feels from this deck in particular? Oh, this card wanted to come through, so I'm gonna take it. We have witness and run away. So there's something about her addressing like the tendency to look and witness really crazy things happen, and then also run away to get away in order to be free. There's something about freedom for her. So I feel like she sees it for what it is, and then she kind of moves forward. She's not really stuck and stagnant with regards to this. Now with regards to whether her spirit team would be open, because we've done readings with her and Kristen before, would her spirit team be open to working with me in the future? We have the Six of Pentacles, so it's a yes. Awesome. So generosity, there's a lot of generosity with her spirit team. They would be open to talking more about all of this. I hope you guys can hear me. They're clearing out some things outside, so it got pretty loud. So let's keep going. Moving on. So with Cole Sprouse, wow, I was about to flip that over. Let's keep going with a new deck. We're gonna use, let's see, Spirit. We're gonna use my Rider-Waite tarot deck. We're gonna mix it up here, and we're gonna continue with Cole Sprouse in a second. Spirit team, please assist me with the messages that are meant to come out accurately and succinctly. Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Raziel, Archangel Aniel. Thank you so much for being here. Archangel Michael, thank you for being here. Please continue to protect the information that comes through. Let it only come out in the way that it is meant to. Please surround me from the sides, from before me, behind me, all around me with your sword of cobalt blue. And thank you for the succinct way in which Archangel Uriel, you also speak through me and to me. I also would like to thank Visago as well for the information and insight from the underworld as well to assist us in understanding this information. All of it is for the highest good of all. May it be so. Let's see if we can cut the deck and move on, okay? So, yeah, something about, I don't know, everything's really, really perfect. The timing of everything is working out so perfectly. If you guys are feeling that, please let me know in the comments below. Divine timing is at play. With Cole, how does he feel about tarot? We have the King of Cups, we have the Emperor and the Six of Wands. He does feel like it's very successful. He feels like it's a very cool thing to operate with. I think he does it privately, if anything, but he does operate with tarot, or at least does not have any qualms with regards to tarot at all. This is just overall energies, feeling very open. I feel like it's helped him in some way in the past. He might have had a parental figure that he looked up to that did operate with it, and he felt like they had a lot of wisdom, or he felt like they taught him at a young age more about it, more like about certain new age things, mechanistic solutions. So I'm feeling like he's cerebral about it, but also he finds that it's emotionally, there's some logic here, like logically, like he feels like it actually works. And it doesn't have to just be like a spiritual thing or like a immaterial thing. It can actually produce this Six of Wands for people. He's seen it work for people. I'm hearing a lot of words for him. Cornucopia. It's like really helpful, really abundant, and it helps him kind of figure out where to go if he wants to use it. But in general, very positive energy with regards to tarot. Would his spirit team be open to working with me going forward? We have a maybe. The maybe card, which is the Fool card. So that feels like the energy of someone who is like, who kind of just wants to see how things go. So I feel like they're just open. They're open to what happens. But I feel like I would have to understand him from the ground up. So I'd have to go into more deep thoughts and information about him as a person to kind of understand him a bit better. That's what I'm feeling from that card. With regards to Emma Corrin, who's next, how does she feel about tarot? We have the Queen of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the Ace of Pentacles. Wow, such a stable and practical energy coming through with her. She feels like it's good in moderation. She always feels like it's important to be in balance. I feel like if you're not in balance, you will get some, I'm hearing you'll reap what you sow. Your energy and stuff will affect how you get the readings or what comes through the readings, which is very true. You can't just come at it with like a lot of fear, a lot of doubt, a lot of indecision, and try to do a reading for yourself. It can affect the reading, devil energy. I feel like she might have like people in her life that are very close to her, that are very true to her, and like are really I don't know, I'm hearing comparable, or just people that are really good at keeping secrets around her, that might have talked to her about astrology, spirituality, that she talks to them about with this information. But I feel as though she's very open to it. I'm getting Capricorn energy, and I don't recall what her sign is, but just a lot of earth and stability here. Judgment and the Tower. So there's a lot about her going through an awakening process as well, and I feel like she opened up to this. 1 second, guys. I do apologize for that, guys, for the delay in that information coming through and having to pause. But yeah, just an awakening process, something big and transformative. I'm hearing uprooting chaos. So there's a lot of chaos that ensued before she kind of got into her spiritual awakening process. She likely was kind of, I'm hearing like initiated into the world of spirituality, into a deeper place within spirituality. It brought her a lot of balance. So I feel like she is a balanced energy. I feel like she's being directed, or she just is very direct as a person, and that's really helpful in the spiritual community. You don't want to kind of get thrown to and fro. You want to kind of have like your compass and kind of go where you're led. It doesn't mean you know the path and you know exactly what's going to happen, but it's being open, but also being focused on what it is, what core values you have that you want to use or you want to understand as you walk this path. So I really admire this energy coming through from her. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, we have the Ace of Cups, which is a really sweet energy. I would really love that. So I really love the positivity, and I'm going to put that in as a yes for Emma. Awesome. So with regards to Bruno Mars, wow, we have some reversals, guys, so coming into this reading, so I want to keep that in mind and just go with it. We're going to use them. let him come through. We have Justice in reverse for how Bruno feels about it. Seven of Wands and the Ten of Wands in reverse. He does not really like it. I feel like he feels like there's something karmic about it, or something imbalanced about it. Let's look into that a little bit more, okay? So he's defensive about it. He stands his ground. He doesn't like maybe shifting gears or kind of getting off of a hill that he stands on. He likes feeling in control. I feel like he might witness people doing it, or he might just have this energy of like just watching people that go through using tarot or going through their spirituality and kind of tapping into tarot. So I feel like he's seen a lot of it, and maybe he feels like people are being used and abused within the tarot community. So he feels like it's a hassle in some ways, okay? He feels like it's a hassle. Okay, I see one card here. Reptilian, he thinks it's evil, maybe in some way. Not all reptilians are malevolent, but I feel like a lot of people consider them to be and forget that. So I feel like he sees it as a shortcut to life. For some reason, something like that, water supply, and that it can get really destructive because people can feel like they're clinging to it, like they don't have anything else purpose without it, or they have to follow what these people say, and it's a weird science to him. So the answers are coming out really straightforward, like, so yeah, definitely just thinks it's just not helping. It's polluting the minds of people in some way, especially with regards to love and like asking the cards about like a lover or someone you're interested in. He feels like your intuition should guide you there. He feels like that's important, and that you shouldn't just listen to someone. I'm hearing some boss bitch about it, like just listening to someone else. Wow, look at that guy's propaganda. So yeah, I'm just getting the vibe that he feels like it's just propaganda for the most part. And he feels like it's kind of like forcing a timeline or forcing something on someone. He doesn't like it very much with regards to tarot. So in light of that, right, would his spirit team be open with working with me? I didn't think so. Five of Pentacles. So I feel like he has a lot of ancestors on his team, and they're guiding him and they're directing him already. So I feel like no matter how it is done, as long as it's being done, that's what matters. So I don't see my spirit team and theirs working together with another reading, okay? And I'm hearing the afterlife. Don't know why. What would you like to say about that? Why are you saying in the afterlife? What do you mean by that? Okay, we have Judgment, moving on with the Eight of Cups, teamwork, and the Tower. So maybe in the afterlife we would be working together. There's something about us having either similarities with regards to our roots, but not needing to work together in this capacity, in this manner, with a tarot reading online. Interesting, very specific. So let's move on to Haley. How does she feel about tarot? How does Haley Bieber feel about tarot? Well, first of all, she utilizes it. First of all, she is a manifester, so she manifests with it. Second of all, she really has a love for it. I think she has like a sweet spot for it in the sense of really admiring people that do it, admiring the process of it. I think she does it herself. Okay, I'm just going to say that. I think she does it herself. So she has a positive feeling towards it. I feel like she especially maybe got into it with love, like love readings and stuff like that, but she has definitely manifested with it, with tarot cards in some capacity, and she knows how to use it. When I get law enforcement, it makes me feel as though, what else? Accident. She might have gotten into it. Let's see. Law enforcement and accident. She might have gotten into it accidentally, but I feel like there's something else coming through. Suicide. So I feel as though maybe something happened with regards to law enforcement, or with regards to an injustice. She felt like an injustice with either karmic relationships, maybe a family member running away from them, literally running away as a child, but something about like going through some difficulties with people and it helping her connect with herself and find karmic justice, finding balance within herself. That's Libra energy. So I'm just getting that energy of it being something that came across her path and she wasn't expecting it in some way. But it helps her a lot and she's successful with it. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, we have, yes, wow, Ten of Pentacles. Wow, Ten of Pentacles is all about like home. That's about a lot of like legacy, so there might be a lot to talk about with regards to her future children, with regards to her work situation, just her future and the culmination of what's to come. So that's a huge yes, and I really appreciate that. So that's awesome. Let's keep going. So I'm gonna come back after I shuffle all of these up, and we're gonna just continue on with the list. So I'll see you soon. Okay, so I just got everything separated. We have all the decks, as you can see. I'm just gonna start shuffling all of them and getting this ready. So I will also be including timestamps without a shadow of a doubt for this. Unless something extenuating circumstances happen, because of how long this is, I will definitely want to have timestamps. So please let me know if you guys are not seeing it. But let's just shuffle. Let's just cleanse the energy as well. Let's see here. Something about these cards. I really love how small they are, but I also feel like I always get them upside down, but maybe that's for the best. There's purpose in reversals as well. Okay, so let's just, yeah, just shuffle. Okay. Alright. So those I'll leave like that. Spirit team, please assist me in getting accurate messages for the remaining celebrities, as we've started and done about 78 people so far. So thank you so much for being here with us as we got through this and are getting through each message, each celebrity, and giving them their time to shine. Please assist me in providing clear and succinct messages. Please assist me, Spirit Team, Ancestors. Thank you for being here and present as I talk, as I spend time with you and with my subscribers, those of you that are here for a reason. Please assess what it is that they feel with regards to tarot. Please help me understand them as clearly as possible. Okay. Thank you so much. Ashe, Migwe. Prince Visalo, please assist me with this information, with these messages. Please assist me and allow the cards to be in the order that they are meant to be received in regards to whether their spirit teams would be open to working with me and whether I should be the reader for them going forward on this platform. Please assist me in getting only clear and accurate messages. Okay. Spirit team, archangels and archdemons that are here to balance the scales and to promote justice for the wrongs and immoral actions people have done and placed with regards to celebrities, the projections people have placed on celebrities. Please assist me in getting clear and accurate information that's true about each of the 144 or so people. Interesting. Queen of Wands, thank you. Alright. Let's do another shuffle just to get all of these cards ready. Please assist me. 2. Please tell me when to stop shuffling and I will do so. So ready? Alright. Let's keep going with this last deck here. Higher self, please guide these readings into all truth and nothing but the truth. So help me, Spirit Team. So help me, Almighty God. Consciousness, we're all connected. Please assist me in getting accurate messages for these people, these lovely people. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Okay. Okay. Now it's done. Let's get into it. So, Spirit, what would you like me to use? My Spirit team. Okay. Which one here? We're going to use this one. And this, of course, for yes or no answers. Let's keep going. With Jada Pinkett Smith, how does she feel about tarot readings? We have the Five of Cups, we have the Emperor, and we have the Page of Pentacles. I feel like she doesn't quite, okay, so there's a lot of sadness when it comes to tarot, whether it be sadness at the results, like how she gains her results, how she responds to it, what she talks to them about, her spirit team. Maybe it's about sad occurrences, but I'm just getting the energy of her not picking it up quite well, or having disappointing readings from people that try to tap in for her, but they were very disappointing. Look at this dog with the Five of Cups. It's like, what the hell are you telling me? It's like sadness, inner sadness and turmoil. And she's a very active person energetically, a very like force, a very big force to be reckoned with energetically. And I feel like she just kind of didn't like when people would, I think she's used to caring for people, and when it comes to people caring for her, taking care of her, I think she finds fault with it a lot. So I feel like she was disappointed by a reading or readings. Look at that, guys. Someone was a fraud in her neighborhood, so this person likely was a reader that said they were a reader in her neighborhood, and or went to school with them. And she's like, oh yeah, we resonate with each other, let me ask them. And I feel as though she asked them for help and they didn't give her the right advice. And they tried to say that it was not the right time, that she should have called her, talked to her, gotten a reading when it wasn't Mercury in retrograde, or something about the planetary alignments. This person tried to make an excuse for why they were not getting the right answers or accurate information. So just keep note of that. Maybe she'll talk about that, I don't know. But I feel as though she studies it, like she's looking into it herself, and she would rather do it herself than go to someone who's potentially a fraud or someone who doesn't know how to read the cards. So that's what we have about tarot for her. Would her spirit team be open to working with me? Wow, High Priestess. So High Priestess energy, as for whether her spirit team would like to work with me, tells me they have a lot of insight and clarity to provide. I think there's a lot that we need to clarify about Jada Pinkett Smith. I feel like she is misunderstood in some capacity. That is what I'm getting from my spirit team. All right, I'm sticking to it. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, YouTube, especially on YouTube, there's some readers on YouTube that they're telling me about that they feel like she doesn't get the something about like there's like a lack of respect for her, people that watch her, or like her spirit team sees the people that talk about her, and they have such a desire to show you guys like insight, enlightenment about the connection with her, or like who she is on the inside, what she's dealing with. Something like that is coming through. I'm not saying that she's perfect. Of course, that's not the case with any of us, but I feel as though there's something about her that they want to clarify. Moving on to Bradley Cooper. Let's keep going. How does he feel about tarot? We have a Star, we have the Knight of Swords, and we have the Magician. Wow. Wow. Okay, so he rushes towards it. I feel like he has some positive experiences with it. I feel like he might be a bit hasty, though. I take that back. This card here is why I was going to say that, and I realized it's the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords energy is someone who's very direct and communicative with the stars or with their spirit team. So he has some communication and some spiritual like connection to his spirit. He knows of them, or he's aware of the spirit world. He does have a lot of communication that comes to him, or he receives a lot of communication. He's really good at talking and getting responses back. So he seems to be really connected to tarot in some way. We have the Three of Swords coming through, which is about love, or about well, I'd love to say disability. Maybe he feels like he has a disability, or that maybe he has a weakness with regards to tarot. I feel like he has to work really hard at it. because there's some blockage. So maybe he's had some blockage for healing that he needs to address with marriage, maybe a past marriage or his past relationship with somebody that got him in his head. But he's getting out of that energy. He's moving on. He's getting out of the sadness that he feels about the loss, a loss of someone or something or some marriage. And I think he's opening up to the abyss or to the darkness. He's starting to meet really cool people on his path. I feel like he has some major people on his path and that he has already met that you guys should take note of. Take note of the people that are close to Bradley, and that'll help you understand what I'm saying here. So it feels as though he's on his way. He's on his way. Yeah, look at that, guys. He's on his way. Three of Cups is notorious for soul tribe. He feels like he has a lot of soul tribe that's helping him through the pain. He's learning it and he's becoming a master at it. Master of pain, or understanding his pain and healing. So I think it would be really healing for him. And I feel like he does speak, I feel like he has a more like straightforward way of speaking with the spirit world than doing tarot, but I think it's one of the ways that he could expand and learn. He has to be careful and wary of frauds though, something like that. With regards to working with him, his spirit team would be open to working with me with the 9 of Pentacles. So that tells me that they'd be open to that. They think it would be a success for me to talk about it actually, and that it kind of seems like it's work related almost. So it might be more career related in the future. Let's go on to Lady Gaga. How does she feel? Okay. About tarot, we have the Knight of Swords, we have the Queen, Knight of Swords, the King of Fire, and we have the, sorry guys, look at the cards. Let me just look at the cards with you. Scout of Air is the Page of Swords. This is the King of Wands, and we have, because I'm translating it to you guys, so just keep that in mind, the Page of Water. So she used to do it when she was younger, so she had some exposure to it when she was younger. She was very like fiery about it, very excited, very good at it. She, damn, like I feel, yeah, look at that, Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups. She was really good at it right away. I feel like she took to it very quickly. I feel like there's something about her tapping into her spirituality quite easily at a young age, and I also feel like she just said let's do it, and she was really open to it. Look at that energy of just rushing in towards something. So she has this thing about her. She has an easy way of balancing herself out. So this is like working with your chakras. You know how you have like your upper chakras, lower chakras, getting all that in balance. She's very good at balancing it out. I feel like she might address like sacral chakra stuff, you know, like healing that. So that, I'm not saying that she has like an easy time all the time, but she definitely is able to see when she is out of balance and out of whack. So she does have a love for it. She's really good at it when she does it. I'm not sure if she does it a lot, but she would be really good at it and easy. I'm hearing easy to acquire. I feel like she has some solid ground with it. She might have had 7 lives with this gifting. Something about 7 is significant. I feel as though she was, wow, I'm getting specifics about her past lives. So she had some like loss with regards to her abilities. I feel as though she was, what do you call that, martyred? Look at that, guys. As I was looking at the deck, I got War. Yeah, she's... She had some hidden secrets in past lives, and she was attacked. Okay, so they're talking about her past lives here. So yeah, she has a deep history with regards to tarot, just spirituality in general. Would her spirit team be open to working with me? We have the Queen of Pentacles, very sovereign energy coming through with her spirit team. I feel as though there's royalty on her spirit team, but also like a sense of like reverence, or like a sense of just respect and dignity. So some of her spirit team members are quite regal, so she might have some regal ancestors that are coming through. So she has a lot of information, and she's very generous with her information. Her spirit team is very generous, so they're open. All right, with Kayla Nicole, let's move on. Okay, we have the Knight of Swords, we have the 7 of Swords, and we have the Justice card. All right, I need some clarity on this, so let's get some clarity. Why is the 7 of Swords here, Spirit, for how she feels about tarot? Oh my gosh. Okay, so Kayla Nicole is an interesting, I was about to say interesting fella, in the sense that, not to be rude, But I'm just getting the energy that she sees it as demonic, or she has like a fear that's holding her back from seeing things clearly. I feel like she's had, she's had an experience where like her whole world or something about her experience collapsed, like with regards to utilizing spiritual tools like divination with tarot and stuff like that. I feel like she had a negative response or experience with it and she ran away from it. I feel like she had to find balance elsewhere. So she may have a personal relationship with God or with Jesus, or has some personal relationship with some religious figure in her life, and that affects how she sees it. She feels like it's all yeah, she feels like a sense of like it breaks you down, or it like you can be very easily swayed by it, or you can be very easily manipulated by tarot. So she doesn't like it. When I got the Devil card, she thinks that the people that do it are greedy. I'm not greedy, by the way. A lot of people like that are not greedy. So I hope she sees this message. Just to know that generalizing people never helps or benefits you as a person, because we're all connected. So if you cut off one arm, that arm still exists and still is an arm. You can't change what it is, even if it's severed. The connection you have to spirituality and other things, all of it says a bigger thing or has a bigger message. Maybe it was something in your life, like maybe in that time in your life you needed something that other things provided you. That's not a bad thing. Just don't sever the connection and say that it was a bad arm. It was not, okay? So I'm getting that because I saw this as well, spouse and partner. I don't know if she had like some big divorce, or some like, I don't think it was a divorce, but partner, spouse and partner is significant. So she felt like people that were doing it were greedy, of something of that sort. So there's something about her relationships affecting how she perceived it. Her spirituality shifted because of a spouse or partner. At the very least, this is the broadest way I can express what's being said here. But there's something about her feeling like it's a greedy industry. And that is true. There are greedy people within every industry, private property. So she might be very private and doesn't like her information, doesn't like people trespassing on her spiritual boundaries. Her spirit team wouldn't allow that to happen if she is in contact with them. I feel like she has this thing where she feels like people are trying to like survey her, or like are really focused on her. I really feel like she needs to kind of chill, because I feel as though people are not that associated or consumed by her, in the sense that people are trying to like get something from her all the time, or trying to watch her all the time. Okay, anyways, there's kind of like almost like this like I don't know, what's the word, neurotic energy coming through. And I don't think I've had that in a reading, come up in a reading with her, but it feels almost neurotic, this aversion to tarot. Sometimes people have a calm like response. They're like, no thank you. And then some people are like, no, it's the devil, and they're trying to like argue and attack you, and it's like, whoa, that's triggering you because you have something to do with, you have something to heal with that. I feel like she saw I don't know, I feel like she saw something that turned her away as well. That's coming through. And justice, so she's trying to maintain balance, and I feel like it doesn't help her specifically. So I feel like she runs away from it. Yeah, and whatever makes you happy, that at the end of the day is what's most important. But she has some delusions with regards to spirituality, or tarot in spirituality. Something about that. I feel like she took like her cards, if she had cards, and threw them away or burned them or something, felt trapped by them, felt controlled by them, or she excommunicated from people that were in it or doing that, felt like they were all greedy and that they all wanted power, or something like that. She kind of took like, she feels like it's cultish. She feels like she had to escape it. Just something like that. She had to cut it off, cut her arm off. Don't let the other arm know what the other is doing. Something like that. Maybe someone mentioned that scripture to her. Some reference to that is coming through. Anyways, I only have a short period of time to work on these, so I have to move on. But with regards to whether her spirit team would work with me, as with Liam, as with other members of the community in the celebrity world, the ones that don't see it as a positive thing are not going to be open. So if it figures, death. So no. Okay, she's not there yet either. I feel like death is always about a new beginning. I don't feel like she's there yet for that. And everyone has their timeline. With Billie Eilish, how does she feel about tarot? We have the Hermit We have the 8 of Swords. And we have the World. I feel like she's transitioning right now. Her energy is telling me that she's shifting, and her mind shifts so quickly with her that I feel like it's amazing. I feel like she's very fluid in the sense of, with the Hermit energy, that's finding like the light within you and finding like your source and like running and going with it and kind of going wherever the tides take you. I feel like she's willing to do that. Even though I have that 8 of Swords coming through, it gives me the energy that her ancestors are behind her with the 10 of Pentacles and the 8 of Wands. I feel like sometimes she gets stuck in her head. She has so many thoughts. I wonder if she has a lot of air in her chart. That tells me that if she did, it would tell me that she often goes through indecisiveness. But she's moving forward regardless. Look at that, guys. 6 of Swords before I said that. After I said that, the Emperor. And we have the 3 of Wands moving forward. She's constantly moving forward. She's never like left behind. She doesn't have to worry about this like greed, a sense of greed on the way as she moves on, of trying to hold on to things. She has to let go constantly. So I feel like, oh wow, look at that. That Hermit came out. That's the same card in a different deck. So yeah, she has some inside knowledge with it, but she doesn't or like has a relationship with her spirit team in some way, whether that be her ancestors, her angels, her guides, her demons, whatever. She has like a relationship with the spiritual realm, the etheric realm, 5D, but I feel like she has like some confining thoughts maybe about whether she can do it. I don't know. I'm getting the words, the mind is a prison, and that's something I did a channeled message with that title. I feel like if she were to go look at that reading, the mind is a prison, the mind was once a prison, she would get a lot out of it. But the mind was once a prison. I feel like she was, look at that, mind control. So I'm feeling as though she feels like it controls her mind, or she feels like she can't like she feels like it takes on whatever she's thinking or whatever her mind is, and she doesn't like being controlled by anybody. So she kind of like is the kind of person to really ruminate on stuff and then run away if she's not sure. So I feel like her spirit team is like a caregiver, and they're helping her clean up her mental process so that she can actually see tarot clearly and see like how she can utilize it if she's meant to. But of course not everyone has to use it. I just feel like she maybe has some like fears about how it messes with her mind, or how she feels controlled by it in some way. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, it's a hell yes, because I see the 4 of Wands as like celebration, community. So I resonate with a lot of her, so a lot of the people on her team. For some reason I'm getting that she might have Jesus as an ascended master on her team, whether she realizes it or not. Something about Sirius, star seeds or something like that, her being a star seed. Okay, so we'll just put yes, and let's move on to Gigi Hadid. How does she feel about tarot? We have the 4 of Cups, we have the Page of Wands, and we have the 6 of Pentacles. I feel like it came across her path, without her expecting it. I feel like it kind of plopped on her lap. So this could be like someone mentioning it to her, and then she gets an interest in it and goes for it. With the 9 of Wands coming through, that makes me feel like she pushed through. I feel like she received information and insight from someone without realizing it, and she pushes through and tries to understand it better, or something about that is coming through. I feel like she might have had a wall up with it, but she ends up, wow, we had the 4 of Cups come out twice, right? You guys saw the 4 of Cups come out earlier, and I forgot to say that. 4 of Cups is like something being plopped on your lap, or you're not expecting something. So I don't know if she was apathetic to tarot or like kind of down in the dumps, but something came to her, information came to her. We have a lot of Wands coming through, so I feel like she has a very strong mind is what I'm getting for Gigi. She has a strong mind, so she sticks to what she feels and what she thinks. She doesn't let anybody tell her different. So I think that's a beautiful thing. I think that she has some really good things to address in the community, in the tarot community, if she were to do tarot. I feel like she would have a lot of things that would help people get out of their mind. Or it would be very like hard for some people to understand her, because I feel like she thinks a certain way. There's something about the way she thinks. But I feel like she's in balance with it. I feel like she thinks it's okay as long as it's in balance. That's what I think she would say if she were interested in it. Okay. Very interesting energy with her. Any information with regards to this Gigi in general. What would you like to say, Spirit? Any words to help me understand? Serial killer? Maybe she likes to use it and she sees a great value in using it to help balance the scales of justice. So I feel like with gift and serial killer, she might think it's helpful for helping people in trafficking or helping people out there in the community, helping celebrities out there. I think she's watched like maybe shows with regards to it, and she feels like it would be very helpful with mind control in reverse. It would be very helpful in changing people's perception of it. I don't know, she has an open mind to it. It feels like a balanced mindset here. So let's see if she would be willing to work with me. It's a 5 of Cups, a no. With regards to her spirit team, I feel like with the 5 of Cups coming through, that's about sadness, loss, grief, remorse. I feel like she's not ready or focused on that. So information coming through with me, there might be something about her moving forward with her love and other things and not needing that information out. Something about just information coming out. When there's too much coming out than what you have, there's something about loss and sadness, grief here. So let's keep it moving and put a no for that going forward, okay? This can always change, I'm sure, but I'd like to use this as a guide. So let's keep going with Olivia Rodrigo. How does Olivia feel about tarot? We have the 4 of Wands, we have the 10 of Swords, and we have the 3 of Pentacles. So she's gotten out of sticky situations with tarot. I feel like she's really she's really open to it. I just feel like she gets really painful information about like either career. She likely could get readings from her friends. As I said that, guys, look at that. This card flipped over, 3 of Pentacles twice. I'm getting the same cards twice for these celebrities. Something about these 2 decks giving me the same information. I feel like she sometimes gets information from her friends without realizing it or like without expecting it. And I feel like she has some really good people on her team. So it's really good friends that are very talented, very gifted, very high in their level of thinking. Very cool. It doesn't have to be everyone, but they really help her slice through some perceptions, slice through like information on regards to like her relationships. I feel like she gets like this, she should know that she's very fortunate with the spirit team that she has. Even when she gets in shitty situations, I feel like she literally gets out of situations really quickly, or quicker than a lot of people, maybe even the friends that she's had that maybe are very helpful. I'm getting Taurus energy, so I don't know, there's maybe a specific Taurus, or it could just be that's what's coming through. Maybe a Taurus also was someone she was in a relationship with. I'm just getting Taurus and hierarchy. So someone she works with that's a Taurus is significant here. There's something about her having friends that do this. So I don't know if she does it herself, but they're very smart people. They may not be people that you guys see. With corruption coming through, that's always interesting. They're like vigilantes. They work hard and they fight hard. They might like kitsune or like foxes. Something about that, like fox totem is significant. They may be very showy people, flamboyant. It doesn't have to be ego driven, but that could be something about some of her friend groups. They might just know who they are and they shine because of that. Something about that is significant. I just want to make that clear. And I just feel like she feels like the information is hard to deal with, but it's very important for her to know these things. She finds out things that are very painful or sad, but they're important. Not everything's going to feel great. Shadow work is going to feel like crap sometimes, or all the time. It's shadow work for that reason. So she's doing well. Would her spirit team be open to working with me? We have the Hierophant, which is a maybe. So I feel like she has a lot of spirit ascended masters that are working with her. I got this in a reading in the past, and I feel like they already are doing a lot for her. She's already getting the information she needs. So I feel like it's a maybe. Sure. Like, it's kind of like, yeah, sure, if you want. So I'll just put maybe there, okay. This thing is so slow right now. What's going on? Alright, so let's move on to Matty Healy. With Matty Healy, how does he feel about tarot? We have the 6 of Wands, the Sun, and we have the Lovers. He loves it. Oh, wow, he has 2 major arcana out of 3 cards. I'm guessing that's a yes. He thinks it makes him, it's very successful for him. He finds success in it. It makes him really enlightened. Something about Leo energy is significant here. The number 6 could be he's a life path 6, or something about Gemini and something about love in general, like relationships and helping him with relationships, or just having a very close bond with it. I feel like he just finds himself like gelling with tarot very, very well. Wow. Very positive answer. No on whether his spirit team would be working with me. I feel like there's some conflicting energies, and I had this happen with his Taylor Swift and Maddie Healy reading that I did, his spirit team. I feel like his ancestors specifically. There's some territorial energy. We're both warriors, and I feel as though they almost battle sometimes for information, so I'm gonna say no as well. It's a no from me as well. And it's not even personal, but I think there's some people that are better suited with his spirit team. Let's move on to Princess Elizabeth of Belgium. How does she feel about tarot? We have the Empress, the 7 of Pentacles, and we have the Queen of Wands. Wow, very empowering energy here. Something about Taurus energy is significant. Taurus energy, I don't know what it is about this thing, just always undoing itself. Jeez Louise. Taurus energy is significant here. Sun. So there's something about exposure, because I'm seeing with this Empress card, like it's like the sun here. And so I'm feeling like she has a lot of enlightenment. She is very, very rich. This could just be like luxurious, like she has the money to spend on a bunch of decks if she wanted to. She likely has a lot of decks. She has a lot of information from her readings. I feel like she just has a lot of abundance around her. So I feel like she just has a lot of things to bring to this, to tarot. She loves it a whole lot. I think she's really, 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 yeah, I don't know. I feel like almost to the excess, but beautiful. I have very little words to say for Princess Elizabeth of Belgium. I feel as though she's just really in tune with it. I feel like she has a lot that she's grown from with it. 7 might be significant. I think she works with it a lot. 7 of Pentacles is the energy of someone who, I saw 2 things, spouse, partner, and secret. But I just want to keep going. I feel like she has a lot of things that she's grown with regards to it. 7 years ago might have been significant to her, where she started looking into it 7 years ago. Number 7 is here. I feel like she finds a lot of wisdom in it. I feel like she works with it. I think she also has someone that she found out about through it. This could be like her looking into her love life. She's had a lot of insight about it. So yes. And she's empowered by it. Working with her spirit team is saying yes. I think I would be giving her some information that she's not aware of. There's something about her not seeing something, and they would be willing to tell me about what that is to help her. I feel like we all meet each other on our path for some reason, so I feel like they're trying to say like there's an open opportunity if both of us are open to it and manifesting this insight here. Brooke Sansoni. How does Brooke Sansoni feel? This is the girlfriend or a wife, I'm not sure, fiance of Charlie Puth. Charlie was actually someone I put on the list and I forgot to number, so he's actually going to be the last person we talk about today. It's going to be number 145, but that makes 145 instead of 144. So she had the High Priestess, 10 of Pentacles, and the Strength card. Wow. Brooke Sansoni, yeah, very intuitive. I think her family does work with it. I feel like she almost like is so good at it or so intuitive that she doesn't always need it. We see that she manifests judgment calls. I feel like she already like has an awareness of the truth. I think she has a prophetic gifting. I think she's prophetic with regards to like her power. I think she's a divine feminine likely. I feel like she also might be either pregnant or like knows about what to expect with her pregnancies going forward, like if she decides to have children, for instance. I'm just getting that energy. These 2 came out, Justice and New World Order. She has a lot of justice coming in for her. I think she's very balanced with it as well. I feel like with regards to like relationships in the past, I feel like she buried a lot of those relationships through tarot, like moving forward and healing. Maybe she's had clarity through tarot. It's been very good for her, good to her. I feel as though she has readings in secret, maybe like at her property, like at her home. This could be with her or with someone else. And I'm getting the words legal. So this person might be a lawyer, but also be a reader. Something about like legal, something about justice here coming in for her, maybe about her marriage. Just information is coming through, and I'm trying to take what I can before I move on. But with regards to working with her, would her spirit team be open to that? We have a no. I feel as though there's something here about heartbreak, betrayal, ill health at this time, disorder and confusion here. So something going on in her life with regards to either a person in her life, or she's just going through a lot of pain right now. There's a need to release pain here. So we're going to just keep that in mind and put a no. But that is what you guys needed to know from me, at least right now. Let's move on to Travis Kelce's mom. Travis Kelce's mom, she came into the reading, so I put her on the list. How does she feel about tarot? We have the Seven of Pentacles, we have the Four of Pentacles, and we have the Ace of Pentacles. Interesting. I feel like she's had a history with it, but she's very secretive about it. I don't think she tells a lot of people that she was interested or that she knows anything about tarot or spirituality. I feel like she has a lot of secrets in general. I feel like people in some like generations have had more secrets across the board than other generations. Man, I feel like we're getting into that generation where a lot of people are holding on to secrets in this one. But anyways, I feel like she just... she's very protective here. What would you like to say about that? I feel like she's very, like, I don't know. I feel like she has, like, some wisdom, but she doesn't really share certain things unless she feels like you'll understand. So there's sometimes, like, opportunities that she'll get to share. And I feel like she has like a vivacious energy, very fun energy. But sometimes she just seems one way and people don't see that. I'm seeing RBF. Just something about like her having a very balanced approach to it. But I also feel like she's very, like she has a finality to her. She can be very harsh if she wants to be. And put things to rest. But then she can be so loving. So there's this energy of her like... with tarot being very like specific with who she'll open up to with about it. But I do think she's had a past with it before. I think she's had a past with it before. Is that correct? Her information's coming through a little interesting. Past with tarot. Okay, so we have, yeah, Six of Swords in the a while ago. They're trying to say she was really good at it, but she faced some conflict with people around her, like family maybe. And she held her tongue, or she kind of like, it was something of the past. And she might have like had some friends that did it, something about her having a connection to it, but it just doesn't come out as a yes, of course, you know, it comes out as yeah, but that was a while ago, or that was back in the day. I don't really disclose stuff like that. I mean, I feel like she's more so secretive about it. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Spirit, before I move on? Okay, so we have, it just kind of dwindled for her. Secret trip, yeah, like I feel like she has like, it's a secret to her. It's a secret. You guys can just ignore that. It's a secret to her. And that's okay. She doesn't have to tell people about it. But yeah, natural causes. And maybe it was something about her, like, her sides, like how she was raised. Maybe she was raised Republican or Democrat, for instance, and that's why it's coming through. Like her values shifted a bit. So naturally when she became a mother, for instance, she stopped doing it because it was like not really her thing, or the people in that realm were different. I feel like she's a medium. I feel like she'd be really good at that. I feel like she gets information out of nowhere. I feel like she has a very masculine energy when she wants to. But I feel like she has like this energy where she can tap in if she wants to, but she doesn't. Not often. Maybe there's opportunities too sometimes. With regards to whether her spirit team would like to work with me going forward, it's a maybe as well. I feel like this is something that she hasn't like catered to much recently. She would have to start over in some way with regards to tapping into that, or something about that. There's something about a youthful energy about her. I don't know. So it's a maybe. Let's keep going though. Let's go to Ryan Gosling. How does he feel about tarot? We have the Magician. I always look at this as the Magician, but like sometimes I get the Ace of Wands the way it looks. And we have the Seven of Cups, and we have the Hanged Man. I feel like he feels like it's a little, there's some delusions with it. Hold on one second, guys. So he feels like there's some delusions with it. Gosh. Okay. There's some delusions with it. There's some indecision about it. It feels as though it's a thirst trap in some ways for people, like tempting to get the information that they want about their future. He feels like it's just kind of like, where's the catch? What's the catch about all of this? There's an energy of him, home came out, changing his mind about it. There could be someone in the home that's into something like Santeria or something like that, where they're working into or tapping into witchcraft or their relationship to it ancestrally. Maybe he's open to it a little bit more now because he's seeing it from a new perspective and he's open to it. So that's what I'm getting. I don't know why I did that. But anyway, with regards to his spirit team working with me, would they be open? We have the Ace of Cups. Awesome. That's a yes. I think he has he recently had like a new beginning with it. Something about 2018. You guys can call 2018 forever ago because it was before COVID, but I'm telling you, like in the spirit realm or like in the spiritual realm, it's like whatever. It's like a minute. So in 2018, something significant happened where he was either given a gift or something about his wife, Eva Mendes. There's something about her like either nurturing some aspect of their connection in a way where he opened up to certain things spiritually with her. There's a spiritual growth and expansion here based off of his relationship with Eva, or Eva. I hope I'm saying it. Eva. I feel like the Capricorn energy was coming through in water, so I don't know if there's some significant placements with water. Gemini, water, and so Gemini, air. And then we have the water signs, Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, and Capricorn. So that's a lot of signs. I get it. And this is what I mean. Like, I feel like I got the like thought process from somebody that's like, you're just going to list like 6 signs and it's like basically half of them. Yeah. Sometimes that happens, but like, I like to be really specific, but it's coming through as an energy of love, just determination, a bond, and I'm mentioning the signs in case those resonate for you. Ryan or whoever it is that's saying that. But yeah, so let's move on. Would he be open to working with me? We have yes, Chariot. Awesome. What the hell just happened? I already got a yes. They want to give me 2 cards for him. All right, I'll take it. So yes and Chariot. So we already got a yes for him. Let me just get myself together. We got a yes for him, and that's good. So let's move on. Eva, him and Eva, wow. There's something about me getting tripped up on that. And, you know, it is like we're on the 90th person, but like I feel like there's a reason it came out twice. There's something he's going to overcome, and that's why it's coming through. Like for his readings, when I do a reading on the 2 of them, that might be helpful if they see it. For Eva, we have the Ether card, 3 of Swords, and the 9 of Cups. I feel like she overcame some aspect of like relying on others or facing disappointment or regret over past choices with tarot or past experiences with tarot. I feel like she's a lot more powerful, and I feel like I'm hearing the word exposed. She's more understanding, and I feel like she had a lot of doubts in the past with regards to her relationship with the spiritual community or world, but she's open to it. She's more empowered, and she's more, there's more gratitude here for the experience. So I would say, yeah, she's taking a leap of faith here with the Fool, and we have the 6 of Cups. She's tapping into her past life experiences, past life relationships. There's something about her meeting a lot of soulmates without realizing it or not expecting them. So there's something here that's beautiful about her healing aspects of herself with tarot and having some past like healing with regards to her experience within the past as well. Something about that is significant. I feel like she's seeing and tapping into her divine power. And it's beautiful. Karmically, she's balancing herself out. With regards to her, I have a yes for the 8 of Pentacles with her. So we have a yes. She would love to work, or her spirit team. I'm not going to say that she would like to work with me unless she says so. But her spirit team is giving me the 8 of Pentacles as I was requesting for all of these readers or all of these celebrities. I feel like she might be a reader herself, and that's why that's coming through. But beautiful. Let's move on to Miley. How does Miley feel about tarot? How does she feel about tarot in general? We have the Student of Water, which is the Knight of Cups, the Nine of Pentacles, and the Eight of Pentacles. I feel like she had to go back to the drawing board in some regard with regards to her gifting. Something about that is significant. It feels like she is very independent. She's very powerful on her own. And I feel like she's done her own readings or touched base with herself, like getting her own cards and figuring it out on her own. Excuse me. Ooh, I gotta release. I need to eat. But anyway, there's something beautiful about like her focus on like getting something right, on learning how to tap into it more. So I feel like she's tapping into it more and getting more accustomed to it. I feel like a parent might have taught her, or she may have met someone that really helped her learn more about it. I don't know why I got so many things. I got Super Bowl. Yeah, parental figure may have exposed her to tarot, or like even a godparent or someone in her family taught her this. I feel like there was some corruption though with the person that taught her. Maybe they tried to use it against her, or they didn't accurately represent what was being said in the reading. I feel like they might have been abusive with regards to the information, like with regards to like what road she would want to go down on, or go down to or with. I feel like they might have been a little corrupted with the way in which they did their cards. Maybe she realizes that now. Maybe they came to her for a reason, but she felt like it was like, we're going down different paths. So maybe this person ended up going in some way other direction, a different direction that wasn't quite positive. I'm just getting like those cards coming through, and they mean something to her. So I'm gonna continue to try to interpret them and see how that comes through and if it makes sense here. False person, couple. It might have been someone she was dating. I feel like they try to use it against her. So there's times where, you know, you have to be careful with who you listen to for readings. This is a general statement. I'm just saying. Some people try to use it against you, or try to say like there's something in the cards that says this and it's actually not true. So even it could be something as simple as someone does a reading for you. Should you, they ask you, this person asks you, so I can do a reading on you. Just tell me just think of a question you have and I'll give you a yes or a no. Or they'll ask you, what do you want to talk about? And you'll say, well, I really like this guy, but I'm not sure if I should date them. Should I? And they think to themselves, oh, you like me. I'm going to put a yes into this question, into the answer for this question, because I want you to date me. I don't know. There's some like way of abusing this stuff. There might have also just been like family members that were vehemently against it, that may have tried to scare her about it. And maybe she had a person in her life that was a false person that, you know, she thought she knew, but she didn't truly know. And they might have like affected how she moves with regards to her spirituality. But it could be a number of things. So many things are coming through for her. That's why I'm saying the interpretation is just me coming out with all spitfire of all of what I'm seeing. So this seems to have happened a number of times, or there's a specific person that's coming to mind when if she sees this message. But yeah, she's independent now, very wiser as well. And there's something about like not letting it abuse her, not letting taking advantage of the opportunity to use tarot to suit her and not to control her. That's important. So would her spirit team be open to working with me? We have the King of Pentacles, which is a yes. They'd be open to it. I feel like her spirit team and her, specifically Miley, is very secure, and I don't think it would affect her energetically as much to talk about it. Don't want to do it negatively for sure, but some people do need some privacy at certain periods of time, and that's what their spirit team is doing for them. But I feel like she's secure in herself, so she would be, I think this information would help her. With Emma Roberts, how does she feel about tarot? Wow. Okay. Wow, she's very witchy. She's like a high priestess type vibe here. I feel like she actually would really use it to her advantage. I feel like she would be really strategic. I feel like she might have like some gods of war, like I don't know, a Hecate or like Isis or something like that. And this is the goddess Isis. I like to say that in preface, or state it after that it's the goddess, because I don't know who's gonna see this. But yeah, Three of Cups gives me the energy of her being surrounded by either witches or being surrounded by people in her soul tribe that resonate with her. And I feel like she has like an advantage spiritually. I feel like she'd be really good at tapping into it. And I think she does. I really do think she does already. I feel like, wow, I feel like, I don't know, there's something about like her thinking things were accidents, but they were meant to be. That's coming through. I just feel like she's very intuitive. Cancer energy coming through. Cancer, and then also air with the Five of Swords. I feel like she's very, very like, I think of a spider and how they draw their web. She's like a spider. Motel, hotel is coming through. She might have traveled and learned about this. Marriage and wedding. I don't know if there is something in regards to a marriage potentially with her or a current marriage. There's something about her manipulating or manifesting that person in her life. And I don't think she realizes that she did, but she totally did. For karmic retribution or something. Like something karmic about her like relationship is significant. I feel like she takes these like, I'm hearing ticket. I don't know. There's something energetically interesting about her that I can't quite put my finger on in 2 to 3 minutes, whatever, however long this is going on for each person. It's really hard to tap in without doing a full-on reading, so I'm trying to just tap in and then get out. But yeah, really cool energy, very empowering. But I feel like she goes through and is going through really big tower moments and really pivotal moments in her life, and I think she doesn't realize how much she's manifesting. Okay, but anyways, would her spirit team be open to working with me? Wow, Three of Cups. I feel like I resonate with her spirit team in some way. There's friendship here coming in, which means that it could just be about me touching base with friends, people coming into her life, or that we resonate because I feel like I can resonate with her energy and the people that she resonates with. Something about her friend groups is significant. Maybe a friend of hers will see this. Please let me know if you do and if it resonates or not. I want to know the truth. So let's keep going with Sam Heughan, or Hugan. My apologies. Sam Hugan. Let's see what, let's see how he feels about tarot. We have the Eight of Cups, we have the Ten of Wands, and we have the Student of Earth, or the Page of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles. Okay. He doesn't see it as emotionally fulfilling or gratifying. He sees it as a burden, and he's slow about it. He's kind of iffy about it. He's very, like, as far as an energy, very beginner or immature with regards to spiritual things, specifically tarot. I'm just getting the energy that he may have like maybe dabbled in looking it up and looking into it, but I don't think he's had like either success or done it specifically. You know, like, okay, so I'm getting the imagery of a ganache. You know, ganache on top of a pastry. It's the really sweet stuff. It kind of enhances the flavor of the cake. When I say enhance, I don't mean it makes it better. Some people don't like that on top of it, but it's like just the icing on top. I feel like he only has gotten to the icing. He hasn't gotten to the thick of the chocolate cake or whatever it is. I think he likes black women. For some reason, I'm getting that energy specifically. Not to say like he's like racist, but I don't know why I'm getting chocolate, and that could resonate to his flavor, and also to ethnicity. I feel like Spirit's trying to tell me that in a number of ways, and it's kind of funny and whimsical. Anyways, the Ace of Swords is here, the King of Pentacles, and the Wheel of Fortune. I feel like he has like direction on his mind, or direction like there's someone guiding him, and regardless of whether he's into this, but I feel like he already has like a path, and I feel like he's very down to earth, very practical. So I just get the energy that he just kind of maybe sees it as like a fun little thing, but I don't think he's into it as much as we would think. Now, in light of that, would he be open to a reading from me, or spirit team? Would his spirit team be open to kind of sitting with me and going through it with me? It would be a yes with the Page of Cups. Very youthful, flirty, not with me, I just want to make that clear. Flirty energy with this information. It would be like fun. It would be fun for him. I'm hearing a fun little experiment. So interesting, and interesting words for him. I gotta say, he's one of the more interesting ones I've had so far. Okay, as far as Teyana Taylor, with regards to Teyana Taylor and how she feels about tarot, we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Two of Swords, and the Chariot. I think she kind of goes with the flow here. I'm getting why is it coming through this way? I'm getting the sense that she has like some notable air placements in her chart, because I'm getting the energy of someone who's kind of like finding balance, constantly trying to find balance and moderation in some way. But I feel like she tends to get ahead of herself, and that's okay. Maybe air is not the strongest in her chart, actually, because if the Two of Swords is coming up, typically that's about imbalance in some way, with love specifically, or this is about a specific Gemini that she's very in love or has been very nurturing to. Something about either her being, yeah, love is coming through for tarot readings. Interesting. So I'm tapping into her energy and I'm feeling like she is open to it. I just feel like it has to be at certain moments and times in her life. I just need to click something. It happens at certain times in her life. I feel like it's kind of like you have to kind of take it as it comes. I feel like there's something about her being very fluid and kind of going with the flow, but sometimes she gets ahead of herself, is what I was saying earlier. So I feel like she can kind of tap into it. But I feel like she uses some other mode or method of divination. Something else is coming through here. And I can't pretend like I'm not seeing it. And I'm not looking up anything, but I do have a reading that just posted and I want to see if it's all right. Okay. So yeah, I just feel like there's something specific that we should know with regards to her methods. There's two specific ones. So let me see. Let's keep going and see what else comes through, because I feel like there's more to talk about that's specific. Chariot energy is about traveling as well, so she might do this every now and then when she travels, or when someone maybe comes over to see her. This is something that like happens maybe when she's achieved something. Law enforcement, so there might have been questions in her mind with regards to law enforcement or corruption around her, and asking someone for guidance or wisdom with regards to that. But there's like specific key things that she'll talk about, or yeah, the justice system is coming through. So she might use it for balance, for karma, like just to see how, wow, for war. So she may use it for, okay, I'm getting that she might use tarot cards for like divination, like when she's doing like something for maybe one of the Orishas, or like she does something with regards to Orishas. Like with regards to her work, it could be Ifa, it could be Santeria, it could be something. She could work with that, and maybe using a tarot card for it, for instance, or just kind of trying to make sure that she's operating with modes of divination that are like that for healing. Okay, so she uses it for work, in her work for healing, shadow work. She uses it when she has to go to war with an energy, something that's not good for her. She uses it for justice when there's corruption around her. Wow, vengeful. There's the energy of not like her being vengeful. Please do not get that. But what I'm saying is when she sees like a person that's not who they truly are, something about her spirit team is very powerful, and they go to war for her. They touch base on certain things. They take care of it. And she just maybe provides offerings for them or something along those lines is significant. When they go to war, they go to work. There's something about it helping, like this being a form of divination that would help. Beautiful. So yeah, just an energy of like just kind of balance, being needed like when using this stuff, like knowing how to operate with it, but using it at certain points and pivotal times. Maybe the deer is significant, or the gazelle is significant here, or the web and spider is significant, antlers, birds. I'm seeing a lot of things here. With regards to her spirit team wanting to be here with me, or like communicating with me for her readings going forward, I got a maybe. This could be the energy of them trying to figure me out and watching me, so they might just watch for a little bit. That's okay. I'm just going to be doing the same thing I always do, so if you want to watch me. Let me keep going. So beautiful. Let's add that in as a yes or maybe. I feel that as like a more so like kind of view and look at how Teyana's doing, and we'll see how that works. So I'm gonna put maybe. All right, let's keep going with Iman. Iman Schumpert or Schumpert. I do apologize for any inconvenience or anything that I say this. Judgment, the Fool, and the King of Swords. Yeah, so I feel like Iman, I feel like he's a beginner with this though for some reason. I'm getting interesting energy for him. I'm getting a lot of swords. Like air energy. So Gemini, Libra, Aquarius doesn't have to be in his sun, but that's significant. Something about his sun as well. I don't know why I'm getting that energy. But we have a card that came out, Devil at the bottom. You do with that what you will. King of Pentacles is coming out. So I feel like he might, something about money here. Financial gain or physical gain. I feel like a flighty energy with these three cards for him. Capricorn energy is also significant. But I feel like I'm getting an array of things, which makes me feel like he's very scattered or muddled in some way with regards to his stability. But I think he knows what he likes with regards to with regards to like his legacy as a father, his money and all of that. But how it ties into this is interesting. Like, why would I want to, why would I want to know that? I just want to see how he feels about tarot. I feel like he feels lost a bit right now, and that's why this is coming through. He feels like a beginner again, and I feel like they want to give us that understanding before I tell you the answer. He's kind of feeling lost right now. He's lost his bounty in some way. Yeah, he knows the truth. We have two King of Swords here. Two Kings of Swords. So that tells me that he's kind of in a place of judgment right now. Karmic judgment. Oh, yeah. I'm not sorry because I don't know him at all, but I just feel like he's in karmic judgment. He's in like some kind of like dark night of the soul or dark spirit. I don't know why I said dark spirit. There's something about his marriage, his marriage in the past with Tiana. I feel like he's addressing his sexuality and the need to heal. He's transitioning, so I think he's moving into spirituality and starting this fool's journey again. I think he recognizes his need for guidance, but that's how he feels about tarot. He feels like it's a way for him to start over into understanding himself in a better measure, and healing. But so he's open, guys. He's open to it, but I almost feel like he's manifesting someone else, and he's kind of distracting me from the answer. Does he distract people a lot when when you tell or ask him something, he literally like goes off on a tangent or talks about something else? I don't know. He's coming to balance, and I feel like he does have some relationship to it. I think he more so talks to his ancestors than anything, or talks to his spirit team. Masculine energy is what he's healing. But I do think he has a relationship to it in some degree. But I feel like it was a burden in the past. I feel like he kind of like became burdened by it because he couldn't take it. Something about his energy shifting. He had to shift his frequency in some way. But he's open to it now. I'll be right back, guys. So since we're getting a little too much information for my liking for this reading, I'm going to say yes, but he's a beginner. I think that he's just now expanding into seeing something about that. We have the Two of Cups for whether his spirit team would like to work with me going forward. Wow. There's some connection there with my spirit team and his. I feel like there's a need for balance, so I think it would really help if I tuned into his energies at some point. We will see how kind of things go, because divine timing is at play here, for sure. Always. So let's keep going. For Sim Rias, we have the Ace of Swords, we have the Devil, and we have the Nine of Wands. Interesting. So with regards to how he feels about tarot, he might think that the truth is there, that it's scary, like there's something scary about the fact that you can find out the truth. He might also think that the reason and way in which people get information through tarot is through the devil. So I'm getting messages like that. I'm getting that he kind of tries to keep away from it. He feels like it's something that is a temptation, and he feels like he has to have some kind of like guard up. There's something individualistic here about him as well, so it could just be the energy of someone who doesn't want to get information ahead of time. They would prefer to live life and kind of go about their day and not feel like forced. So motel, hotel. There might have been a short spirit experience where he had like a experience from someone who was a spiritist or someone who was in the spiritual arts or dark arts. There's something about him feeling like he needed to run away from it because he feels like it's a crime in some ways. This could just be like just feeling guilty or feeling like there's something about feeling protecting, like he needs to protect his energy from, yeah, he feels like he doesn't want to be abused or neglected or told lies. He's very careful about that. He feels like it's a dark tunnel or like it's a rabbit hole. Yeah. So that's what I'm getting for how he feels about it. I don't think he does it. I think he finds that it's coming from the devil, or something along those lines. Like he's something about it revealing fears for him. He might have to deal with some fears right now. In regards to how his spirit team feels about working with me going forward, we have teamwork, so they are interested in working with me. They would be interested in like giving some information and working with me together. So I think he's on a journey where he has to learn to understand how this all works, and that it's not like something to fear. Something like that is coming through here. Okay, so moving on. So we have, yes, such a long list, guys. I'm now just tapping into close to 100 now, so let's go on to Himanshi Kurani. So we have temperance for how she feels about it with the Tower and the Nine of Swords. So there's something about it bringing about great change in her life. So there's an energy of her, there's like this feeling I get when I look at her cards that makes me feel like she's saying it rocks her world, or like it kind of like is something that happens for a reason. And I don't know, there's something about that. It brings about a lot of changes in her life. So I feel like she does worry about it though. So I do think she believes that tarot is something that is out there to balance people, to help people balance. Does she use it though? I feel like she does, but she does it secretly, very secretly. Is that true? I don't know if she has some fears or qualms about people knowing this. Does she do tarot? Yeah, she does. She does do it. So I don't know why I'm getting Libra energy. I don't know if there's a specific Libra, but she definitely has past lives using it and utilizing it for herself and others. I feel like she is a huge manifester. I feel like a lot of opportunities that came to her on her path were something she manifested. I feel like she literally went from 0 to 100, which is why the Tower moments are here, in regards to like specific things that came to her out of nowhere. So I feel like it's helped her and guided her in some way, but there's that Nine of Swords that tells me she still worries about it. Maybe there's a need for balance and moderation with the Temperance card here. She has to find balance with it all the time. With regards to whether they'd be willing to work with me, we have the Tower, guys. That came out in the reading, in the cards. So no, there's a lot of I think things are really chaotic with her energy. So no, let's move on. I don't want to belabor that. So Demi Lovato, how does Demi Lovato feel about tarot? We have the Six of Swords, we have the Eight of Wands, and we have the Ace of Cups. She has a love for it. There's a sweet energy coming through with regards to how she sees it. I feel like she is open to it, very much so. But I feel like, with the Six of Swords, I feel like she cares about like certain people in her family, and I feel like she might ask about them, how they're doing, if they're okay, if they're transitioning well. I feel like she does use tarot when she needs to feel or find some inner peace and calm with regards to a lot of things happening for her at some point in time. So that's specific, but I feel like it helps her move on to calmer waters, and she appreciates the communication. But I feel like she gets communication everywhere she goes. Like synchronicities will follow her everywhere. Situations will happen so quickly for her. I feel like she sees the signs of when something is happening in her life, and I feel like tarot is like another thing that helps communicate that to her. We have Pizzagate, which is a very interesting one to get, right? We have imprisonment. So I feel as though she there's one more card in here that needs to tie it all together. Let's see. What's this card, Spirit? Accident. So I feel as though she accidentally comes upon a lot of information when she taps in. I think if she were to get into like an astral, like a state of astral projection, I feel like she would get a lot of information that would be very scary for her. I feel like she has gotten information that's been scary. With regards to, it could be Pizzagate, it could be with regards to people in the industry that abuse other people. I feel like she kind of taps in quite easily. With regards to whether her spirit team would want to work with me, we have yes for judgment. Wow, that's a really prophetic energy with that card. So that makes me feel like they would have some things to say to help clarify, like huge messages with regards to where we're going and moving as a collective. So that would be really important. Let's put yes here. Let's move on to Cole Bennett. Let's keep going. Let's go with it. We have the Six of Cups. We have the Queen of Water, or the Queen of Cups. Wow, and the Five of Wands. I think he would use it to stabilize himself. When he encounters doubts or encounters opposition, I feel like it would be very helpful in helping him understand his situation and what to do about it. So I'm feeling like he does. I feel like this is something past energy. This is past energy. So it could have been at the time he had someone that he really loved or someone that he really cherished in the past that helped him through tarot, or like there's a caring motherly energy about this. It could be a mom that took care of him. It could have been a fire sign mom, because I'm getting the King and Queen of Wands. This could also just be someone that was very close to him. Okay, yeah, Empress. It was, yeah, his mom. Something about his mom is significant here. And in some capacity, it helped him. So it's a yes. I feel as though he has maybe either like a way of looking at tarot, or he has like this thing where it helps him combat certain energies around him. And that's, yeah, look at that Seven of Wands, that protective energy, that standing your ground energy. A lot of fire, wow. He might have a lot of fire in his chart. But it's really helpful for him. With regards to whether his spirit team would be open to working with me, we have the Six of Pentacles, which is a yes. Generosity. His spirit team is very generous. They would love to give out some more insight in order for us to understand him better, to clear up misconceptions as well. So, I don't know why I heard scandal. So maybe people think like this is scandalous to do tarot, but it's actually just, it could be just as easy and simple as breathing. Like something you do and it's tapping into what you know inside. So I just want to say that for someone here. Moving on into the Hadids, we have Yolanda. How does Yolanda feel about tarot? We have the Four of Swords, we have the Hierophant, and we have the Knight of Fire, or the Knight of Wands. It's inspiring to her. I think it's very inspiring. It gets her on the right track if she needs help. I feel like she does have a lot of... She is insightful, very insightful. Why is the Hierophant here? I feel like it gives her peace. It's like a sense, it gives her a sense of peace, or helps her calm down. It inspires her and yet it calms her down. So it's the energy of like, oh good, okay, oh, what a relief. I don't know, it helps her through difficult times. It helps her heart. It helps her create and kind of dream. And it helps her fight her blockages, things that would block her. I feel like she goes to either an astrologist or something like that. Something about like an astrologist or someone she looks up to. So there's someone that she looks up to that does this for her. I'm getting that energy. Someone in the family that travels to her, or is a Cancer. That's significant. This is like a mother energy or a motherly type energy, or just like a high priestess vibe from this person. I feel like she rests in that, in the trust that she has for this person that takes care of her information, or takes care of the messages that she gets. Good news is what I'm hearing. With regards to whether she'd be open to working with me, we have a no. I feel like it would only restrict something. So I feel like she would feel trapped or backed up in a corner if I said certain things that I see in the cards for her. So it's a no from her spirit team. Certain people have been getting no's. It's very interesting. It's kind of like I'm starting to see like a trend with certain people for some reason. The ones that have the like high priestesses on their side, or like a specific person doing their work, or like doing their magic or something like that, they usually don't want interference. So we have a no for her. What about Muhammad? We have the Three of Wands for Muhammad. Two of Wands, and we have the King of Earth. So the King of Pentacles. So with this energy, it makes me feel he's like trepidatious about it. I think he's very grounded, or he tries to be very grounded. He might be an earth sign, I'm not sure. But there's something about his earth placements and his grounding techniques. It feels as though, with looking at this, right? Oh wow, look at that. King of Pentacles came out for him twice. I feel like he's kind of apathetic about it. I feel like he thinks it's a little like crazy. There's this energy of like feeling like it kind of makes people crazy around him too, and he feels like he has to help them balance out. Or he feels like it's just not as known to him as much as he would like it to. I feel like he's more of the earth than of like the spiritual or like higher chakras, or like focusing on like your spiritual insight. I think he's more grounded, and I feel like he stays there. So there's this energy of him like kind of going into it and saying let's do it, but then also being like, I don't know, like let me just watch from afar. He tends to watch more than anything, and he could just watch Yolanda. He could just watch other people in the family that are very gifted in that. I don't know if he's tapped into that. I keep getting this hotel for a lot of people, which tells me that it's either maybe on their travels that they do this or get into this, or it's like a passing, like it's a passing experience. Deep state is coming through. Family, yeah, it feels like he sees it in the family. And I feel like there's this energy of the family wanting vengeance, or when they're angry or feel like someone is taking advantage of them or hurting them, they tend to go to some diviner or someone to help them or to give them clarity, to give them insight into something, or to even survey people, like to look in on people and their work. Something about that. It's a very strategic energy here. So I feel like he watches more than anything. I don't think he actually taps into it. With regards to whether his spirit team will be open to it, to working with me, we have the Queen of Swords. Unlike Yolanda, Muhammad would like to work with, his spirit team would like to work with me. It's a very straightforward person. Okay, cool. So with regards to Anwar, would Anwar be open to doing a reading? Or, wow, I said doing a reading. I don't know if he's going to see a message or something from me one day. We can move on. Let's move on here. How does he feel about tarot? We have the Five of Pentacles, we have the Two of Cups, and we have the King of Cups. I feel like he's wanted to have this connection, or have like some kind of connection with his... Wow, Five of Pentacles came out twice, guys. So he feels left out with regards to tarot. He feels like he doesn't quite understand, or he feels like he's cut, or some connection is severed here with regards to tarot. So maybe he feels like he wants that so bad. He wants like to be able to profess or have the abilities that he's been looking for. Maybe he sees a relative of his that's like a Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo, specifically a Capricorn. Maybe he has someone in his life that he wants to like see. He wants them to see him shine, or see him in this gift, or in this ability. I'm just getting the energy of him wanting it, but not finding it as easily, or having to find balance a lot. We have like he might have some significant air placements, feeling separate, or feeling like he's cut, or he's not sure, or he's not as united with his energies. Because we see the Two of Cups, that tells me he wants to be connected to his divine energy and source. He may be trying to get connected, but he feels like he's kind of separate. Something about that is coming through. With regards to whether his spirit team would be open to working with me, though, we have the Five of Pentacles. No. And look at that, guys. It's the Five of Pentacles that we got twice. So he feels left out of something, and I feel like he's ignorant to something right now. He feels isolated from something, but he'll get through whatever it is with his spirit team. So that's a no here. Just like Yolanda. Okay. So with Tiana, with regards to Tiana, how does she feel about tarot? She has the Two of Pentacles, she has the Death card, and she has the Ten of Cups. We're going to use the last one for her. That's the Queen of Pentacles. So she's the Queen of Pentacles in this situation, is what they're trying to tell me with this extra card that came out. Just because it's the last one, guys, I just want to use what's left. So we have... Wow. she feels like it helps her get through really difficult situations to find balance. So she thinks that like it helps her with regards to disappointing people or places or things that come up in her life, and it usually produces a huge tower moment or transformation for her. So she does utilize it. She does use it to help her move forward, but I get the energy of it's more like a pick a card thing, or like someone giving her readings. Does she do readings? Actually, her family, okay, so her ancestors are saying she does. She has like the gifting and ability naturally as well if she wanted to. Wow, so I'm getting that she does find gratification in it, really finds joy and fulfillment and harmony with it. So I find that I think she does do it, or at least gets readings. Would her spirit team be willing to work with me? We have a maybe. They're split. So I don't know what it is. Maybe there's divided loyalty within the group. Maybe some of them feel good about me and some don't. But let's put in a maybe here. With regards to Rami Malek, what do we have? Let's actually get everything reset and come back, and I'll work on Rami Malek next, guys. I'll see you then. Hello everyone, so let's keep going into Rami Malek, okay? So I wanted to shuffle in front of you guys once again. I will put timestamps for that. 10 of Cups is a good sign. Let's keep going. Spirit team, please assist me in getting accurate and complete information for the question presented here for all of the celebrities going forward as we continue down the line. So we are on 105. Please help me in getting the messages that need to come through this reading. Rami Malek and all others from now, from 105 to 144. However many I can do in the time that I have. Please assist me in getting clear and accurate information that'll help other people understand this information better. Okay, 1, 2, let's go with that. And let's just use a new deck. So let's use this deck and continue with this, because this was just here. It's exactly what we had earlier. So we're going to keep going. Let's go with Rami Malek. With him, we have the King of Cups, the Queen of Cups, and the Lovers. Okay, wow. So with him, I feel like he has a really close bond with regards to tarot. He feels like it's like the king to his queen or the queen to his king. He feels very complete and very, he feels as though it helps him understand the things around him, the mountains that come up in his life, understanding the difficulties and why they're there. Very, very, I'm getting the word iconic spread. I don't know why he got it this way, but look at that. We got couple. So there's something about love. There's something about his love life. And also I feel like the sense that he might be either a life path 6 or just have a lot of people that are soulmates or just learning about soulmate connections in this life. So they're talking about that. He likes to look into those things as well with regards to tarot. Child. So there might be like a connection that he has to this as a child. Maybe like he had a wooded area that he lived by, or felt like at home with nature. Something about nature and with finding beauty in nature. There's something about him having this love for nature. I don't know why that's coming through so much. With tarot, maybe he feels connected because it helps him understand his spirit and like how he connects to nature. We have death, bioweapon, and we have fear. So there's something about fearing death as well. So he might be dealing with the understanding of death. And of what's to come for him. He feels like just this karmic relationship with regards to his purpose here, and I feel like it helps him understand it better. And I feel like I'm hearing neural pathways. Something about it helps him understand the world. I feel like he is kind of a seer. I think he is a seer. I think he sees death coming towards someone. I don't know why I'm getting that. He has like some abilities, really strong abilities. Grandparent passed down from his grandparents. So he has, wow, he might have had to learn how to temper this ability, because I feel like he had this ability, and I feel like psychedelics and such may either help or hinder him greatly. He has to be careful with drugs specifically and his inclinations. I'm getting some Piscean energy. I don't know if his Neptune is in Pisces, and that's significant. or like his Saturn is in Pisces. That's significant as well. So that's what I'm getting for him. Very unique energy to start off this portion. With regards to whether Spirit team would be open to working with me going forward, I'm getting the Five of Swords, which is a no. I feel as though there's something about them walking away to move on to other things. Maybe there's other people they want to talk to specifically. So that is okay. Let's put a no here and move on to Lucy Boyton. What does she have to say to us? With regards to tarot, we have the Two of Swords, the Ace of Swords, and the Queen of Swords. Wow, Ace, very interesting, like Rami Malek's. I'm getting the energy of like it helps her understand like what to do. So like when she feels indecisive, this almost feels like Beyonce's energy type of energy she had, where when she split, it helps her find clarity. So she feels like it helps her direct her steps and what to do next. So she does use it. I'm almost getting the energy of like she might have a lot of air in her chart as well. So I don't know if she's a Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius, but she finds that it helps her partner up with the universe and like move forward in peace, solidarity. So there's something about it really calming her down or helping her move forward. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, we have the Nine of Cups. Wow, fulfillment. That would be a really great thing for us to do. So moving forward, I will keep that in mind. Jordan Lutz. With regards to Jordan Lutz, we have the Four of Swords. We have the Four of Pentacles, 2 fours coming through. Balance and stability are significant to him. And we have the Three of Pentacles. I feel like when he does get readings, he prefers private readings. He prefers private readings because he would like to know the information himself and hold on to it to protect it and secure it. I feel like he's kind of at peace. We have 2 Four of Swords. These are both Four of Swords. Wow. Bottom of the deck is Four of Swords, and then his card of choice is Four of Swords. His spirit team would like to tell us that fours are significant to him. I feel like he's a very like chill guy. I almost feel like he finds balance in himself. But I do think at times he does require like help from friends to understand things through tarot. So I feel like tarot is almost like a friend to him. It's useful when he needs it. With regards to whether he would be open to doing a reading, or his spirit team, if they would be open, it's a Queen of Cups, which is a yes. I feel like they want me to do 2. It's a yes, and that they would like to speak about something very soon. So I will keep a note of that. I'll put like an exclamation for him. So I may have to do a reading on him soon. Okay, so let's keep moving on. For some reason he had 2. All right, let's keep going with Steve Harvey. How does Steve Harvey feel about tarot? We have the Justice card, the 2 of Pentacles, and we have the Four of Cups. He doesn't seek it out. He feels like it affects his finances. He might have had an experience with it in the past where he didn't quite know how to, I'm hearing, collect himself or have balance with the gift, or with paying for it in some form or fashion. I'm just getting that it has this thing where it keeps him feeling unbalanced. But we do have judgment. I almost said judgment. So he feels like there's something about tarot reaching some judgment, but we have justice. He feels like to each his own. To each his own is what I'm getting. But he feels the Four of Cups. And I'm getting the Scout of Fire, which is the Page of Fire. So there's something about him feeling like it's like he understands it in some degree, but he feels independent of it, or feels like there's a distinct separation between him and tarot. That's what I'm getting with the Four of Swords, or the Four of Cups. I feel like he doesn't want to tap into it. He's not interested. Would his spirit team be open to working with me going forward? We have the Four of Pentacles. That's interesting. Four of Pentacle energies is a yes. So that means that he would do it sparingly. His spirit team would be open to sharing some things with regards to him to help clear up things sparingly. Like certain things are important to note and not like a lot of things. Moving forward, how does Marjorie Harvey feel about tarot? We have the Ace of Wands, the Three of Swords, and the Six of Wands. So surprisingly, I'm not getting a negative vibe. I feel like some people, I don't like to assume, Sometimes in readings, people assume that people are against something when they're religious, or have like affiliation with Christianity, Judaism, with something that is very keen on getting away from tarot and certain things because it's evil or demonic or something like that, right? With her, I don't get that energy. I get more that it's inspiring, that it helps inspire her to act. And I got that with him. He feels kind of apathetic to it, but he sees why people are interested. With the Three of Swords, though, it feels like it breaks, something about it breaks her heart, or she's dealt with heartbreak in some capacity with tarot. This could be the content of the tarot reading with Marjorie. Could you please give me a card, Spirit Team, for my highest good and for the highest good of others? Okay, we have accident. So she feels like maybe she stumbled on it at the wrong time, wrong place, wrong time as a child. And so she feels like she regrets that. But she sees that it's, underwater. She felt like she was going through a lot of hard things at that time. When I look at underwater, for some reason, this figure right here, it looks like a bottle, this thing right here. So for some reason I'm thinking that someone faced alcoholism, or she knew someone that was not balanced, where they were going through money issues because of fraud or something like that. I feel like she had a really difficult, wow, look at that, burial, and then we have the cross. So I feel like she went through some difficulties prior to becoming a Christian, and I feel like she's buried this issue. Maybe she has some distinct anger or sadness with regards to, I'm hearing betrayal, with regards to experiences of the past, and like maybe like what she was tapping into when she was younger, when she didn't know better, is what I'm hearing. But I feel like justice has been served, so she feels balanced in a sense, but she still kind of looks back on this sadly. For some reason, maybe her experiences were not positive because she was going through something, going through abuse or going through certain things with people, specifically maybe gambling or addictions. That's coming through. So she feels like she's better off without it, is what I'm getting from that card. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I want to make sure I understand her perspective here according to my Spirit Team. We have the Seven of Pentacles and the Four of Swords. She started looking at it and didn't find satisfaction in it, and she kept moving. So there's something about like her not feeling like it was enough for her, and she moved on. Okay, so she feels like it's inspiring and it helped her in her time, like in some capacity, but she does regret it in some form or fashion. Now, with regards to whether she would be open to working with me going forward, her Spirit Team, we have the Page of Wands, which came out for Steve, so it's a yes as well. So let's put yes here. They'd be open to it. There's an openness here, okay? With Scooter Braun, how does he feel about tarot? What would you like to tell me, Spirit Team? We have the Nine of Swords, the Nine of Swords, Knight of Swords, and we have the Five of Wands. He feels like it's like, he feels like he gets such conflicting messages, and I wonder if he's getting conflicting messages because he himself is not in a place to open up to the truth. So something about his intuition being flawed, not his intuition, but his ability to perceive things correctly. Something about that, he needs to work on that, shape up on that. Something about that is coming through. I feel like he gets in his head a lot when it comes to certain spiritual things. I feel like he gets really worried or over, I don't know, I'm just getting the energy of scared, like fear, fighting back, but you're fighting against the wrong person, or like you're fighting a friend or fighting someone who's trying to be a gift to you. So I feel like it's a gift that he needs to tap into if he's open to it. I don't know if he's afraid of his gifting or just afraid of what would happen. I don't know. He covers up this gift. He needs to really work on like accepting himself for who he is. I feel like he gets distracted by other things, or he sees it as a distraction because he's focused on his finances, on greed in some capacity. And so I feel like he really, he really gave up on his gifting in some capacity for tarot. I feel like, okay, I got Pizzagate, drugs, and blackmail. Interesting. So I feel as though someone has something on him for some reason. I get that vibe. And I feel like he's very careful about his gifting. Maybe he had something with regards to drugs and tapped into some really scary stuff and he's afraid of it. Something like that. He fights it. With regards to whether he would be open to working with me though, we have the Ace of Swords. That's a big yes, guys. So we're going to put a yes for working for him, potentially. Working for him. That's weird. Yeah. That's coming through as a yes. So let's keep going. With Zac Efron, we have the Nine of Wands coming through. We have the King of Swords. And we have a Four of Wands. So, he's a really hard worker, very resilient. Very resilient energy is coming through for Zac. What I feel for him is that he feels like it would be something that he would hold on to. When he hears something that's really true, or like is really hitting him in the heart, or like is really affecting him in a good way, where it's like it's confirming something, the truth, right? The King of Swords energy, he really enjoys that and celebrates it. So he holds on to things. He's very faithful and loyal. At least at the very least at this stage, he is very loyal to tarot in the sense of like when it hits you and it's true, like he feels like it actually resonates, he would be open to celebrating or to holding on to that and waiting. Something about it giving hope, or providing him with some sense of hope. Yeah. With regards to whether his spirit team would be open to working with me, it would be the Seven of Wands, which is a yes, standing your ground. So he would be willing to, his spirit team, I always want to say his spirit team, because he can choose not to listen, and he'll receive the information inside elsewhere anyway, but there's something about standing his ground. So there might be some things that I can mention that would be like encouraging, or it would be fighting in his corner for something when something else might come up in the future. So we'll see what happens. With regards to Johnny Depp, he's been on my mind. I think it's because one of my members mentioned and asked about him. I feel as though that might be for a reason. So let's keep going. Let's see what Johnny's about. His energy towards tarot is the Judgment card, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Tower. I feel like he takes it for what it is. I almost feel like he recognizes like the gravity of something. And I feel like he's in tune with his body, in tune to how it feels when something really, really resonates for him. He's like, damn, okay, wow, that hit me. Or there's something about him receiving it and then going with it, treasuring it. I feel like he would be really good at it. I feel like he can tap into his intuitive senses fairly well. Yeah, I'm almost feeling like a stoic energy with him, where he might just say, oh, that's good, and then move on. But it really like impacted him. So I don't know who I'm talking to, but if someone like that, I don't know if someone's ever done a reading on him, even like just a reading on YouTube, right? Like a collective reading, but so everyone can hear it and it's about Johnny. Be very encouraged that his energy, he usually is very like kind of calm about certain things, and then on the inside is dealing with it. So I feel like if you said something that was like really profound to him, he may not have responded to you in a certain way. Like this might be future, like him going to a reader. If he responds calmly and says, good, you did a great job. Don't trust your intuition here. I'm getting also the words corruption and murder suicide, which sounds really, really dark. But I feel as though he feels like some people could be corrupt in that regard, because you don't know the intentions of some people, and some people are doing this for money, or to perform some kind of like it's like some people out there try to impact your career for the night, like for negative reasons. So I feel like he's also experienced like a struggle with a parent that might have been interested in this stuff. I don't know. Something like that is coming through. There might be some wounds with regards to there might be some wounds with regards to people that do spiritual things like tarot or divinations, forms of divination like this, that he had to go to like the legal system with, who was false. So I feel like he's had karmic people that were spiritual, and so there might be this perspective of like, damn, like I can't trust people like that. You guys are a distraction. You guys are trying to turn me away from what I should be doing. I don't know. Outside noise is significant. Certain people in his life were like noisy, but we have him being open to it when it really resonates, and I feel like he really nurtures the things that are true. Of course, I feel like he just takes it really seriously and will nurture it, and when it affects him, he feels it heavily. Some people kind of hide it or mask it. I don't think he would. I'm just getting a lot of sirens coming out of the woodworks here. King of Wands. So as far as working with him with his spirit team, it's a yes, as you guys can see on the right there. So we'll put it in as a yes for now, and we'll see what happens. With Vanessa Paradis, if I'm saying it correctly. I apologize if not. We have the Five of Pentacles, we have a Star, and we have the Three of Wands. I don't think she finds a, I feel like she feels left out, but I'm also hearing fairy. Why am I hearing fairy for her? Interesting. Fairy. I don't know if she has like a background with fae. I'm also getting like a royal background, so some people in royalty in France that are significant. I feel like she has some specific ancestors that are coming through for this reading. With the Five of Pentacles, it makes me feel like she has to kind of heal some abandonment wounds with regards to maybe people that have the gift, in the sense of people that tune into the gift very easily and people that do not. I feel like she doesn't tune in as easily as she could, but I feel like she kind of doesn't feel close or connected. I feel like she moved on energetically with it. I don't feel this closeness to her with regards to it. I feel like she thinks it's for specific people and that's it. I don't know. That's interesting to feel. Anything else? Is there anything else to say about this? Feeling this card. Yeah, the Tower is coming through. That's about pivotal moments in your life that like kind of change everything. We have the Strength card and the Ace of Pentacles. I feel like she takes the signs of the times, or like signs, something about signs are significant, like not the zodiac signs, but signs in her life. She takes those significantly as like opportunities to see how to move. I don't know if it's tarot as much. Strength and courage and the Ace of Pentacles. Something about her feeling left out and the Devil energy here. She does seek the help of others, but I feel like she has to address some abandonment with her giftings, or some abandonment wound here. There's something about a blockage. It's like Iman Shumpert. He had like a blockage and I wasn't getting a clear answer. With regards to her spirit team, would they be open to working with me? She got the counterpart to Johnny's. I don't care what you guys say, they are like connected by their children, they're connected by their past. That doesn't mean that that's their present. But you guys have to stop like being so shitty about it. Some people are really negative about Vanessa Paradis and readings about her and Johnny. She was with him for some time. That doesn't mean she likes him personally anymore or loves him anymore, but she still had a past with him. Get over it. I'm just getting that energy. Like someone does not want to get over the fact that they did have a relationship. She is married and she has moved on. But I'm getting that they're the king for him and the queen for her of the same suit of 78 cards. Come on now. You know, I just got really shitty energy coming towards me. So I just want to make sure that's clear. It's a yes. Her spirit team would like to share some more, probably about her career path. That would be really significant for her. Wow, that's awesome. Moving on into Nicole Wallace. How does Nicole Wallace feel about tarot here? We have the Magician, we have the Eight of Swords, and we have the Ten of Wands. That's the energy of heaviness. So she feels like it trips her up, it makes her doubtful or makes her feel unsure about moving forward. And she feels like it's heavy. It's a heavy load on her. I don't know. I feel like she like maybe has too many things that she can do under her belt. I feel like she should probably just focus on something else, is what I'm getting. As I split the deck, I got the word cult coming through. So I feel like she has to be wary of like her spirituality and who she trusts. I feel like she can get easily swept up or naive about people. For some reason, I'm getting that energy. I don't know why. Okay. And if you guys know me, I don't know anything about Nicole Wallace at all. I only know what I did with the reading for her and Gabriel Guevara. But I'm getting that she feels like she can just kind of be swept up with something, like kidnapped in it. So she has to be wary of like cults or people that are very like extreme in the way that they think. I feel like she might even think it's extreme. We got female at the bottom, affluent and Republican. I don't know. She has like maybe some connections here that they're talking about. I feel as though she could, if she wanted to help her career situation with work, but I feel like it's a struggle with tarot. Something about that is a struggle overall. With the Ten of Wands, guys, and the Eight of Swords, it's a struggle. Would her spirit team be open with working with me? We have the sun. Wow. So they would be open to it. They would like to enlighten her or give her information and messages if she would be interested. People are led to you. I'm just wanting to tell someone out there. People tend to think it's a dream for someone famous or rich or anything like that to reach you or to see your readings. If you're a reader, don't let that stop you. If you feel drawn to talk about something or someone, there may be a reason that they're coming to your mind. And people come onto our feeds and everything out of nowhere sometimes. Just go with it. Don't expect it, but just go with it. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna go with that. All right, I heard Republic. Interesting. Or a public city. I don't know if she likes Legend of Korra. That's coming through. Or like just someone here is interested in Legend of Korra and they're mentioning that to me. All right. Ooh, those two came out, so that's for her. That's for him. Gabriel Guevara, we have the Knight of Wands, the Hanged Man, the Eight of Wands, and the Strength card. Leo energy strong in the room. I don't know if he has a Leo sun or he has a Leo placement that's significant here. Leo energy, bravery, courage, determination, and resilience. He has a lot of resilience towards it, towards tarot. I feel like he's still trying to find like an understanding of it. He's still trying to come to an understanding of it is what I'm getting. I think he's consistent or like he's open to it. He's open. I feel like he has to have some form of control though. I feel like he has like maybe a little defense mechanism in place that holds the information when he receives it. So he has to be careful with being stubborn, okay? He might have Taurus placements as well that are significant. Would he be open to working with me? Wow, we have the Emperor. Yes, he would be open to it for stability, structure, for protection, and insight. Cool. With Ariana Grande, we have Death, the Knight or the Ace of Pentacles, and we have the Eight of Cups. Not right now. I feel like she looks for specific moments. Opportune moments. I feel like she sees it as an opportunity to see things, but I feel like she's going through so many transformations. I wonder if she's, oh, look at that, guys. I cut the deck and it was fear. I feel like she's afraid of kind of being swayed or moving in a certain direction that's not meant for her. I feel like she has to be careful with people that are fake, and that's what I got from the AI card, or people that are not that are generated and not like true. There's something about burying the fake in her life. So I feel like she's now emotionally, she's not really focused on tarot. I feel like this is something that's like in this moment, okay? I feel like she's gone through a lot of transformation, and I feel like she finds emotional fulfillment elsewhere, is what I'm getting. I feel like she has some anger towards it. Maybe she's tried to do readings in the past, privately, and she was disappointed by the answers. Like, is he my twin flame or something like that? Yeah, about her spouse. She tried to ask, okay, so I'm getting that she tried to ask about her ex-spouse, like if he's meant to stay or if they're meant to keep going. Maybe she's done readings. She has some anger that she has to resolve with regards to the answer, okay? And this is why I recommend not doing your own readings, especially when you're very exposed, or how do you say it, very like vulnerable. Not doing readings for yourself, because that can really that can really upset you, trigger you, affect the reading, because you're biased, it's your life. Sometimes it's best to look elsewhere, and maybe she did, and maybe they didn't help her enough. But there's some anger there, okay, about this spouse partner. I don't know if this spouse or partner was involved in Santeria or like had some relationship with spirituality, or he came from a background of that. But something about like her anger with regards to certain divination, forms of divination at this time, maybe focusing on her own inner strength and determination to move forward. I feel like she has so many things to tell the collective if she wanted to about her experience, but I don't think she will. That's coming through randomly. But I feel like she thinks it's a gift when it's given in the right time, in the right way. She's open to it, okay? I don't want you guys to think she's closed off. Would her spirit team be open with working with me? We have no. I think that I see things differently from her spirit team in some way, or they're trying to tell me, hey, you need to look at her differently. Maybe I have perceptions of her that they think are going to get in the way. Who knows? I feel like the first reading I did on her, if you guys are aware of it, the first reading I did on her, I didn't know anything about the relationship that she had, but I feel like there's something about that, like about her love life. I feel like I've already heard too much about like her love life. There's a perception there already, and maybe that's what it is. You need to think differently. Maybe in a little bit when I go back to her in the future, maybe that'll change. We'll see. I'm open. So let's keep going with Sam Asghari. I just want you guys to know we're all human, okay? So I want to listen to what they're saying and tell you what I'm hearing and not just kind of pretend, okay? Ariana Grande, it's better when I don't know anything about her, and I remembered getting a lot of information in that video I did, and it was very informative, but afterwards I heard so many negative things about her. I was like, I'm not doing any readings, so that makes sense. We have 3 cards. We have the Page of Wands, we have the Ace of Cups, and we have the 3 of Cups for Sam Asghari. His energy here, let's tap in 1 second. Let's see what's coming through for him. Spirit team, what would you like to say? What in addition to what we have here would you like to say? I feel like wow, I think he's had readings before. I feel like he had someone close to him, like a family member that was involved. Or, this is an or, a big or he had someone in his life who was really against it because they were very religious. So I'm feeling there's something about his background, and you know when you're raised in like a lower income family, sometimes you go through certain difficulties that you need to heal or address when you get more money or when you become affluent. So I think he has like a tendency, there's something about money here and about like kind of fitting in with everyone else when you receive the money or when you become rich. So there's something about that here. Some healing that needs to happen with regards to his perception of tarot, because I feel like some parental figure might have had a specific experience with it. But there's something about influence around him affecting how he sees tarot. How does he see tarot? Is there any cards in this deck that you would like to provide, Spirit Team, that would help us understand him a bit better? Anything that would help us understand him a bit better? We have distraction. He sees it as a distraction in some ways. He sees it as like fun, you know? I don't think he takes it that seriously. I think he takes it as something fun to experience and explore with the Page of Wands. Exploring it is fun for him. So he's open, but I don't think he does it for himself. I think he does it or is open to it with other people. With regards to whether he would be open to working with me, I feel like there's so many people already. 7 of Cups is distraction or illusion. There's an illusion with regards to working with him. A lot of options is what it says. First thing is a lot of options. All right, so that's a no for him. I think I have way too many people on this list. Okay, we're gonna go through it later. I hope you guys are enjoying this reading. If you are, please like, share, and subscribe, guys. Like, share, and subscribe for this energy exchange. I think with all of the information that we receive online nowadays, we take it for granted. I'm just going to be honest. I take it for granted and I think about it every day. I have people I can watch at any moment of any time, like literally throughout the day. I can literally sit on my phone all day if I wanted to and just stare at all these different videos that encourage me and uplift me and yet do nothing or not support the people that do it. And I feel like that's something we should all look into. Do we appreciate what we get out of this? But anyway, moving on to Lana Del Rey, we have the 7 of Cups that came through for Sam. Okay, 7 of Cups, we have the Page of Swords, and we have the Chariot. We have a lot of Neptunian energy coming in, a lot of water energy for Lana on how she feels about it. I feel like she is, I think she's dabbled in it. But I feel like she's dabbled in a number of things, and I'm hearing Mayan. I don't know if she has like Mayan ancestry, Native American ancestry in some form or capacity, but that's coming through. I feel like she has some connection to California, and I know that she's a celebrity, so that's, you would say, oh, that's obvious, but no, I'm saying like literally to the western end of the US, some connection there. That she may not even know. So this is not something that I'm like throwing out for fun. I feel like a connection with her ancestry there. Anyways, I think she's a fighter. I feel like she does not like the government in some form or fashion. That's coming through. I feel like she has some strong energy coming through with regards to dating, with regards to very karmic, devilish men or individuals in her life, evil. A lot of drama in her love life. I feel like they're trying to say that she like kind of goes into it for certain reasons, like to find out information with the yes card, like a yes or no on whether this person's meant for her. I feel like she taps in, like dabbles in it. whoa, outside party. She might do it when there's like a party or when there's like events, social events that happen. But I also am getting, yeah, outside and party coming through. And then we have regret. I feel like she has regretted some of those readings that she's had. Yeah. Let's keep going because there's a lot of cards that came out. Distraction is not for her. That was a card that was on the floor earlier. We have intuition, God, ritual, and crown of passion. Wow, very passionate energy. She follows her heart, most definitely. Most definitely. Ritual. I feel like she has a ritual that she already takes forth or takes part in. It could even be like an Aphrodite or love ritual. I feel like she is in tune with her inner divinity. I feel like she does recognize it. But I feel like as though she has a lot of people that come into her life that are karmic in some way. And I think it helps her like get a yes or no on whether the person's meant for her or not in dating. Okay, so as far as whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, we have a maybe. It's all about balance, so I feel like it would only come here and there. It wouldn't be as often or consistent. So let's put maybe here and move on. So with regards to Lily Rose Depp, how does she feel about tarot readings in general? Just tarot, you know. We have the Hermit, the Six of Pentacles, and the Emperor. I feel like she sees her power and how she is in control ultimately. She's in control of her destiny. She's in control of her life. She can do what she wants, and she is in control of that. Aries energy coming through, balance, wow. And personal growth and insight, very evolved person. Her energy is very evolved. I feel as though she sees insight and sees the beauty and the power of it. And I also feel like she still knows and demands that she focus like her individuality, her prowess. Like there's something about her like feeling empowered by it, not being controlled by it. And we also have couples, so she might have gotten readings with regards to her relationship with her current partner. And I believe it's 070 shake. There's the energy of the trapped card coming in though. Trapped with what? Lies. So interesting. Trapped in lies is coming through. And what's interesting is the card is saying I must not tell lies, and that's a Harry Potter reference there. We also have thief, collapse, power supply. I feel like she's ended relationships with people because of how like they were liars. They weren't true to themselves. They weren't being honest with her. And there's something about that coming through. Regret from past relationships. Is this current? I just want to like kind of make sure. Is this current? I'm seeing the word asses over and over. I don't know if she's talking about Timothée Chalamet being an ass or something like that. And all of a sudden my throat chakra like got fucked up. Okay. Life insurance, dismemberment, affair. I don't know if he was cheating on her. That's coming through. Jesus Christ. Okay. Drama. You're right. 6 years is significant. She had drama for 6 years of her life with somebody. Something about 6 years. Okay. She had like some contract with a very karmic person. This could be Timothée Chalamet. Weird. Please let me know if this, it may not be 6 years, but there's 6 years that are significant. If it resonates, please let me know in some way, shape, or form. I have my links below, like my emails, not my links for like Cash App. I'm just like trying to give you guys my email. Would she be open to working with me, her spirit team? Would they be open? We have the Empress next to the Emperor for her. Look at that, guys. Wow. Divine intervention is what I'm hearing. Divine feminine. She's a divine feminine. And she might be a divine masculine. One of the two. It's not like a surprise to me though. She's very balanced. I feel like that's coming through. There's something about her like maybe touching base with her like spirit team on karma surrounding past loves or karmic relationships and the soul regression or looking back at the past or just healing, okay? Healing something in the past. So we're gonna put a yes. Hell yes. All right, let's Jack. How does he feel about tarot? We have the Two of Cups, the Five of Swords, and the Nine of Pentacles. I feel like he is, he has a close connection with someone that's very into it. And I don't know if it's like a relationship or it's like his sister, Lily Rose. But he has like some connections to it. I feel like he can tap into it. But I feel like he's combative with it. I think he prefers his individuality, focusing on himself. Something about that is significant. I feel like he's just, he might use it for his career path, helping him out. But I'm just getting the energy like he kind of just gets in and out of it. Like he'll just go like tap into it or talk about it or think about it and then go on, move on. I don't feel like he's like entrenched in it or really involved with it. I'm just getting that. I think he moves on to calmer waters with it, through it. I feel like he learns a lot of lessons through it as well. Interesting. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Spirit, with regards to his connection to tarot? How does he feel about it? I don't know why I'm seeing Enrique Iglesias. That's so random. Maybe they're trying to tell me, like, I can be your hero. So something about his bloodline, maybe. Excuse me. Excuse me, guys. Maybe it's something about his bloodline. Maybe he has, like, some like, a background in it. His descendants, or... Wow, I said descendants, didn't I? His ancestors have some connection to spiritual tools, like divination tools like this, and with witchcraft likely. I don't know if he knows that. Distraction. He might feel like it's a distraction in this life. He's focused on his career, focused on getting out there, focusing on what he's good at. And we have assassination. I feel like he's cut off this part of his line. You can choose not to do what people in your family have done before. You can totally choose not to. I almost feel like he cut off that connection he has to it in a sense. Yeah, with the Five of Swords, and he moved on. I feel like he is going to connect that again, or in the future, but for now, no. All right, with Jacked Up, would he be open to working with me? Slow and steadily. Slow and steadily. It's a yes, though. It would have to be in time later on, like with regards to doing readings for him. The Weekend. How does the Weekend feel? This thing does not stay. Like, I am frustrated as hell with it. Okay. I don't want to move. I don't want to do anything else. So I'm just going to stay here. We have the Queen of Wands, the Empress, and the Eight of Pentacles. He uses it for his purposes of getting through with career, with goals, with people. He's empowered by it. It helps empower him. I feel like he feels alive. Like he feels like, oh, so all of this makes sense, or it's coming together. Like there's purpose to this. It's like, I don't know. There's something beautiful about that here. Okay. I might have to pause in a second, guys. Okay. Runaway. I feel like he likes the chase. I don't know why I'm getting that energy. Alive and runaway. Secret. I think he does it in secret, but it's like a secret, a gift to him. It's hidden, you guys. So I feel like he doesn't really talk about it too much, doesn't have an interest in talking about it, but it's his connection to source, and it helps him heal. Beautiful. As long as it helps him. Would he be open to working with me, his spirit team? It is a maybe. He's transitioning and making a big transition at that. So it's a maybe. I'm tapping in. Yeah, there's some lies that they want to talk to me about down the road. Okay, some misconceptions. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause here and then I'll be back for more. Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. If I sound a little different, it's because I'm doing this in the morning on April 12th, 2024. So I'm just waking up, just getting ready for the day, and decided that I would tune in for the remainder. Now, I might be back again, but we're going to continue as we do. I'm faithful to getting this through and also letting it kind of guide me as it goes, because there's certain days and relevant information that might need to be shared on a certain day. So I'm open to it and I want to see what's going on. So Spirit Team, please tap me in once again. Archangel Aniel, Archangel Michael, Archangel Uriel, all of my spirit team members, all of my ancestors that have been with me on this realm, and have been with me for so long. Please assist me in getting accurate messages for all of my subscribers, all the people watching, and for this channel. Please help me to understand and tap into Lizzo. Let's get into Lizzo, guys. How does she feel with regards to tarot? So we have, I was about to say the Ancient One. That's so interesting. We have the Fool, the King of Pentacles, and the Ten of Cups. When I heard the Ancient Ones, it made me think of my spirit team. So please don't see that as Lizzo being an Ancient One. I don't know that yet. I just want to be honest with you guys. Your brain can throw things out sometimes, and I feel like it's relating to that. But we have the Fool, the King of Pentacles, and the Ten of Cups. So I think she finds a lot of fun with it, a lot of joy with it. I feel like she also gets a lot of information and has spent a lot of money. I think she almost feels foolish for spending a lot of money in the past with regards to tarot. I feel like she's done that before. She's gotten readings. And I'm hearing 240. I don't know if one of the people that she got a reading from charged her 240 or if it's 420, but it's like the numbers 2 and 4 and 0. New World Order. So yeah, she's really involved. She might even watch Jasmine on TikTok. Do you guys know that person, Jasmine's Garden? Yeah, for some reason. Because I feel as though the energy, as soon as I saw that card, I thought of like more of the New Age sector in TikTok for some reason. Tunnel is coming through. You guys can think of the reasons why you think I resonate, or why not I resonate, but why I mentioned Jasmine's Garden. It's totally your prerogative. But that's what's coming through for her intuitively. We have marriage, wedding, false person, and wooded area. I feel like she might have made some partnerships that were not they weren't mentioned in the public. So there might have been like a connection she had at the time of her getting a reading. This person was not who she thought they were. They might have been very cult-like. The person that she got the reading from. This person might have been someone that she no longer talks to. So this is someone that she thought, okay, this person's a little weird, or they're intuitive. Let me see if I can get some information on something from them. And I feel like it didn't work out. They took a trip to see them. I'm hearing Bali. So it could have been someone from another like country. This could be a medicine man of some sort, but someone who was involved in the occult that was going to do a reading for her. I think she took a secret trip there. I don't know if she had like issues with like allergies. When I saw the strangulation card, it made me feel like she either felt stuffed, like she felt really hot in that area, she felt really uncomfortable in that area or place or with that person. Something about her felt uncomfortable. This person could have been full of a lot of ego, very ego driven, this individual. And I don't know, she went somewhere either in the Caribbean or somewhere like with mountains. I'm just getting mountains are significant, but yeah, this is random. So yeah, I think some people were like, what the hell are you doing there? Why are you there? And they got mad, or maybe it was like kind of like something she wanted to do on her own, and people were like, why would you do that? Why didn't you tell us? So it seems as though she's done some interesting things in the past. I just want to let you guys know. So that's what I'm getting from her. So she has done it and has been in some regards foolish with the Fool here. That comes through as clearly. It's as simple as that. With regards to whether her spirit team would be willing to work with me, we have the Seven of Pentacles. That is a yes. Making an investment, which tells me that over time they would give me a lot of information with regards to Lizzo to help us understand her. With regards to Gal Gadot, let's keep going. How does she feel about tarot? She used to do it as a child. I think she has some experience under her belt with it. I think she has some spiritual energy around her, like she's had it since she was a young girl. I feel as though she had that inclination and she kind of just slowly but surely moved towards doing it. And I feel like it brings her joy, or it brings her like a lightness. There's something about freedom here with regards to tarot. So yes, she tapped into it as a young person. It was healing for her on her healing journey. So as far as whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, it's a hell yes with the Passion card, the Knight of Wands. So it's a yes. She might be hasty about getting into something that's very deep. And she might be feeling a tad bit of jealousy at something right now. I think she has some secret plans that she's going to be taking and undertaking very soon, and might just be watching and surveying things right now. Very specific. Okay, let's keep going. And yet it's very general in some senses. I guess they just want me to tell you guys that she's kind of like surveying things at this point. All right, let's move on. So with Kourtney Kardashian, how does she feel about tarot here? We have the Seven of Pentacles, we have the High Priestess, and we have the Five of Cups. I feel like she thinks that she's more intuitive. I feel like she thinks that, I think she's done it in the past, and she's kind of looked back on some of the readings with disdain or sadness, because I feel like she realizes now how dumb some of those thoughts were, or some of those answers were. I feel like she honestly has grown a lot, and I feel like she looks back on some of the past decisions she made intuitively as like, wow, that was like dumb as hell. Maybe even back in 2020 specifically, because when I look at this mask, it reminds me of that. She thought she was like a problem, or like when I say a problem, like she felt like, wow, like I was really cringy back then with regards to some of this stuff, and the devil and sad is here. So it might have just made her sad, like we see here with the Five of Cups, to look back on some of the experiences. But she's had experiences. She's had some impatience with it. She's had a lot of experiences with it, I feel like. Law enforcement. So yeah, maybe looking and tapping into like true crime mysteries too. I just feel like she's had a number of various things that she's looked into with tarot, and so some of it has left her feeling sad when she looks back, like she's missed out on so many things, or she missed on the information in so many ways, and so looking back on it, she's sad. She doesn't recognize the blessings of what messages were true though, I feel like. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, contrary to what her sisters were, Kourtney and Kylie, they got something else. We got, yes, the King of Swords. So I feel like she has some things that she wants to expose or share with people, and she's open to it. So that's beautiful. She's not hiding from it. So I'm going to stop right there, and I'll be right back. Okay, got some water. And I'd like to continue on to Travis Barker. Let's continue. With Travis, how he feels about tarot, we have the King of Wands, we have the Seven of Swords, and we have the Six of Swords. Interesting that we have two swords at the end with the King of Wands. I don't know if he's a fire sign energy, or he just has a lot of like drive, determination, something about fire in his chart, or just in his character. Okay, so with him, he runs away from it a bit. I think he tends to like hoard it. Is that weird to say? Like when he gets information from someone, he's like, okay, hold on, I'll listen to it, right? And then he'll like just kind of go home, try to like think of the information, or like it's like he tends to get a lot at once. Something about getting a lot of information at once, running with it, and then taking the time to transition. But what's weird about this energy is that it's from going from the Seven of Swords to the Six of Swords. So he's going backwards. It's like a cycle of like going to get the information and then going out to get more. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of celebrity psychics. He might have had some run-ins with a number of celebrity psychics. And I feel like he's run with some information. Like, I don't know if there's something that people always tell him with regards to either his finances, about him needing to get out of maybe some form of debt, and this can be debt in many forms, but something about healing. So he might go on like, he might have had bouts of either just a lot of depression and needing to open up to his traumas, open up to his triggers, and start healing. And he might have used it as a process. Like someone might have intuitively started using tarot in their process to help him get through something he lacks or something he feels like he doesn't understand. And I feel like he ran with it. But I'm not sure if he was completely honest. Interesting. We have marriage, wedding, and justice here. I don't know if this is about... Yeah, bottom of the deck is fear in a marriage, justice, balance between two people. So he might have had maybe some questions with regards to marriage, or this is about Kourtney helping him in some way through their marriage or through their relationship. I'm just getting the energy of like him running away with this information. There's like a slyness about this information, about him moving. it helped him move out of situations that were not beneficial, like crypto maybe. For instance, that's just like a really basic example, but I feel like he like learned some things and ran away before it was too late, or like got some information to get out of a situation that was really toxic or really turbulent, maybe even with the legal system in the past with a marriage. This could have been prior to Courtney, but there's something about him getting out of debt, getting out of really karmic struggles, and healing through the use of tarot, taking the advantage and taking the initiative to get out of it, in order to transition safely. So something about it helping him get out of situations quickly. Now, with regards to whether his spirit team would be open to working with me, we have, wow, the Ten of Pentacles. That's beautiful. Definitely, there's a lot that they would like to say. His ancestors specifically would be really open to saying something, it appears. Ten of Pentacles is about your bounty and your legacy. So let's keep going with Chloe Bailey. How does she feel about tarot here? Wow, not great at all. I feel like she used to do it in the past and she feels like it's the devil. She feels like it's like terrible. It's like an addiction, and that it only leads to like this like sadness. I don't know, she feels like it's just because it's new age. She feels like there's something wrong with it, or she could just be as simply put as this, think it's the devil, or think it's just gonna like cause harm, and that it's something that you do, like you do when you're younger, but it's not something you should continue to do, and she thinks it's a fraud. So she thinks it's like a fraudulent type experience, even if she tries. Listen guys, with this one, I feel like she might even try to say that she's okay with it, or she might even try to project that it's okay, it's cool, do what you want to do. But I almost feel like you need to know this. She does not like it, dislikes it greatly, thinks it leads to death. She wants you guys to run away from it, and she thinks it's just for money. So I just want to let you guys know, because I feel like someone's going to say, but she said this. I want to tell you before she says it that Six of Cups is here. This is the energy of like, you know, when someone thinks they have the upper hand or has something to give to other people, she thinks that it's like not wise. So she looks at other people and says to them, listen child, do not do that. So it's kind of like this energy of like someone trying to come to someone from like a more mature perspective, but she has her own qualms with it because she has her strongly held beliefs systems here. So in light of that, in light of what I just said, right, would her spirit team be open to working with me? We have the Lovers. There's some karma there. There could be karma between her and I in the sense of our relation, you know, our connection, because I feel as though Chloe for some reason has some things to deal with or something to address with regards to love. I feel like she resonates with me because I have had things I've healed with regards to karmic ties. I feel like she has yet to deal with those. So it's up in the air. As you can see, it says yes and no. So it can be at any moment in time. It just depends on the energy and how she fares going forward. Okay. First yes or no card that we've had. Okay, so we're gonna pause here and I'll be right back. Okay, so we were just talking about Chloe Bailey, and now we're getting into Halle Bailey. If you guys have been with me since Chloe Bailey's reading at least. So let's see how she feels. How does Halle Bailey feel about tarot in general? Okay, wow. Stark contrast from her sister, that's for sure. So with the Page of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, and the World, I think she thinks it's a part of her ancestry, like the abilities to do such. And that could be the case for Chloe, right? So, you know, Chloe could still have the recognition that it's something that was passed down in her family and all of that. But what I'm getting is the card news is on the way, bird perched, or bird flying. She's actually not perched, she's flying in this. So that tells me that she knows that news is coming to her currently from her ancestors, and she listens to it. So she's very receptive to listening to what her ancestors have to say, and look at that time to act. So I feel like there's this recognition of her ancestors and the power of their ways of communicating with her in various ways. I feel like she's not uncomfortable with it. I don't think they would come to her if she were uncomfortable with it. I think she is comfortable enough to do it. I think she's a student. I think she actually would be open to learning if she doesn't already. I think she has studied how to do this. We have a wishes granted. I think she at one point wanted to know how to do it herself, and she learned, and she was quite good at it, or she was quite trained at it because it's something she's done before. With regards to the World, I think it helps her transition, and I think she is transitioning with her ancestors through this mode of divination. It's helping her. it's just interesting seeing how different it is. I feel like she has an anger thing. I'm not going to say an anger problem, but she definitely has some things to deal with regards to her anger. She may seem very cool, calm, and collected, but when you piss her off, I feel like she racks that up without realizing it, perhaps. And she needs to be wary of how it affects her health. You guys, these came out together. She has to be very careful with her emotions and how it affects her health. When she's upset with somebody, it festers. Her body does get affected heavily. It's not like everybody has this happen. No, it specifically affects her pretty badly. But she has success coming forward with good plans and hard work. There's someone really annoying that I'm feeling in this energy that's coming through, but time to go out and have fun. Some energy is saying, of course, that's important. Just, I don't know, I want to say shut up, but time to go out and have fun. Be careful, do not take risks. Someone is just really petulant with this one. I don't know who's watching it, if it's the person themselves. But I say what I see and I see what I say. So time to go out and have fun is what they're telling her. She needs to have fun, enjoy this time, enjoy what this season brings to her. And she is with tarot. I feel like she is able to tap in. I think she's learning though. She's in that student stage, but I feel like her ancestry is very, very heavily involved. Very helpful with her. We have male and organized crime, so I don't know if she knows someone in her family that is in organized crime or used to be. You guys can say this is crazy, that's totally fine. But there's someone that was involved with either a gang of some sort that was really into money. It could even be her current person or partner, DDG, being involved in the past, trying to walk away from that. But something about her asking questions about a family member or about someone that was involved in a gang. Just something about like using hush money in the past to quiet someone that tried to make this known to people, or trying to like talk shit about her family or some aspect of her family, someone in her family, a male that was in organized crime in some way, or had some like relationship with her. So this person was into drugs, they were selling drugs. Whoever she knows that sells drugs, maybe more than one person, but someone was top secret, and she tried to like hush that up and like pay people off to not talk about that. I feel like she has a royal bloodline regardless, so I'm just going to tell you what I see in that. So she's affluent, she has some really powerful ancestors, but at the end of the day, I think she's drawn to it because of her ancestors. They brought her into this. It's just so interesting to see how different it is from Hallie, okay? From Chloe. That's the interesting thing about it. Hallie's more in tune with this. So with regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, it's the Page of Pentacles. It's it's yes. They're open to starting a new beginning is what I'm hearing. So we're going to see how that goes and what that entails. I have no ill will. I just feel like it's funny that they gave me the Page of Pentacles and she had the Page of Pentacles, so that we're like in a sense equals energetically. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's move on. So the next person we have here is 070 Shake. How does she and how do they feel with regards to tarot? We have the Two of Wands, the Hierophant, and the Wheel of Fortune. I feel like she might have I'm getting multiple things, so let me just think through it first. I feel like 070 Shake observes people doing it, likely has gotten readings, but I almost feel as though there's someone that's ahead that is the head of 070 Shake in a sense. I don't know if she's involved in some religion. My throat chakra closed up with her. 1 second. That's really interesting. So 070, wow. Trying to get my voice back, guys, so if this is still in the video, be patient. Chill. Okay. So she first of all has a long history of being martyred. Why my throat chakra is shutting down for her reading is hilarious. She has some like bird totem. That's what I can tell you. Because as I was like choking, I like saw this and I started petting its head. I feel like she is she has a notable bird on her spirit team. This could be Thoth. This could be like someone who comes in as a bird, like identifies like physically in some manner to his people, to his pantheon as a bird. Well, she's a Hierophant. Information that is hidden, they do not want me to disclose. Okay, so there's something about her having hidden knowledge and wisdom and witnessing some really big things, like transformative things that would tell you like there's no denying my power. There's no denying the source from where my power comes from. There's no denying like my abilities. So she has some really huge abilities. She can see false people from a mile away. I don't know, there's initially what I was going to say was there was this energy, and the peacock spirit is here. Peacock spirit is associated with 070 Shake. And I'm going to continue to say she or they because I believe both at the time that I had looked it up were she and they. So if you guys want to, you know, get all in your ass about it, it's she and they. Okay, I looked that up. I'm not just saying that. Okay, so cryptocurrency. So there's something about like her having really a vast amount of hidden knowledge and it coming through to her at like specific times and periods in her life. There's something beautiful about that. So she's seen tarot. She's had some plans with regards to it, uses it for maybe divination to look ahead. Of course you would say all things are like to look ahead, but no, sometimes it's to look at current situations. So I feel like she's looking ahead of time, like way ahead, maybe like a year or two ahead. Sometimes I feel like she sees things ahead of time often, and I'm feeling like, yeah, tarot is just one of many things. I don't think it's specifically tarot. Motel, hotel, so it might be something that she's tried like tapping into, excuse me, temporarily for secret information. I don't know why, but I feel I don't know, I could be wrong about this. I'm not going to say it unless I know for sure. So I'm going to say it and frame it differently. I feel as though she might have a connection to Yemaya in some way, shape, or form, whether this be a partner that reminds, that is Yemaya, like their head is Yemaya, the Orisha. There's something about like the history, there's some connection there with water, but also birds, so the air. Isn't that interesting? Just getting a lot of things. Let me tap out of this and let's keep going and see if her spirit team would be open to working with me. We have a yes. Wow, recognition with the 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands is about victory, so they feel like they have a lot of things to say. So I'm gonna note that here. I spent a lot of time on you, 070 Shake. Like I feel bad. I don't know. I feel like you just get information like coming out at me, and some people are like, you literally have to like pull it out. So really cool. Leonardo DiCaprio, let's move on. With Leonardo DiCaprio, how does he feel about tarot? We have the 9 of Cups, and we have the 7 of Wands. Okay. He really picks and chooses what he takes. So I'm not saying you shouldn't like go with what resonates for you and leave the rest, as everyone likes to say, because I've said that before. But I feel almost like he has this thing where he'll take like one thing and he's like, okay, thank you. You could say a whole bunch of huge things and he would just take the one thing that makes sense to him and move on with it and defend it at all costs. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I almost feel like the natural disaster card came out. That's so weird. Let's keep going and see what else comes through. I'm going to use these cards differently, so it's not something that they told me to do. I feel like he sees it as a gift, and he feels like it's a force to be reckoned with, to have the ability to see things. He might be a reptilian, potentially, because reptilian's coming out for him at the bottom of the deck, and bloodline. So yeah, and love. So either he like falls in love with reptilians, or he has a bloodline with it. The reason why I'm saying that is because it seems as though he has this gift or ability to tap in or to utilize tarot, but it's through his like family figure, some parental figure, mother or father's side here. I feel like, yeah, one of the two is like descendant from reptilians, because it keeps coming up. It does not want to leave. They want you guys to know that. Okay, so he has some issues, and I feel like a lot of people like to say all reptilians are evil or something like that. Not all of anything is evil, so you have to be very careful with what you say. It's not just an entire group of people. That's, you can translate that to anything else that you believe. If you were to say that about anything else, like, how would you feel? Anyway, so this is what they're talking about. False person. Some people think one way of him because he's affluent and such. But there's something about, we have false person, affluent, and female. Interesting. His energy is interesting. I would say like he has some desires to work with natural disasters, to work with the earth, because he feels some form of a karmic connection to it. They're mentioning that. So maybe he's asked about certain natural disasters, how he can help in certain ways. The Knight of Cups tells me he has love to give to initiatives. He has love to give to the craft, but he's very defensive with some of the cups and how they present themselves, is what I'm hearing. Okay, or feeling. I should say I'm feeling it this time. Okay. So we have government. So yeah, he uses it to help him tap in with regards to government affairs and officials if he has to. And we have the stargazing and travel, or star intergalactic travel. I feel like he does astral project. So he has some relationship to spirituality. He's quite gifted. Look at that outer space. Intuition, he's really good at it. So I think he does it himself. If he wants to, he could. I'm getting these two cards. We have missing and we have witness. So he sees things that are missing that people don't see. Very aware, very I think he's clairvoyant, if anything. I wonder if he has any visions that he's talked about. So he is, and he is specifically catering to certain things at certain times with his readings. So he tends to take what he feels is necessary right now and leaves the rest. With regards to working with him, they would be open to it. With the Ace of Pentacles, that's prosperity. That means that they would be open to having a new beginning, and talking more about the opportunities that are coming for him. So that's really beautiful. Let's continue on into Maya Jama. I feel like she only has 2 cards, yeah, so far. We'll see if we can do another card for her. We have Temperance for how she feels about tarot, the Moon, and I feel this card. We have Death. Oh my gosh, wow. I was gonna say very destructive for some reason. So powerful energies from Maya Jama. Okay, 6 of Pentacles came out on the floor in reverse. Let me get that. 6 of Pentacles in reverse. I don't like pulling it that way with my feet. So 6 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. To clarify that. She finds balance in it. It helps her find balance. It helps her, I feel like she tends to feel like she's out of balance a lot in life. She feels like she has to recalibrate her relationships. She has to show people love if they're giving it to her and she's not feeling as strongly about them. She has to balance it out, vice versa as well. If she's giving love to some guy or some person, some family member, some friend, but they're not reciprocating that, she is seeing that a lot in her life. She might have a life path 6 or just is dealing with a lot of karma. They're talking about that. So she deals with karmic relationships, and so it helps her balance. I feel like what's interesting, I feel like this card, is that significant? Let's keep shuffling. I want to make sure it comes out if it's supposed to. Is there anything you'd like to say about whether she does tarot? How does she feel about tarot? I feel like it helps her balance herself out. I feel like it's a great source of communication. She listens to it. I'm definitely going to tell you she listens to it. I'm not going to say she acts on it because I don't know that yet. But the King of Swords is here. Yeah, she acts on it. We have the Seer of Fire and Air, guys. Damn. She has some significant fire and air placements. And I saw Stella as I tapped in. So I don't know if she knows someone named Stella. I got drawn to this clear quartz, or to this smoky quartz here. She might need smoky quartz if she sees this. Someone here needs smoky quartz, and it's significant to her reading. So if you resonate with this so far and it feels like something you deal with, you might need that. We have the Hermit, the King of Wands and the King of Swords. I feel like it takes her out of limbo. It gives her clarity with the Hangman, the Two of Swords, and the Ace of Swords. She goes from like indecision and doubt to balance and reciprocity in her life. I feel really like it's really important to know that, guys. It gives her balance, it makes things clear, and it also helps her see the unknown. And I'm hearing untapped potential. Beautiful. With regards to whether her spirit team would be open to working with me, though, it's a no. Something about anxiety is significant with the Nine of Swords. That's usually about terror. I don't know if she's afraid of people tapping in, or if she's just going through a lot. I feel like some of the things I might talk about would be the subject of gossip, is what it says in the card itself. It's not me saying that, definitely the card. So she might just have some information that can't come out right now. There's some regret. Just know that there's some regret going on inside of her. She has something going on right now. There's anxiety about people finding out about something that would come through. Regret inside. And I want you guys to also understand that I work with her spirit team, but I also want you guys to know that I do work with entities that will tell everything. And that's just, I requested that. And so I believe they come in and tell me things that people would not want me to hear or want them to hear. Okay, so out of respect for their spirit team, I'm asking this question so that I can decide, okay, I'm not going to talk about that person because they have some things that are not ready to be revealed, or they're not, because for their highest good, it is not right for them to know, or for others to know about it at this time. So divine timing, guys. I just want to make that clear. Something about her experiences with spirituality as well. Something about it gives her anxiety. All right, moving on. So we have all of those cards done. We have Maya Jama as a yes. Oh, it's Maya Jama as a no. Hell no right now. Anxiety is coming through. So let's keep going with 131. Number 131 is going to be Jamie Foxx. So I'm going to reshuffle and I'll see you guys soon. So I thought I would shuffle on camera, just divided up the cards here. So let's just shuffle. By the way, if you guys have ever experienced using a shuffler, I wanted to kind of make sure I was loud enough for you guys to hear me. Has anyone ever used an automatic shuffler, you know, for cards, playing cards? How would it, I know the dimensions of the cards are different, but has anyone ever had success with one? Please let me know in the comments below. If you guys have a link to it, I would be considering getting a shuffler, because I want to make sure I'm not getting cards stuck together, cards that are similar, and I don't do that whole like cutting the deck a certain way, and I'm not as versed in that, so I've tried, trust me. So let's see how this goes when I shuffle it. I'm not letting the cards come through shuffling. I'm just gonna continue to do this and see when I feel drawn to stop. Okay, so if you're liking this video so far, in the meantime, please like, share, and subscribe, guys. It means a lot doing these readings. It's not something I just sit here and like do on the side along with other things like a 9-to-5. I do not have a 9-to-5. I focus in on my child, and then also on my practice, on learning as much as I can about the occult. I was going to say occult. The occult, about a number of things. So I'm really focused on that, and the 9-to-5 does not work for my specific gifts and my purpose here. So if you guys are supporting me, you're supporting my craft. You're not just supporting a channel. I know everyone and their mom has a channel, but some people do it for fun. I do it for fun, but it's serious to me. Okay, so everything that you do, like your membership, for instance, the memberships that people have, I want you guys to know I have not seen any of that money, because YouTube takes 30%. Did you know that? And also, you have to make about 100 before you receive the money. So just letting you guys know, I have not received a dime from what you guys have sent me multiple times through super chats, specifically like Barbara, who I really love, has sent so many super chats or donations. I don't see those. The only ones I see are from Buy Me a Coffee. So they hold on to my money until I reach a threshold. So I just want you guys to know there's so many ins and outs to this. I don't receive the money, and no other YouTube channel receives the money right away when they're starting a channel. They definitely have to wait till the $100 mark before they start seeing that. And so I haven't gotten there yet, if you can believe it, with all of these readings, right? There's so much information and insight in these readings. And I'm not going to diminish that, you know. I'm not mad, but I definitely do see the value. So you will not miss out if you guys become a member and join. You will see a lot of things that people are not seeing now. Zayn's reading was really good. So if you guys have seen that, please let me know. There's some predictions that are coming to pass. So we will see. But let's keep going. Let's do 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and 1, 2. Alright, and then we have our yes and no cards. Let's put those to the side because we do have enough coming in here. This came through. I'm just going to put it in here, the world. So it wasn't meant to be. So I'm just going to leave it on the side and continue from there. So with regards to the next person, Jamie Foxx. How does he feel about tarot? We have the wow, I was gonna say Ace Ventura. Does he like that movie? That's weird. Or someone is watching that. We have the Emperor, the Ten of Swords, and the King of Wands. So his feelings towards it. There's 2 energies coming through, 2 entities here. All right. I don't know if he has children or not. There's something about like the energy of destruction, like feeling like it, like he's going through a really divine thing going on. Like 10 of Swords is like you're going through some challenging shit. I just want to say that. I'm just gonna curse the way it is. Say it the way it is here. So he's going through some challenging things, or has gone through some challenging things with regards to tarot. They're trying to tell me that. I feel like he wants to be in control of his life. He wants to be in control of his destiny. Not everyone is open to that. Some people are used to following the lead of others rather than having and determining their own destiny like that. I feel as though that's coming through. This determination and power and drive is coming through. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's... The vibe is feeling more like I'm going to do it on my own. I'm going to fail on my own. I'm going to just know that I went down doing it on my own. That's the energy I'm getting. So I don't think he's interested. Of course, the Emperor could be indicative of mastery at something or leading with something. So let's continue and see what's going on. We have social media coming through. What about social media? Okay, we have another one, greed. So he feels like it's something he sees on social media that is greedy. Okay. I feel like he sees it as everyone's trying to be their own boss. Everyone's trying to do their own thing as well. So there's this energy of just independence, hyper independence coming through with regards to how he sees it. He feels like it's a way to get out of like your 9 to 5, and he thinks people have been very successful at it. I think he honestly looks at it and is like, wow, people are making so much money on that. That's crazy, you know? So I feel like he looks at it and he's like, damn, they're making money, they're smart, they know how to make their money. But I don't think he thinks it's good for them. Celebrity. So yeah, Hollywood, so people are trying to make it big or trying to get big and regret. So he feels like they're going to regret it, or he feels as though he regrets being inside the industry and seeing what he's done to get where he is. I'm just getting the energy of there being some regret with regards to, yeah, he feels like it's cult-like. So he feels like the people in it are going to be fired. They're eventually going to expire, is what I'm hearing. Like expire, like as far as their gifts and abilities, and someone else is going to take their place. So there's this energy of it leading to death, it leading to failed things in life. So he feels like it's successful for getting money, like if that's what you're wanting, but there's something about there being a death in your life or death in your spirit when you go through this. So yeah, he feels like he regrets at some point, I don't know if he's tapped into it. Has he tapped into this before? Into like readings, doing readings? Oh, this card wants to come through. We have female. He had a girlfriend, or he had some significant other that was a female. It could be a sister as well. Someone tapped into it and he's seen it. Yes. So he has, yeah. So he has tapped into it before with somebody. And it was likely to look into no communication, like no contact with a person he was interested in. But it was a fraud, and this person did not help him and cater to him the way he wanted it to be catered to him. So like, for instance, he asked about a person that he was interested in and they gave him something in the cards, but it was not accurate. This person was biased in some way, or they just were not gifted at it. They just were wrong. So yes, he has done it before, but I feel as though his sister introduced him to it. He felt like it was like a cult-like thing, like a new age type cult thing, and he regrets it. But there's something about him seeing it on social media and it bringing up this air of like tortured energy of like sadness for the people doing it, or feeling like they're gonna get a lot of money, sure, but they're not gonna be happy. Something like that is coming through here. Stability is here, the desire for stability, so he understands that. Something about this is coming through about tarot readers more than anything. I don't know, something about it leading only to death in some way. Neighborhood in reverse, messing up like your surroundings or affecting others around you. So something about the neighborhood or the tarot community being upside down. With regards to whether his spirit team would want to work with me, they're very carefully saying yes, they would be resilient. I shouldn't say carefully, but the energy of resilience is here, which is the energy of we're gonna keep pushing and we're gonna talk to you. But it almost feels tired. So this energy is a little tired. Maybe they tried to talk to Jamie before and he hasn't listened, unfortunately. Let's keep going. So we have Katie Holmes. How does Katie Holmes feel about tarot? We have the Page of Swords. We have, the Nine of Pentacles. Those two want to come in. And we have, I feel like they want to come in together. We have a Two of Pentacles. Okay. So we're going to give her 4 cards. We have the Page of Swords, Nine of Pentacles, the Knight of Swords, and Two of Pentacles. So when she was encountering a breakup, it feels like that's when she's used it. Something about the number 10 is significant. So it could be October or just 10 years, or 10 is significant in some way. I just want you guys to know that, because they had me counting the birds in the Page of Swords card. So I feel like she had like either a 10-year arrangement with someone or a 10-year something, and we have 10 minutes on the clock. So, and this is not going to reflect for you guys. This is based on the reading that the clip of the video that I'm working on right now. So I've had to pause a number of times, so it's not going to look like what you have on yours. But Nine of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords seems like she was trying to strive for independence from someone, trying to strive for like, facilitating her own independence from someone and finding balance. So I feel almost like she had a huge transition after leaving someone. Look at that, guys, run away. She ran away from a relationship with someone and tried to maintain balance with herself, and that is when she's used it. She feels the same way about tarot, though. She feels like it was a means to get her out of a situation. So it helped her understand it better. Egotism, pride is coming through. Typically peacocks are the males, so I almost feel like this was about the person that she was with being ego driven, because they have to show off on you. They have to like give you all these, show off how luxurious they are and stuff like that. We also have parental figure coming through. So there might have been a narcissistic, and I don't take that lightly, but a narcissistic parent of some sort that she's experienced or encountered as well that has affected her life. We have Beach and Jeffrey Epstein, so do with that what you will. But just relationships with people, specific people that were similar to him, if not him. And having some knowledge, a wealth of knowledge with the Beach card. And she was their secret weapon. She was being utilized by someone in a cult. So you guys know about this. I know a little bit, but I feel as though they're trying to say like she was involved and entrenched in something that was very bad for her, and she had some secret information, or she was a secret weapon. Maybe being married to her was necessary to receive certain information. I don't know what her ancestry is or her bloodline, but someone used her for information. Communication is here. So she was being utilized and she hated that. And something about tarot in the celebrity world, she kind of latched onto that to help her transition out before she collapsed. So there's something about her needing to fill up what was collapsing around her with information. So she used it to her benefit, and she got to see beyond a mask of some sort. I feel like she saw beyond a false facade that she had through tarot of somebody. So do with that what you will. That's what they want you to know. With regards to whether they'd be willing to work with me, they said yes, and I feel like it's to help her heal or to help address her healing process and what she's experienced in the past, and that's why it's coming up. So you guys definitely should know that. With Tiffany Haddish, how does she feel about tarot? We have the Strength card, we have the Ace of Wands, and we have the Hanged Man. For her, I feel like she doesn't need that card. That's not for her. With regards to the Strength card, the Ace of Wands, I don't know why I'm getting the word parental or the phrase parental figure that we saw earlier for her as well. Something about a parental figure knowing about this. I don't know if it was an aunt. I don't know if it was like a sister. Some person, and I feel this card, Seer of Fire, some fire sign, knowing how to do this. She had an opportunity to learn from somebody who was very well versed in it, or was just a queen of fire, so of Sagittarius, Leo, or an Aries. That's significant if she knows their sign or remembers their sign. We have the Two of Wands. It like was something she was prepared to learn. Something about twos. So I don't know if she was interested in like taking a 2-month course or taking 2 weeks, or finding a deck and using it, 2 decks, or something about 2 coming through, like planning, being in the planning stages of trying to figure out how she can learn from this person because she had the opportunity to do so. I feel like she's undecided about it. I think she's at least looking into how she can look at it differently in the future. I think she's very cautious about it though. She has an interest for sure. She thinks it's inspiring or interesting or intriguing, but I feel like there's a sense of a pause with her of trying to control her drive to do it. And there's also a sense of stubbornness. We have a Scout of Air, Page of Swords, and the Six of Pentacles. I turned it over because it was upside down earlier, and I don't think it's supposed to be. I keep all of these upright and let them turn upside down on purpose, like if they're meant to be. So I feel like because it was upside down, it was going to stay that way. So Six of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. She really wants balance. I feel like she's dealing with a lot of loss and sadness. So I wouldn't be surprised if she did it just to help her turn things around with her situation. If she had something going on, it would help her be successful. So she's open. Just want to let you guys know how she became interested in it when she was younger. Who it was. It was one of her family members or someone close to her. Fire sign specifically. But this could be a Leo, actually. There's something about her having hidden information or knowledge or holding on to this information to protect others is what I'm hearing. And also the King of Swords. So she found some truth out or found some information out or something about the legal system. She was undecided about this information. It made her really sad, but she held on to it. So there's something about her finding out secret information. And we'll tap into what it could be here. Something about corruption specifically, because that came out earlier as I was taking these cards out. Corruption. She's anonymous in some regards. I feel like she knows about something and she's holding on to it. So let's see what comes through. We have wooded area. So something about a wooded area is significant. Something that happened in a wooded area. Top secret. Figures. Makes me think of Bahamian Grove or something. But wooded area and top secret. I'm seeing, as I was looking at this, confused. I think she's still confused about what happened that day. Yeah. Anything else? Because we're getting a little reading on her. Anything else? Happy. So something that made her really happy. So it resulted in something good for her, but it was a crime. It was some organized crime that happened in a wooded area, and she just totally was like, yeah, I mean, it's fine. She puts on a face, and it's like, are you really fine? Because to me, I don't know, I get the fear energy coming through, but that could be wrong, right? Let's just open up the floor to what comes through and not just what I think it could be. private property. It happened on private property, and she was blackmailed about it. So she was paid off very well, guys. Double energy. There was an operation that she was a part of or knows about that made her really sad, but she had the money, so that's all that mattered. At least it was enough for her right at that time. She needed the money. So that's what I want you guys to know. And as far as whether she would be willing to work with me in the future, we have the Page of Swords, which is a yes. There's a curiosity that her spirit team has about me, it seems, and they would be open to doing something in the future. So I'm going to put a yes. And then I will be right back because my baby is going to be waking up, guys. I'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. So moving on, we're going to be moving into Barbara Palvin. Let's see what comes through for her. We had a couple of things that came through for Tiffany Haddish, so I want to keep those together. So let me just take a second. Hold on. I wanted to keep everything the way that it was so that you guys know that I just continue from the reading, continue on throughout this reading. So we have the Page of Cups for Barbara Palvin. We have the Six of Cups, and we have the Moon. Let me put on some music to help me meditate here. One second, guys. Alright, let's continue. So, Barbara Palvin. Please tap me into Barbara Palvin, spirit team, spirit guides. I feel like I need to take this and like put it here by my heart, because I feel like with all of these readings, there's so many energies that come in. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's continue. So with Barbara Palvin, the energy that I'm getting with the Page of Cups and the Six of Cups is the sense of sweetness. There's a sweetness here with regards to how she sees tarot. I don't know why I got reptilian, but maybe this is something to confirm this reading. Maybe she really likes reptiles, like turtles. It could be a number of things. Something about the energies of the reptilians. I don't know if she believes that, but there's something about her having either that bloodline, that background, but also seeing something really, how do you say it? She's very keen on the use of tarot. So I want to make that clear. She feels like it's something that is either a childhood thing that she really enjoyed or something that she looks back on fondly. This is potentially something that she was exposed to or experienced early on in her life. But there's some mystery surrounding her. Please tap me in to see what else there is to say about this. So we have some interesting cards coming through. I'm going to take them only intuitively because I feel like not all the time is there something like that's a conspiracy surrounding a person. So I want to kind of look at this intuitively and not just directly here. So I hope you guys will do the same here. So with reptilian and fraud, I feel as though she might be just going cold turkey with regards to it, because when I think of reptiles as well, I think of something that's cold-blooded. So if the reptile suggestion is what I'm hearing, if the suggestion as to what her interests are with reptiles is incorrect, they're just trying to give an image for you guys that she's kind of cold-blooded or cold to the idea of tarot. She thinks it's something that's fraudulent, and it's a big no. So those three things, consider it. And if you consider all those things, when you see marriage, we see marriage, wedding, and faked death, it feels as though she thinks it's very fake. And she thinks that people that do it are getting tied up in a situation that's not real. So I feel as though she has, like, maybe she thinks it's something of the past. Past energies with the Page of Cups and with the Six of Cups is to be noted here. It just feels like it's something of the past, it's nostalgic, but she finds some struggles with it. And when I got timeline issue, that makes me feel like it's more so something of the past, meaning she feels like she's a completely different person. She doesn't quite feel like it's something that she meshes with. She's at war with it. So she has some like warring energies with it, some fire energy. Maybe she's really deeply curious about the truth of spirituality, the truth of life itself, but she has to take some time to figure it all out. So there's this sense of her not being really as interested in it, but of something that she has to reconcile or understand with her past. I wonder why she feels that way. Wow. So we got, greed coming through. So she's afraid of either being greedy with the information or of people that are greedy in the tarot community. Revenge here. We have burial, trying to bury the hatchet with regards to the desire for revenge. I feel like in her past, she's had a desire for revenge with someone in particular, a particular male in her life, because we have the male card and treason. So this person did something wrong to her. And I'm hearing river basin with the river card. So it almost feels like she's trying to settle something in her heart. With regards to a parental figure, she had a really hard time with mountains, with this father figure or with this parental figure here. This person might have been like a fraud in some respects, or denied her something in her life. So if you guys know about some parental figure in Barbara Palvin's life who was very hurtful, wow, someone who really hurt her, someone who really affected her trajectory with regards to spirituality, that's coming through. So they're talking about someone who is really greedy. This person could have had some kind of relationship that was toxic with wow, I said relationships, I meant to say religion. So he may have had issues with her mom, but also there was this energy of like cult-like behavior that she doesn't quite like. So there's some triggers with regards to tarot that she has to address. She can choose not to address this ever, but that's the moon energy. That's the shadowy energy that's coming through. She may be good at it for all we know. A Six of Cups makes me feel like it's something that's like karmic, or something that she has in her soul, in her DNA, but she doesn't quite feel tapped in, or she feels like it's something of the past. Water, it's too deep. It's a really deep subject. It's really hard. And I feel like she has some broken relationship with it. Couple in reverse there. So I feel like she might see tarot readings, but there's some disconnect with her personally. So in regards to that, in light of all of this information, would her spirit team be open for me working with her? It's a Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords is a really painful card. That typically means that she's going through either a really hard time or a difficulty with it. It's too painful. So it seems as though her timeline, maybe just that she's not interested in looking into that at this time. Time will tell, but it's a no. So I'm going to put that in here for her. All right, that was heavier, and that was like kind of a flurry of information, very scattered. Let's keep going with Dylan. So with Dylan, we have the Page of Pentacles, we have the Ten of Cups, and we have the Two of Swords. There's something about him having to make a choice. So I feel as though he would be interested in pursuing more insight with tarot. I feel like he thinks it's a tool. He thinks it's a great way to kind of get your foot in the door with understanding yourself and understanding what's going on around you. We have the Murder and Suicide card though, so I feel as though he feels like a lot of people mess with it or butcher it or there's something about a lot of people, and it could be, this feels similar to another celebrity. They might just feel the same way, but feeling as though people that do it are the ones that are unemployed or can't find a job. He feels as though they kind of look to this as a solution, but they're not quite gifted, or they're not quite taking care with the tools that they require, or the tools that are needed for tarot. You need to be very in touch with your intuitive senses, and if you're not, you're going to find yourself in a position where you're just kind of saying things to say it. I'm feeling really strongly like he's a student energy. He's willing to do what it takes to learn a craft, but I almost feel like the Two of Swords is telling me he's indecisive. I feel like he might be in the neighborhood around people that are interested in that. And we have meeting, yeah. So I feel like he's had conversations about it, definitely. But I feel like with the Ten of Cups, I feel like he has no qualms. It says evil here, but I'm feeling as though people say that it's evil. And I feel like, look at that, evil and death is coming through. Hold on. Let's see what this is all about. Why is that? Okay. He feels like a lot of people are missing some link to the occult or to tarot. And that's why he said evil and death. He feels like a lot of people think negatively of it. Dylan at this point doesn't have a ritual in place, so he feels like it's a little bit like something he taps into a little bit but doesn't quite know. Two of Swords is telling me he would have to make a call and a decision to actually look into tarot. He does see it. He would like to learn because it's something like everything in the world. I feel like he's like an explorative energy. He wants to understand things just for the sake of understanding it. You don't have to be a practitioner to know tarot or to know how to do it. You just have to like look it up, find videos, and learn. He's very open to it. So I just feel this energy of him feeling like it's misunderstood, and a lot of people in the community are not doing it correctly. Yeah, look at that, false person. So yeah, bloodline is coming through in reverse though. I feel like he hasn't tapped into his bloodline and why he feels connected to it. You'd be surprised by how many celebrities are connected to it in some way. All right. So with all this in consideration, right, we have this feeling of openness, but not making a decision. Would he be open to hearing messages from me and my spirit team? We have a no. It's a burden on him. I feel like he would actually prefer not to. There's something about these two, Barbara and Dylan. They're kind of on the same page, similarly. I think Barbara is dealing with more of the pain surrounding it, and he's more open to it. But I feel like it's just too much for them. It would not be something they could commit to. I don't feel like I see them doing tarot or viewing tarot readings as much. They're open to it though, in a sense. Barbara more so in the past and more so with looking back on it in some form or fashion, but she does have some residual pain to deal with along with the burden like Dylan. So yeah, let's just put it in as a no. Together with these two, I feel very scattered, so that's very interesting. Spirit team, what would you like to say with regards to these two? Why do I feel so scattered with these two? These two are married, so they're kind of like one in my eyes. Okay, look at that, guys. Yeah, they're married. What else would you like to tell me to help me understand these two? Barbara Palvin and Dylan Sprouse. Why is that scattered energy coming in? Why did I feel that way? We have spiritual love, Lily. There's a really sweet energy surrounding these two. We also have reconciliation here, and we also have Fox. So there's something about shrewdness and resourcefulness in business. So it almost feels like they're being very shrewd with their information and insight. So yeah, there's something about their spirit team not providing information and insight. So it feels really sparse for me. November is significant, so something is going to happen in November, or they're saying November will be different. So look out for November, guys, for these two. Okay, is there anything else before I close? Yeah, career. Something's going to happen for them in their career. With regards to their money, they have to be very careful in December. November and December are significant for these two. Their ancestors are heavily protecting them, and their wishes will come true. But there's just some difficulties with the change. They're transitioning into something financially right now. Just want to let you guys know. So that's why the energy was so weird for me. I can't really tap in if I don't have the permission and the openness. The openness helps so much. I can read cards all day, but tapping into their energy is different. Alright, so let's keep going. December, November, December. Okay, moving on. Let's go to Normani. Normani, how does she feel about tarot in general? We have the Queen of Pentacles, the Seven of Cups, and the King of Pentacles. We have the King and Queen, guys. So I don't know if Normani has someone significant in her life that's like a counterpart to her, where she's still thinking about this person, trying to figure out if it's meant to be. There might be someone that she's actually considering that you guys are not aware of, that she hasn't come out and said, hey, I'm dating this person, or hey, I'm with this person. Okay, let's see what that, oh my God. Guys, so just wanting to let you know, you might hear news about Normani in a bit. Okay, she's going through healing with regards to a person in her life. This is someone that she has dated. We also have this card coming through, government. This person could be involved in the government, or it could just be something, wow, devil. It could be involving someone in, yeah, it's definitely with someone in the government. So something is collapsing for Normani. This could just be like the way she governs herself. Let's just say like it's something about her inner healing and peace. She's going through a huge transition with regards to a person. Okay, something is collapsing. The control or some energies of fear and restriction is being broken over her. It almost feels like I should say in Jesus' name, but something about her dealing with a lot of pressure. Yeah, a lot of pressure, guys, with Hollywood, with coming through for people, with telling people what she's doing, not letting it happen organically, but trying to force her to do stuff. So they're talking about tarot through her experience. So she has a number of abilities. She could do a number of things, but they're just trying to talk about her first. Are you guys cool with that? It just seems like they're talking about her healing with regards to a person in her life that she was with, like dating. And also how she governs herself, changing, healing, and not going according to what other people want her to do, but not going in this deep state of pretending to be someone she's not. but being more authentic to herself and catering to herself. So she's the Queen of Pentacles in this situation. I feel like there's a King of Pentacles in her life. This person could be a celebrity. There's something about the Seven of Cups though. So it's the energy of a lot of fire. Ooh, that fell. So that's really strong, guys. Keep that in mind. There's something about fire energy. This person could be a fire sign, or this could just be the energy of a lot of passion. She's going through some secret energies here with her work situation, secret society. So she's just getting integrated into a society or into a group of people. And there may be an initiation process or something along those lines, but she has something working with her though. She has some governing authority in her spirit team that's really guiding her and protecting her. And it's like law enforcement to her against some Democrat. So there's someone in the industry that she works with. It could be the music industry, but that's also a Democrat specifically, or a liberal that like has her feeling underwater. So just be aware of like her shift in her career path. They want to talk about that. With regards to tarot, I think she can use that and 6 or 7 other things. I feel like she's very gifted. I feel like she taps into that and other things as well. They're just trying to tell you, yeah, and they're giving me an abundance of information. So I would feel like it's a yes. We'll see with regards to going forward with her in the future. I'm open to what comes through, but I feel like there's a river or like a huge amount of information they're giving me right now. In light of this information, Spirit, how would our spirit team feel with working with me? We have justice, guys. Definitely. So they're definitely trying to bring justice her way, karmic retribution. She is getting karmic retribution for a lot of things that have happened in her life. And I feel like things are balancing themselves out, and they're saying, yeah, you can totally tap in and see what comes through and help people understand what she's dealing with. Because I did confirm for you guys that she would be leaving her record label months ago, in the beginning of my start in the celebrity tarot reading world, about like maybe 7 months in or something like that. I remember talking about that, and it was confirmed. So I feel like she connects to me, and I connect. Her spirit team connects to me, not her specifically, but they connect and they give me a lot of information and insight to help people understand it. So I'm really thankful, and I want to move forward. I'm getting into thanking them. Mod Sun, how does he feel about tarot? Okay, interesting. We have the 7 of Swords for how he feels, the 9 of Swords, and the Fool. He feels like a beginner with it. He feels like he kind of overthinks it. He feels like a little bit skeptical. I feel like he loses a lot of money. I think he has this thing about him where when he's in, he's all in for something and he goes crazy. So I feel like he might have tried to get into it. But he got into it, kind of dabbled in it, or like got like a little bit of an experience with it and then left because it kind of scared him. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of scared him. He got away. Okay, so there's something about him leaving. And I don't know why I'm hearing therapeutic causes. That's a weird thing to hear. Perversion. So maybe there was some like someone trying to abuse him or abuse his trust. Or someone was obsessed with him, or he was obsessed with someone when he got a reading. Interesting energies. I feel like he has something to heal with regards to Republicans or like people that are on the far right. Certain ideals are found in this on the right side, and I feel like he is dealing with healing how he perceives himself and how he perceives dark and light within him. I feel like he is addressing an affair of some sort with a female. This could be Avril and what happened with her. He's addressing that with his healing process, and I feel like he might have done a reading on that. He might have done a reading on that. And legal proceedings, he's trying to address how to deal with the legal proceedings. I don't know if this is with something personal that we don't know about, but there's just a lot of drama surrounding him, and they're addressing that. So the tarot is closely linked with his drama because he talks about it or asks the tarot about it. So he does go to someone. I don't feel like he does it necessarily. Pizzagate. I feel like someone else does it for him, and it almost feels like they give him like a little piece of information, a piece of the pie, and he kind of takes it. But I don't think it was helpful to him. It worried him, actually. So if it worries him, I don't know if it's helpful. I don't think he was ready for it. We have outside and power supply. Yeah, he goes outside of himself for help with tarot readings, and I think he needs to look into getting into it himself on his own, because trafficking is here. He's easily like led astray, unfortunately. I feel like he's almost like ignorant to some of the things people do to make money. I feel like he has a very sweet spirit about him, like a very like fool-like energy, like he's open and honest and I don't know, like I feel like people might take advantage of that. So there's something about him needing to be very careful, and I'm hearing scurrying away, just being very careful. Anyways, thought I heard something. With regards to that, all that considered, would his spirit team be open with working with me? We have a no. The moon. So there's something about illusions here. I don't know. There's just something about the past and about his healing process. I feel like he should focus on his healing process as per usual, and you guys will see what happens. I don't think that I need to impart anything or say anything about it. So it's a no there. So with regards to Sahara Ray, who was the person I did a reading with him on, I think, by the way, I don't think they're together, but anyways, I don't know for sure yet. I haven't done a reading, but I just intuitively got that they likely are not even seeing each other. If it is, it's casual, it's not real, like it's not like a serious thing here. We'll see. That's gonna be on me, guys, okay? Because that just came out of nowhere. So Sahara Ray got the 4 of Swords, the King of Cups, and the 5 of Swords. I feel like she really uses it to her advantage. She's very tactical with tarot, so yes, she uses it. I feel like she's used it in the past and it's helped her greatly. I just get that she has a lot of love for it and a lot of passion for it. She might be really into tarot readings out there. It might be like an avid listener of tarot readings. But I feel like she uses it to help her with her offensive tactics or defensive tactics. Just how she works and how she fights and how she addresses life. It's like a very big help to her. Look at that military. She's kind of militant in the way she approaches things. I wonder if she has like someone in her family that was involved in tarot or did tarot on the side. I feel like she can get easily distracted from it though. I feel like she has a lot of air signs in her chart somehow. Weird science. I feel like she has also like she's very intrigued by it. Very intrigued by it. She might be a bit controversial to some people in a number of ways. My throat chakra just closed up. Hold on one second, guys. So with regards to whether her spirit team would like to work with me, we have yes, Temperance. So they feel like I'm balanced and moderate in my information and that it would be helpful. So I would be happy to add that in. Excuse me, guys. Anyways, let's move on to Tom Brady here, okay? I'm getting the desire to go to the archetype cards here, okay? So we're going to look at the archetypes. There's an archetype in here that'll help us understand him better and understand what this means. So with the King of Swords, the Nine of Wands, and the Knight of Wands, Tom Brady, Spirit Team, Tom Brady, Monk Nun, selfless devotion and single-minded dedication to spirit. I feel like I think he has a Samaritan type energy to him. I feel like he is a friend to many. He likes to be friends to many. He likes to be balanced, as we got in his reading. So I'm getting his energy coming back here. And there's some certain things about his reading that's coming back to my remembrance. Wow, that was 9 months ago. King of Swords energy is telling me he's very true to doing what's right, and I feel like he likes hearing the truth. He likes seeing justice served, so he's seen that. I feel like he does think there's truth to it, definitely. I think he thinks the subconscious holds a lot of truth. I feel like he's very he likes to put in 110% when he believes in something. He'll go to the utmost to make sure that he follows through with it, and I feel like he likes seeing readings that have something to do with helping others. Like, I'm not going to say this is exactly what he sees, but let me just give you an example, like missing people in in the neighborhood, for instance, things that help people find each other, or like help bring people together, help there be some equity, some fairness in the world. He really loves that because he has the monk, nun, and the Samaritan, guys. Very religious energy, but not religious. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Someone who's very consistent here. Consistency is religion, rituals. There are a number of rituals that we have to do in religion. So there's nothing negative inherently about religion. What I'm saying here is that he has a tendency to focus on being a number of things for people, being a good friend, being a good father, and being a good companion or lover. Look at the 3 cards: companion, Don Juan, and father. So he has this trifecta here where tarot helps him see that, and when he can help people more and see beyond himself, see how he can help other people in the community. But he can do that on his own, mind you. They're just saying, like, he just has a way of looking at tarot to where he wants to see how it can help people and serve humanity. So humanity is coming up, like very broad way of looking at it, and it's really beautiful. Sometimes we get lost in the details. We have imprisonment, so he wants to see how he can be free, or how people can be set free. Wow, trapped in imprisonment, guys. So desert. Okay, so he feels like something about being stuck. What about that? What about being stuck? Devil. He thinks anything that traps you in is the devil. So just be careful. He's very careful with regards to what he fills his mind up with, what he fills his time up with. So he has that 9 of Wands, right? That 9 of Wands means he's very careful with tarot, but he feels like it could be helpful when it's used to help people, help to restore things to people. Because the Thief card tells me that he wants people to be restored. He doesn't want to see people being taken advantage of. I feel like he doesn't like when things are fake, like fake news and stuff like that. So I feel like he has this healing energy towards it all. As long as it's in balance and moderation, he's okay with it. As long as it helps with corruption and avoiding corruption, he's okay with it. As long as it's something true to yourself, despite whatever people may say about it being weird, it's something he does think is within us. It's within us. There's power within us. There's something about him and seeing that power is within us, and we can actually do things, great things together. Very humanitarian energy coming from him. In light of that, would his spirit team be open to working with me? It's a no. So I don't know what it is. Maybe that's all I need to tell you guys. Honestly, sometimes some people I just need to say like a little bit and move on. So I'm just going to take that as there being some like codependency or some addiction. Maybe certain information will become very prevalent to people and they'll start wanting more and more. Maybe there's a way to protect him by like just kind of staying out of that energy with readings. But there's a no. So it's just something about codependent energies with people that watch it, or from myself. Who knows, right? So going forward, I will not continue to talk or tap into his energy unless I'm told otherwise. Things change, so trajectories can change. So we'll see what happens. So thank you guys. I feel like I need to thank them for that information. That was really cool. Let's keep going with Irina Shayk. Guys, the devil came out again. Anyways, we have the Star, the Page of Wands, and the Devil. She likes it. She thinks it's really helpful in seeing your inner demons and facing your fears. Very, very simple and straightforward. She really sees it as a very valid tool, very important and very helpful to the collective. And I feel like she actually does, she does use it. I don't know if she has significant, I was about to say Cancer placements. She likes seeing justice. I think this is what her and Tom have in common. A big thing they have in common is justice. They like seeing people that are chained set free. So they have something about each other. They could be soulmates, guys. And soulmates, again, I'm going to tell you guys what I see, what I think of soulmates. I think of them as gifts to the world. I feel like they're people that come into your life for a reason and a season. I feel like they might not be from like here as far as like their origin. They might be star seeds, these two. I feel like they had a contract to have children, to be here, to come together, because I feel like there's a bigger meaning and purpose to their relationship, guys. I'm just going to tell you, you don't have to stay with a person to see that there's a purpose to your life. There's like a purpose with every person you come across. Some people are there for a season and for a reason. There's something about portals. They went through a portal when they were together. something ended with the two of them. Something powerful happened with the two of them as well. But they're trying to just tell us that like these two are just justice oriented, and that's really palatable in this reading for these two. So I feel like she's a very playful energy. She likes to go and tap in and get an answer, and she likes to do shadow work. Okay, shadow work is huge for Irina Shayk. With regards to whether spirit team would be open to working with me, or if they're thinking that I'm needed or wanted in this, it's no. There's rest. They're telling me to take some time to rest from this information, which is actually very considerate. Let's see what else comes through for the next person. We have Megan Fox. How does she feel about tarot? Guys, if you know Megan Fox, you might already know what the answer is for this. The Lovers, the Queen of Cups, and I was about to say the Tower, the Chariot. A tower is coming for Megan. So that's what they're telling me. But she has a connection to it, divinity. The first word I got was divinity. She has some really divine connections to it that go beyond. She's been attacked, martyred in previous lifetimes. So I feel as though she was martyred for this reason, because she has witchy and she does witchy things. Queen of Cups is telling me she has a lot of love for it. Very nurturing person, Cancer energy. Same with the Chariot, a lot of Cancer and Gemini in here. So I'm getting the energy that she just likes to move forward with it. She's very fluid. She probably took it real quickly as far as like learning and moving forward. Of course, we have autonomy to decide on how fast we go, but she could have gone, if she did not, she could go way deeper into it faster than some. When I see perversion, boner zone, though, I feel as though she's gone through some perverse energies with people. A card dropped, it was secret society and struggle. So maybe some struggles within a certain society that she's a part of. We have power. So there's something about her having her own power. And I saw secret weapon at the bottom of the deck. She is a secret weapon. So tarot is a secret weapon for her. It taps her into the lies that people are portraying and trying to perpetuate out. I'm just hearing narrative. The narrative and lies. So there's something about her being able to see the lies a mile away. Something about a destabilized male in her life. Something like that. Seeing power, seeing that she has the ability to see lies that are covered up when people try to or attempt to cover up lies. She sees it right away. We also have government. She sees like the destabilized energy of the government as well. So corruption in the government is coming through, and the cover-ups in the government. I bet she would have some things to say about cover-ups in the government that she has intuitively gleaned from her spirit team and from herself. We also have couple and AI, which tells me like she feels like, interesting, there's some kind of simulation with her relationships. I don't know if her spirit team is getting her to go through certain relationships that are pivotal, to show her kind of like how it was in past lives. It's like a form of past life soul regression. Something about going through certain things again to address it. We have faked death here, so that tells me something about cheating death here. Cheating death. Making and creating something new this time around with the old simulation. Getting so many information. Oh my gosh, my brain's gonna like, I don't know. She's working with her shadows. Mountain and accomplice. She's an accomplice and partner in crime with her difficulties, with the mountains that she faces. She's literally, I don't know how to, my head is hurting, guys. Boat. She's really coasting through her entire path here. She's literally on a boat, and her spirit team is taking her across so many vast things, like this vast ocean, that it's like giving me goosebumps. So I'm gonna kind of just cut it there because I feel like I can go on. Secret society here is what we saw earlier. Yeah, motel, hotel, water, and debt. So I feel as though there's a lot of people who feel like cut off from her in certain ways energetically, and they can feel it. People that she was with for like momentarily. You know how the spiritual realm or other dimensions, time is not really as much of a factor or a factor. So it feels as though she's going through so many pivotal moments, and it feels like a blip in comparison. So her spirit team is saying like there's little blips where she just has these experiences with certain people that she needs to talk to or address certain things with, and she moves on. A river of them, like just a lot of things are coming back to her recollection from a past life. This is just a great way to heal. So uses it for all of that and more. All that and more. And it sounds like a storefront type energy. So I don't know if she's interested in opening up a store at some point, or if she just goes to a store specifically that caters to all of this for her, like spiritual items and such. But would her spirit team be open to working with me? We have yes, Knight of Cups. Her spirit team is very sweet, and I feel like they would have like a little cup of love or some information to help us understand. They're very creative and very fluid. I feel as though you would expect that, but there's little aspects of each team or people on the team that's very significant. So there's something about attraction and love and just dealing with new ideas. There's a lot of love there. So they're open to it. So I would be open to that as well. So I'll put yes for now here, unless I'm told otherwise. So next person, can't speak. Next person is MGK. Let's move on here. We have the Magician. We have the Hermit. Oh my, okay. And we have the Three of Wands. I was going to say I need a smoke break, but I don't smoke. That's so weird. All right. Anyways, I'm just tapping in constantly, so let me ground a little bit more. All right. I'm getting that card that I got for Megan, accomplice or partner in crime. He's like her partner in crime. All right. What would you like to... Oh, interesting. Just got a word Chuck. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I get a whimsical energy here, so I'm trying to tap in and not like lose myself. So the Magician, the Hermit, and the Three of Wands. When it comes to the question of how he feels, how MGK feels according to these cards about tarot. It's kind of ironic. So how he feels about it, he feels like it's a form of power you can utilize, right? It's a power supply. It's something you want to stay connected to because it helps you look further and deeper into things. I'm seeing breakup in reverse, so I also heard see you again. So there's this energy of like something that's not broken or trying to keep something together. So I feel like it's a power, it's something that helps him keep things together with regards to love, for instance, or with regards to relationships that are very pivotal in his life. We also have the card Accident. So of addressing some things that went wrong, because when I look at this, I think of like how this plane, there's certain things that need to be fixed or addressed for sure. Look at that thing. So it's like looking at all the things that need to be fixed or corrected. It helps him look at that. Republican came through. Now intuitively what I'm getting with that is like there's some core beliefs that he's had to address with regards to religious beliefs. I feel like it has to look at that, guys. All right, it has to do with his relationship to God and the devil. He's reconciling some perception he has with God and the devil, and I feel this card. There's something legal about this. There's some contract with regards to God and the devil here that he's healing. A contract of understanding the devil within, or the devil in the details, the devil in all aspects of what it entails, and not seeing it as merely evil or decrepit, something about like being cut off from God, but seeing how they're one or how they're connected. So there's something about him looking at the karma surrounding his shadow energies and also his connection to divinity, right? So I'm just getting that energy. He has a lot of things that he deals with, and that is why the Hermit is here. That is all about like reflection, inner knowing, inner like the path within you, as above so below. That Hermes Trismegistus, if I'm saying it right, Hermes, just the energy of like being a sage and being very connected to source, to yourself, to your divinity. And I feel like it helps him connect, and also helps him move forward in confidence. So it helps him manifest as well. Look at that success. It's very successful for him, guys. It helps him also effectively communicate what he's feeling, or to communicate with his spirit team as well. Communicate about the abuse or traumas that he's experienced in the past. And also crime of passion is in reverse. This could be manipulation of some sort with people. or like very toxic patterns with passion, or his relationship to passion, sexual energy and such. Just there's so much coming in for them. Oh my gosh, I need to move on. So that's what they wanted me to tell you guys. It's very, very helpful as a tool for him. And I'm hearing bonus. And I'm also hearing bonus couple. I don't know why. Maybe they are a bonus couple in the spiritual realm. They kind of provide a surplus of energy that comes to us, and it helps us in a big way. So they're trying to confirm that for them if they ever see this message. You guys are a bonus. I don't know why they're saying it that way. I'm gonna cut that off. As far as working with me, it's yes. His spirit team would be open to working with me, and they say that they have the strength card coming through. I think intuitively you guys can figure out what that means with regards to our relationship. They feel like we have a lot of compassion for the collective, a lot of compassion and harnessing that we have to do with regards to information and insight, and they're willing to work with me. There's a lot of power here with the strength card. Something about the sacral chakra as well. I think I resonate with healing that, and so that's coming up. So this is someone that I'm going to touch base with, guys. You guys are going to see this likely on the 17th, so you're not going to see it right away. This person's coming out on the 13th, okay? So I'm doing this reading on the 12th, and she's going to be having her reading on the 13th. Carolyn Flack. We're going to look into Carolyn Flack because she came to me, wow, in a reading or in my dream. Like as I was floating or kind of drifting off, I heard a name that I didn't know. And I found out this person was well known and passed away. I'll go into detail later, but let's talk about Carolyn Flack. How did she feel about tarot? How does her spirit, wherever she is, feel about it? We have the World, the Ace of Swords, and the Five of Pentacles. It feels as though she uses it as a way to address clarity, like to address communicating with people beyond. And I feel as though there's some people that feel left out in the dark that she wants to communicate to. So she uses it, and that is why she is going to be coming up in a reading that we're going to be talking about shortly, which is really exciting for me to tap into. I have not tapped into her yet, but I got a specific date, and so I'm going to tap in then. All right, as mentioned. With regards to moving forward with working with her, though, after this reading, we have the Knight of Swords. This is the energy of something that comes in with the Knight of Swords, guys. That's like a hasty, quick energy. So as quickly as she comes in, that'll be the end of our communication with each other. And it says here at the bottom, one who gets what he or she wants. There's something about her needing to speak to somebody. Someone needs communication with her that feels left out in the dark. And after that, she's going to peace out. So it's a no for going forward in the future, but I want you guys to be aware of that, okay? So moving forward to someone that I'm really thankful for. Actually, let's go into another person that I'm really thankful for that I did a reading for in the beginning. This was Charlie Puth. I almost forgot about Charlie Puth earlier. So for him, we have Queen of Wands, the Eight of Swords, and we have the Eight of Wands. So with Charlie, his energy for how he sees and views tarot. We have the Queen of Wands. That's the energy of someone who's empowered. But I almost feel like this empowered energy, this doesn't feel like him. Can you clarify the Queen of Wands for me, Spirit? I feel like it's this card right here. Let's see what it is. We have, wow, the Queen of Wands. It's a person, some person in his life. Wow, he has such clarity about, he is so communicative with. He is the King of Swords to this person's Queen of Fire. I don't know if he's an air sign or just has significant air, but he's very communicative about loving this person. There's justice in the world of wanting to transition with them, moving past some really difficult situations in that required careful handling. I'm getting the grasshopper energy. And there's something here about seeing something in a new light with this person and not expecting them on their path. There's a lot of secrets with regards to this relationship, or a lot of mystery surrounding this relationship, a lot of illusions. But I feel like this is something that they want to talk to him about through tarot. So it's coming through as his spirit team saying, we would like to speak to you through tarot, because they feel like you're caught up, Charlie, in your mind about something. They have some information to give you, and I'll be right back. So I just checked to see why I heard something, right? I ran out of here because I thought I heard my baby waking up, but I think it's relevant to you or to someone here. If you're hearing voices, your clairaudience might be like actually coming up to the forefront for you to recognize. Someone here, I don't know if it's Charlie or if it's someone that's reading or watching this. I want you guys to look into clairaudience to see if maybe that's something that you're getting into. I'm just feeling like something about that is significant. Like someone's going to start hearing things that sound weird, but they're actually just like your spirit team trying to tell you something. I'm hearing holler at you. They're trying to holler at you. But with regards to Charlie, there's something here about him needing to connect with it. There's fear. This is why the Eight of Swords was here. You guys remember that? We have fear is clouding your vision, and you're not able to see something that they want to talk to you about. So he is not doing it currently. I feel like someone else is, like the Queen of Wands that he really loves, or someone that's close to him. It could be a child. It could even be like someone in the family that he's very sad about or misses. I don't know if this is someone that passed on, that was in his neighborhood that passed away, and he was a witness to them passing. Whoa, okay. So if that resonates, please let me know. We have life insurance. I don't know why I'm hearing like Murray, so I don't know if that has anything to do with you guys. Something about their passing, or someone's passing, untimely passing, yes. There's something about them trying to say, yes, the things that you thought were evil, we're going to address them for you. There's something that they want to talk to you about, and they're trying to say, yeah, this is really happening, this is true, this is real. There's something that you might have been initiated into, Charlie, that you might not either be aware of, or there's something that they want you to be aware of with regards to someone trying to do that in order to imprison you so that you have to comply. Something is being put to rest for you. And there's also this passion that's coming through in this reading. I don't know if you have a passion for some religious belief or something, but they want you to know, yeah, look at that at the bottom. So I don't know if you had a past relationship with God, but they're talking about God being your partner in crime. Regardless of what you believe, you have like the spiritual realm on your side. There's a lot of people on your side. There's always the antithesis to something, right? There's light and dark. So there's attributes of the dark, but I feel like there's aspects of the dark that are coming to help you. So you have people on your side that are trying to help you here. I want you to know that, and I want his fans to know that. So that was very specific, Charlie. I hope that helps. If you see this in any way, if a friend or family member sees this and wants to share it with you and it resonates, I would be so happy to hear back and to know that it resonates. I don't need anything else. You don't need to do it, but it would really be helpful because it makes sense when someone else confirms it for me. Anyways, I really want to see if your spirit team wants to work with me or not. That's important, right? So let's see if they want to work with me. We have the Ten of Cups. Okay, yes. Ten of Cups is joy and abundance. So they really have positive energy towards me. I felt that. I feel like there's a lot to talk about with you. So if you feel like you want to reach out, please feel free. My email will be linked in the About section if we still have that with YouTube nowadays. Please excuse my disarrayed demeanor or my disarrayed appearance here. I just like to tap in whenever I can. So let's keep going. Last but not least, I would love to touch base with Angus Cloud. Wow. We have 3 cards. We have the Death card, we have the Two of Cups, and the Four of Cups. Guys, if someone is here that is a friend, a loved one that really resonates with Angus, he's been trying to talk to you guys, and he will continue to talk your ear off, okay? He will continue to talk to you. He does not give up. He is very strong-willed, and he will do it. The reason why I'm telling you that is death is here, okay? And he passed away last year. He passed away at like a very pivotal moment of his life, his career, and I want you guys to just be aware of that. I want you guys to be aware that he's trying to connect with you because he doesn't need to use tarot anymore. He speaks to you, and he may speak through tarot. What's funny is I feel as though it's like a very powerful energy that won't be something you can resist or like not recognize. You're going to recognize it through the people and through the experiences you have going forward. His loved ones, you guys are going to get a wealth of information through various sources, okay? So I just want to say that. It's beautiful energy. with regards to whether he would want to work with me, it's the maybe card, because it's all about timing, divine timing at play. So there's divine timing with me communicating with Angus like I did back last year. And I feel like it's important and imperative that I always tap into the time frame that I choose to communicate. Something beautiful about it. It says good luck. So destiny is at play. So that's a beautiful way to end this whole reading. So I'm going to put the maybe card because it's going to happen in certain time frames. That's faded. So that is what I have for you guys. That is all 145 people that I have touched base with since I have started this celebrity tarot reading journey, 9 months. And I have birthed this venture, and I feel really excited for what is to come. Now that I am out of that cycle, I think this was my initiation into the celebrity tarot world. I'm really excited for what comes through going forward. So I look forward to seeing you guys soon. Please like, share, subscribe. Whatever you feel is in the best interest of this channel to help support the information that comes through, it means the world to me. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. For those of you that hung on and watched all of this, kudos to you. I feel like this is going to be extra long, but I really enjoyed this, and I hope you guys did too. Take care. Bye.